Well, I guess the first thing we're gonna check is if I finally got a Ryzen CPU that does DDR5 6400. Yeah, sure, let's start with the Expo. My money... Well, we'll see. We're literally just testing the CPU today. So I don't know what it does yet. Luckily, testing for 64... Well, testing for not being able to do 6400 is really easy. You just set, like, you set SoC voltage to 1.3, and then you try to boot 6400, and if it doesn't, it ain't doing 6400. What was the SP rating? I don't know. This isn't a ROG board, so I don't have... I'm pretty sure I don't have an SP rating. I unfortunately already tried running Firestrike on this, and the CPU is about, like, 800 points slower than an Intel chip, which is disappointing. For, like, just on the GPU test, it bottlenecks the GTX 1080. Which we're gonna check if that goes away by disabling a CCD. But, yeah, like, oh well. Firestrike is a very special benchmark that hates everything modern. Like, it also hates E-cores. E-cores, like, if you have, like, a GTX 960 and you turn the E-cores on, you lose so much GPU performance by turning them on that the higher physics score literally gives you a worse overall. Like, the first two tests get so, like, you... So, you know, that benchmark is a bit special. But, yeah, it really hates Ryzen. Okay, so Asus is already defaulting the SoC voltage to, like, 1.3 volts, but, what? I'm pretty sure I pressed 1. Let's try that. Also, 6400 with the current timings, like, this kit is pretty tight for 6000, so that's obviously not gonna work. Yeah, sure, 34. Like, I just needed to post. I don't need it to be fast. Yeah, like, I really like Firestrike, and that's why I'm so annoyed that, like, everything modern is just, like, you can have a good CPU score, or you can have a good GPU score. You can't have both, because you turn the E-cores on, GPU score goes down. You have a Ryzen CPU, GPU score goes down. You have a... Also, if you run it into a capture card, the GPU score goes down. It's 5 a.m.? No, it isn't. It's 11 a.m. I'm in the UK. Get wrecked. Man, I wish the board had a postcode. Unfortunately, I kinda... So I do have some x870 Asus boards, and the Nitro path, they're advertising that it's like X amount better than this board. So, also this looks like it's not gonna post. You got, dude, wait. Is that auto recovery? I haven't used this board in so long that I don't know what the, like, LED sequence is supposed to look like. Oh, that's auto recovery. Wait, is it? Man, it's the freaking normie view. No, we are at 6400. Okay, let's try something dumb. Maybe I finally got lucky. Or the board put it in 2-to-1 mode. It just occurred to me we could be in 2-to-1 mode. Because I didn't explicitly put it in 1-to-1. Which would be stupid. The Gene isn't coming out at launch as far as I know. How eager are you for the X870 B850 boards? Not really, because the CPUs are, like, not great. Like, I don't know about you, but Ryzen 9000 is kind of a flop to me, because it's, like, way too expensive. Right? Like, if you want a gaming CPU, you're still buying a 7800X 3D. And if you want a workstation CPU, I'd still probably go for a 14700K instead. Like, if you're doing, like, a mixed-use setup, I'd probably go 14700K. So that just booted, which means we're definitely, like, 99% certain we are in 2-to-1 mode right now. Aren't we, Asus? Also, why does it keep booting me in normie mode? There. Where did they put the memory controller to memory ratio to memory ratio? Asus, why are you like this? Why isn't it just... Ugh. It's not in here, is it? Why is it here? At the very bottom. Oh my god. Okay. So now we get to go back down to 6400. Like, for 6400, it might have been in 1-to-1, but for 6600, like, I would expect the auto rules to almost certainly go 2-to-1, just because if somebody buys, like, a 6600 rated kit, and they stick it in the board, on, like, 99% of CPUs, it's not going to post in 1-to-1 mode. So if you're a motherboard manufacturer, and you have an idiot user... it's in your best interest to just put it in 2-to-1 mode above, like, 6000. That way, everything posts, even if the performance is terrible. So it looks like this might actually... Wait. Oh. I'm actually going to let it go all the way into Windows this time. I'm pretty sure the 7950 beating the 780 Ti in Firestrike is entirely due to being allowed to turn tessellation off, if you're talking about hardware bought Firestrike. If you're talking about official 3D Mark, I think 780 Ti still ranks higher. Like, with no driver tweaks? Yeah, well, test off is cheating. by any normal metrics, test off is cheating. Unsupported. Oh, great, I need to update my Zen timings. Hey, it figured it out anyway. So oh, it doesn't read out the frequencies correctly. I have a hardware info though, so just use that. Man, if I got a 6600 capable chip, I would be so happy. That would make it worth the £600 that it cost. This is the annoying thing to me is like, I am not sure that the 9950X is actually that good as like a content CPU, because it's like, it's bad at 3D mark. I mean, it's specifically bad at Firestrike. I don't know about, I haven't tried the other 3D marks. TimeSpy it should be okay-ish, but for TimeSpy like a 14900K is better. For Vantage, I actually do prefer Ryzen CPUs. Not because they're necessarily faster, but there's less... getting Vantage to run properly on Intel CPUs is something I haven't figured out. So, that's my excuse there. So far, I'm not sure what I want to run, though, as my, like, initial test. Because, like, Y-Cruncher is just going to be, like, mega memory bottlenecked. So we are at, like, 3200 UCLK. Though I guess Y-Cruncher will give us a good idea if this is falling over or not. Also, I'm going to download new Zen timings. Right now, we're not going for stability. Like, I just want to get an idea of how this memory controller behaves. Hey, it runs. Like, it didn't crash. This is way better than all of my other chips. Though, the one thing I'm wondering about is it going to still work once we start tightening timings? Or if, like, can I do 6600? Or lowering the voltage? I guess that would be a more interesting test, would be, because 6600, I think, is, like, all probability it's just not going to work at all. So I'm kind of thinking, like, maybe I'll just lower the SoC voltage a bunch and see when it stops working at 6400. That's like a valid way of testing things. Also, if you're looking at this SoC voltage readout and wondering why it's so high, it's because it's from the Super I/O and it's measured from like the middle of nowhere on the motherboard. So it's, like, horribly inaccurate. Ah, hell. Because we'll just go down 50 millivolts, right? I've seen plenty... Like, people have made plenty of submissions with chips doing 6400 at, like, 1.22. So why couldn't I have a memory controller that does it at 1.22? Turn down the background music. It's not that loud. It's at minus 20 dB. Can do 6600 and boot Windows, but unstable. Yeah, I will eventually do it. Like, the thing is, like, the relationship between SoC voltage and max UCLK is pretty set in stone. So if you can run, like, a chip that can run 6600 does 6400 at, like, crazy low voltages. So if your chip needs a lot of voltage for 6400, it's not doing 6600, no matter what you do. Yeah, I know about the batch file thing. I don't use it. Like, I've made that, like, thing, and I have it on one of my OSs, and ultimately, like, I still end up just going for the delete key. So, you know. Rambling about x870 boards. Maybe, unfortunately, I have a very limited sample size of, like, 2 Asus boards. Why would you go from a 7800X3D to a 9950X? Especially, why now? Like, if you already have a 7800X3D, you can just keep using that chip until it's too slow, and then, which will probably be like several years in the future, and at that point, whatever CPUs are available are either going to be way faster or way cheaper than they are now. Well, we're back in the OS at a voltage that my other CPUs wouldn't do at all. So that's something, I guess. Like, this is definitely the best. Yeah, this is probably the best UCLK CPU I've gotten so far. If it does it at 1.2, I'll be impressed. At 1.2, I don't think 6600's gonna work, but like for comparison, the 7800X3D in my daily system, like, doesn't really do 6200. So, like, actually, I tried running 6000 on my daily system at 1.15 SoC, and that wasn't stable. That's how bad the memory controller in my daily system is. Cool, so that ran. So this is still working, which is kind of wild. I mean, once you tighten up the timings, it kind of gets, kind of affects the stability, but... Oh man, Zen timings is such a... Put 1.32 here. I don't actually know where is this. Oh, there it is. Okay, so we're gonna open that up. Where's my Zen timings folder? Oh, it's gonna be at the very end. Just replace. That should work, I think. What? I should have just deleted the folder instead of trusting Windows to do it properly. What? Oh, come on. Okay, 1.25, 3200. Wait, it defaulted 2100 FCLK. That's whack. Like, that's not the correct ratio for this memory speed, but... Like, it's better than being at 2000, but, like, that is kind of wacky. The thing I'm wondering is, like, when you tighten up the read-to-read SCL, that can, like, drastically increase the load on the memory controller in one-to-one mode for some reason. I'm gonna leave the FCLK alone for now, but I am gonna... Oh. Tried hitting the minus key, because on, like, Gigabyte boards, if you hit minus, it gives you the highest possible value. As is an Asus board, it doesn't do that. Man, that TRC is upsetting me with how high it is right now, so we'll set it to 80. This is 8, and we'll just go 500. Wait, where are my TRDs? Where are my... Oh, there they are. Wait, 16. Ew. This is like loose, but for like... because the DDR5 burst length is 8 cycles long, going below this has very negligible performance gains. Though, like, if you can, I would, but for this initial testing, it doesn't really matter. And they're gonna start with like 6. 6 on these before I try to go down to 4.4. I'll do that later. Does the 5800X3D need to be water cooled? No. Just get like a good heat, like air cooler for it. Have I ever overclocked with ECC? No. I don't really find, like, server hardware particularly interesting. Like, I've been running the 5700X3D that I have with just, like, the Wraith Prism cooler, and it works fine with that. Like, the main issue is it does get kind of loud, but, like, I think if you get, like, a single 120mm, it should probably handle a 5800X3D just fine. Testing. We will be testing 2-to-1 mode as well, because, like, the Nitro Path thing that Asus is doing on their X870 boards, that only really matters in 2-to-1 mode, as far as I'm concerned. So I need to, like, that's why I'm on this board right now, is, like, I want to use this as, like, a baseline to compare against the other Asus boards. Is it to be expected that 8,000? I don't know. I don't think it'll work on all boards. But, like, I don't know. Like, because the issue is the motherboard manufacturers will quite happily tell you things that are not realistic at all. Like, this board that I'm on right now, if you go to the Asus QVL for it, they claim support for DDR5 8000. I've never seen this board functional above, like, DDR5 7200. So, like, I don't know what they, like, how they are testing at Asus, because it does, like, it just isn't even remotely in the same territory as my experience with the motherboard. Meanwhile, Gigabyte claims support for DDR5 8000 on their boards, and it does kind of work sometimes. I wouldn't really recommend it, but it did like actually work. And ASRock, it's also kind of the same situation, a bit worse than Gigabyte, for unless you're on the HDV, then it's about the same as Gigabyte 4 dimmers. The only, like, DDR5 8000 capable board that I have for AM5 that, like, so far is the Tachyon. And then, like, the Asus Gene should be, but I don't have one of those. So, like, right, so here we are, and we go to memory support. Yeah, no. I wonder how many kits they have validated for that. Actually, I even have one of these G-Skill kits, which is what I tried testing this board with, and it doesn't work. Like, this isn't gonna post. Like, it does... Like, 7600 is, like, sketchy in that you can get into Windows and then you can see the OS slowly disintegrating in front of you as the memory errors pile up, but, like, 7800 doesn't boot. So I have no idea how Asus was like, oh yeah, that's totally a thing. Oh, there's, like, 5 kits on here. Yeah, so this is, like, you know, like, and that's the board we're on right now. And what's really... and that's for, wait, that's for 8000 series. Oh, that's the APUs. Wait, so what do they... That's worse. The APUs have a memory controller that's like, like right now, it's probably the best DDR5 memory controller there is until Arrow Lake. And Asus is over here like, yeah, so the APUs max out at 8000, and the Ryzen CPUs, which have a way weaker memory controller, those totally max out at 8000 as well. The 9000 series. Oh, 9000 series apparently maxes out at 6400. Yeah, so... like, motherboard vendors are not to be trusted. Voltage settings under AM5 depending on the... what do you mean by voltage settings? You mean like the SoC thing? Yeah, that's solved. Well, isn't this the newer version? Why is it being all weird? Oh, I have... oh, this shortcut points to... okay, well, okay, this... bin... I'm kind of interested if, like, Firestrike physics is now, like, way better than it used to be. And I wonder if the GPU score cleared up now that the memory is, like, not running garbage settings. Like, it's not, you know, super dialed in, but... well, the main thing is the refresh interval. Anything past 2100 isn't stable. I haven't tested the FCLK yet. You can see somewhat higher temperatures this time. Eh, not really. That's interesting. Oh wait, this is a different Y cruncher. Yeah, still kind of similar temperatures. Yeah, so the frying, that was literally just the SoC voltage getting set too high. And that's been blocked for like over a year now or something. How many board samples do you get? Kind of random amounts. Like for X870, I have 2 boards right now. So, and those are both from Asus. I don't get anything from ASRock. I've not tried asking MSI for any samples. I don't really want to. I'm not sure, like... yeah, I'm not sure. Gigabyte has some interesting boards for AM5 that, like, I'd like to test, but... yeah, I haven't seen anything from MSI that I'm like, oh, this is super interesting. So this is... yeah, so this memory controller is way better than all of my other Ryzen chips. Except the 8600G that I have, because that's a completely different memory controller. Anyway, let's see how Firestrike does. Also, I'm going to just set up the GPU for this. Max that power limit. So bone stock, the GPU test should be, well, we're going into the capture card, so that might hurt, but physics should be like, bone stock is about 52K, so with the memory overclock, I don't know, we'll see. Do you have preferences between motherboard brands? Depends on the, like, heavily depends on the platform. And, like, also what you're trying to do. So for AM5, like, for X670 and B650, I really like ASRock and Gigabyte boards. Like, I do have this ProArt because the feature set is really nice. Like, I really wanted a board that can do dual GPU, and this does do dual GPU. I kind of feel like an idiot for buying this thing, though, because the Hero that I got sampled also does dual GPU, so it's, like, completely invalidated the fact that I have this board. Like, I literally just bought this board because it's like, man, I really want a board with dual GPU support for AM5. And then X870 comes out, and I get sampled a Hero, and that does dual GPU as well. And so it's like, man, I could have, like, not bought this. If I was faster at, like, actually getting stuff done, it would have not felt as bad. But I don't think I ever actually ran dual GPU on this board. So it's just like, yep, like, real idiot right there. How much do GPU bits cost? I don't know. But, like, GDDR memory controllers are kind of expensive in terms of, or, well, no, like, it's not the GDDR memory controller. Well, they are kind of expensive in that they do take up kind of a lot of die space. Like, they don't scale with the manufacturing process, because ultimately, your physical interface, right? The thing that actually drives the signal to the memory chips. The wires in your PCB aren't getting better. The BGA isn't getting better, right? So you can't, like you need some, like, the transistor that actually sends the 1 or a 0 to a memory chip. Like, it needs to be a certain size. Actually, it probably needs to get bigger as you want to go faster, because you need to, like, dump a bunch of energy into the connection to the memory chip. And as you need to do that faster, it might actually end up getting bigger and bigger over time. So, like, yeah, so that's cool. The memory tune-up did help the physics score a bit. But, man, that GPU score is depressing. This card with the 14900K spits out, like, the capture card is hurting this as well. But this card on the 14900K was doing 23,000 points. Well, 23,500 points. And this thing's freaking ancient. Funnily enough, though, in the game that I'm developing, these actually perform about, like, the 14900K, or I think the game is so bottlenecked by the GTX 1080 that it, like, doesn't matter which card I use. I mean, which CPU I use. Even though technically, like, on my, like, usually this game ends up really CPU bottlenecked once all the AI spawns in, because I am not a good programmer, and so this thing is completely single-threaded. So if we give this a little bit, it... Wait, what? Okay, so it's still slower than my 7800X3D in my daily system. But this is faster than the 14900K. Like, I thought the 14900K was just, like, hitting a GPU bottleneck, and it was, like, at, like, 900 FPS, but this is faster. I also tested this with, like, JDEC memory, or it may be Expo. So garbage memory timings. Also, the 14900K was with the 7600 overclock that I showed. Oh, maybe I didn't have the angle quite right. Okay, so this is about the same as the 14. Okay, I think I just wasn't looking down enough. So that's funny, though. That's... Okay, so it still loses to the 7800. Everything still loses to the 7800 X3D here. Though I thought this would be really Intel biased, because it literally runs on one thread. Like, if I pull up Task Manager, you can't even tell that there's something running in the background because it's a 32-thread CPU. Like, you can't even, like, the game runs on one thread and the CPU has too many threads, so, like, you can't even really tell that anything is happening. So that's fun. Anyway, so this memory controller is pretty good. I need to come up with a... Well, I could technically make, like, a benchmark scene pretty easily for the game. Actually, what I could do is just turn the spawn position of the player character and then make the big box full of AI. I could just make that transparent, I think. Actually, I don't think I even need to make it transparent because like, they don't have any kind of, like, proximity culling. Like, the AI is running regardless of if the player can see them or not, so that shouldn't really matter. Anyway, let's keep lowering the SoC voltage and see where this stops working. You think the 9950 X3D will be good or not? I don't know. Does Windows feel snappier with 7800 X3D? No. Set games affinity to one thread. I don't think that, like, I don't do that even for my daily system, so that would, like, then I'd have to, like, retest everything with the affinity set the same. Anyway, I'm surprised that, like, it might still be GTX 1080 bottlenecked, though. Like, it might be GPU bottlenecked. Even now. Oh well, I do have a 3080 Ti that I eventually want to run. But like, that card doesn't have fans on it right now, so it's kind of a pain to set up. But, like, I definitely want to run the 3080 Ti with the CPU, just, like, not today. Because it also chugs power, and it's huge, and it's just inconvenient. Alright, so this just booted. Will the 9950X run well on the cheapest A620 if undervolted? Wait, why are you like... Okay, there we go. And the answer to your question is... If you set the power limit to, like, 120, it might be okay. Yeah, if you set the power limit to, like, 120 watts, it might be okay. I would... Oh, man. This is probably worse. Oh my god, this board. It's like a... I think it's a 3-phase V-core. Maybe a 4? No. No, actually, maybe it is a 4. Wait, where's VDDIO? This board... This is horrifying to look at. Wait, did they put VDD MISC down here? Like, if you've got to get a cheap board, I think get this probably, because at least it has a VRM heatsink. It might actually run okay-ish on this. I would really not recommend boards with no VRM heatsinks. Also, this is a 4-layer PCB, which is, like, kind of impressive in that they managed to get all this functionality on a 4-layer PCB. Actually, not really. It's mostly just, like, they got DDR5 to work on a 4-layer, which 1 DIMM per channel, I guess. Oh, well. Anyway, so it still boots at, like, 1.22 volts SoC, so that's kind of cool. Of course the 9950X is on the supported CPU list, because supporting a CPU isn't about whether or not the board can handle the CPU at full power, it's about whether or not it can boot the CPU. Maybe if you're building, like, a render farm or something, you don't want to, like, you know, and you're buying, like, a bunch of boards, you'd want to minimize the motherboard cost. Intel announced the 12B microcode coming up. Any thoughts on that? I'm kind of wondering what more they're gonna do, because at least I didn't notice any, like, weird, like, excessive voltages on 129. So I'm kind of wondering if, like, is there going to be a measurable difference between 12B and 129? Because we'll find out once it actually releases. Like, I still think, like, apparently MSI is now adding the ability to limit the core voltage to their boards. Because they didn't used to have that functionality. So I still think probably the best way to go is to just set a voltage limit. Instead of, like, relying on Intel to figure out what the hell they're doing with the power delivery. Though apparently it does seem to be a case of, like, they botched something in, like, manufacturing. Where it's like, Raptor Lake is more susceptible to excessive voltage. Though I really wonder about that, because I think if you shoved the, like, 1.6 volts into an Alder Lake CPU, it would probably die also. Pretty quickly. Right, like, that's like one of the problems where it's like, oh, this is only a Raptor Lake problem, and it's like, I wonder about that. I really do. Also, the whole, like, it doesn't affect laptops. I'm pretty sure the reason it looks like it doesn't affect laptops is because laptops have such high AC load lines out of the box that it takes forever for the degradation to, like, cause noticeable instability. Because, like, the higher your AC load line, the more extra voltage the CPU runs. Alright, where's my SoC readout? 1.2. Cool. This is really surprising. Like, it just kind of keeps working. If we go below 1.2, there's, like, a decent chance this chip does 6600 at least, like, barely. When go all through the RAM sticks, you can literally just buy Hynix. Like, just find a Hynix kit. You could go with something like the 6000 CL30. Actually, I would generally recommend 6000 CL30 because it's pretty cheap these days. It's Hynix A die. It will always, like, it will basically always work. I shouldn't say literally always, because there's definitely some combination of some trash tier motherboard and very unlucky memory controller where it won't work. But, like, you have a 12th gen CPU, 6000 CL30 should work. 13th gen CPU, 6000 CL30, like, I can't imagine a scenario in which 6000 CL30 wouldn't work on a 13th gen. Like, you could even have, like, the release version of the Z690 Apex, which is probably one of the worst DDR5 boards, because the A channel on that board is just completely scuffed, and it would probably still work. Because of user error and not degradation. Like, the issue is that with the, like, the other problem that Intel, like, with 13th gen, 14th gen is that the early BIOSes, like the pre-129 microcode BIOSes, undervolt the CPU. And they're not, generally those undervolts aren't stable. Because, like I covered this in the, what was it, the video about, like, how load lines work on Intel. Man, this thing keeps booting. If I have a CPU that does 6600, I'll be so happy. I should probably go grab that G-Skill kit, just so that I can, like, check if 7800 works. I don't think it does, but I'm really hoping that the new Nitro Path thing that Asus is doing for the X870 boards, that it actually like it would be cool to have some 4-dimmers that, like, do 8000 consistently. In fact, I plan to test I'm probably gonna end up testing the Hero with my 7900X, because that, like, because the thing is, if it is a memory topology thing, right? You wanna, like, it should help every CPU. It shouldn't just help one CPU. And I really think, like, for X670 and B650, the Asus, like, memory topology is probably the worst of the daisy chain topologies. Because, like, I've seen even MSI boards doing, like, 7800, and the Asus 4-dimmers are just, like, well, my experience with the Asus 4-dimmers is really not great, so... Two by 32 versus 2 by 16 matter for DDR5 timings. Literally the only difference, at least right now, because eventually there will be 32 gigabit memory chips, and those will be probably very different. But as of right now, like, I have a KingBank kit that's 6400 CL32, 2 by 32 gig. The only difference in terms of timings from this kit to that kit is that on that kit, you would also want to set the SD timings, like SD, DD. Actually, you don't need to set DD because that's, like, for a 4-stick setup, but, like, you would just set the SD timings to, like, 6 and 8. Can I use 192 gigs with X670 and a 9900X? Yes, but it'll probably run at, like, 5200. And I don't have enough 48 gig sticks to test that myself. Also, even if I did, I wouldn't want to. So I tried desoldering a memory slot on a Z690 Master to see if that would help the inside memory channel suck less. It didn't. So I kind of suspect like either there's like some extra BIOS tuning that has to happen, or you actually just need a like it's not enough to just get rid of the extra DIMM slot. Even though in theory that should help, because like you're removing a bunch of like stubs in the form of the like fingers inside the memory slot, like you're removing that and that should help. But yeah, like I tried that and it really didn't make a difference. So the A channel, like basically before removing the memory slot, A channel sucked. After removing the memory slot, A channel sucked just as much as it did before. So yeah, maybe there's more to it than, like, I did end up accidentally pulling some pads off, so I had to like repair that, but like the thing is, it didn't get worse, right? Like if I botched the soldering super badly, I would have expected it to get like significantly worse, but it didn't. It was just the same. So yeah, and I don't think, like, alternatively, what I could have, because I desoldered the inside memory slot, like the inside one, so the first one in the daisy chain. Alternatively, and you could only do this on a Gigabyte board, or, well, actually, I'm not sure if only on Gigabyte boards, but you can't do it on, like, x870 Asus boards, because the way they're laying out the daisy chain, like, you can't get to those traces. Alternatively, I could have desoldered the memory slot in between the memory slots, right, like the far slot of the A channel, and then cut the traces to that slot. I don't know what that would do, though. Because, like, Gigabyte runs the traces for the, like, the way the Gigabyte daisy chain works. Okay, I need paint now. At least on Z690. And Z790, I think it still works this way. I haven't, like, I don't remember off the top of my head. But, anyway, so here's paint. So the way Gigabyte's daisy chain works is if you have your like memory slots like this. Yep. Right. It basically goes. We'll have like the CPU socket over here, right? So the way the Gigabyte one works is, I'm gonna use a brush, or actually I think I'm just gonna use the brush, is it does basically this, right? So you could cut it right there, and then that would disable the like last memory slot, but the way, say, Asus does it is like this. So the actual like you have via like the actual like, yeah, like they do it this way on Asus boards, which is super interesting because it's like I would have figured it would be better to like minimize the amount of like vias that you have on the trace, but I don't know. They do that on the X870s. Actually, I think they do that on the X670s too. I've just not really like looked at it that closely. But basically on Gigabyte boards, you can see the like the traces between the two memory slots, connecting them together. And on Asus boards, you can't, because they're inside, because Asus just runs like one trace on one layer and then has vias coming off of it for the memory slots. Yeah. Anyway, so I didn't try the option of like cutting the traces, because that to me seemed like, if like the board probably isn't tuned for innermost slot operation like at all, and I could be wrong about that. Maybe that would have worked better, but I think you'd have to probably actually desolder both memory slots to do that. So, like, you'd have to desolder the memory slot and then put it back on again afterwards. Because there's, like, a bunch of pins that come up, like, CPU side, right? So if you're, like, cutting the trace, you'd still have, like, a bunch of trace left over. Because you'd, like, cut it in the like, you'd cut it, like, basically halfway between the two slots. If you just, like, ran a knife between the two memory slots, you would still end up with, like, a bunch of traces that are, like, hanging off of the pads for the insidemost memory slot. And I'm pretty sure if you did that, it would, like, the board would get very upset with you. Theoretically, it might work. So, 1.2 volts. Still runs Y-Cruncher, so you know what, we're going all the way back up to 1.3, and I'm trying 6600. What? The Infinity Fabric, at 6,000 I think it still runs at 2,000, and at 6,400 it went up to 2,100, which is a bit weird. If you're not CPU bottlenecked at 4K, it just means the games you're playing are too optimized. Like, one of my favorite FPS games is basically, like, as single-threaded as my own game. And so even with a 2080 and 1080p, I was able to hard CPU bottleneck it on a 14900K. It was running at like 50 FPS. GPU just chilling at like 100 watts. And it does the same thing. Actually, it's even more bottlenecked on the 7800 X3D, because that game is like super single-threaded and like loves frequency. So yeah, no 3DV cache benefits for me. Yeah, and then there's Noida, which is a 2D game. So literally it is 2D. And if you build some really OP wands, it just, like, it stops running in frames per second and starts running in seconds per frame. Actually, it's not even OP wands, it's just, like, dumb wands. Which I do a lot, because I'm a big fan of explosions, and unfortunately the calculations for, like, terrain getting destroyed, very expensive when, you know, you're destroying, like, an entire screen worth of pixels. With not a, like, there is a nuke spell in Noita that is actually pretty efficient, because I think it's, like, intentionally optimized, but there's a different spell that just gives you gives you an explosion on anything, right? So you can, like, take a basic, like, magic bolt and give it a bigger explosion, and you can stack that up, like, you can stack that spell. And unfortunately, that spell is not very efficient in terms of, like, its damage calculations to the environment. So if you stack it a bunch, which I tend to do a lot, yeah, it just kind of freezes the game every time you cast it. I also tried to make a teleport wand that used exploding boxes as a way of, like, because you can teleport, like, the regular teleport spell is like a teleport bolt, right? So it's a projectile. And you get teleported when the projectile either expires or when it hits something, right? And so if you wanted to, like, go through materials, like you want to teleport through walls and stuff, you need some way to remove the thing you're trying to teleport through, right? You just need to, like, technically there's, like, a way to teleport behind obstacles, but, like, I wanted a way to just, like, teleport through an entire mountain, right? And there's other ways, but, like, you know, like, teleport through the mountain. So I was like, I'm gonna put explosives on my lawn. Yeah, so that doesn't work very well because the explosions slow down the game so much that it actually is slower to teleport, like, teleporting ends up being significantly slower because instead of teleporting at 60 FPS, you're teleporting at, like, 30. Which, sure, now it's removing terrain faster, but it's also updating the game half as fast. So in the real world, the amount of time it takes to get from point A to point B hasn't changed. Which I find absolutely hilarious. In, like, the game world, it you know, like, it's fine, because, like, the game runs at 30 FPS, but for me, it's not fine. So we're now at 6600. And, like, the OS is working. That is insane. That is just, like, completely crazy. I wonder if it can do 6600 at less than 1.3 volts, assuming that, like, it's... Oh, yeah, well, okay. I guess that's to be expected. It does not run 6600. I think maybe, like... Right. Is it gonna pass this time? Oh, it passed this time. Wait, okay, let's try run... I'm just gonna run VT3. This should be a bit quicker to tell us if it's stable or not. I wasn't really paying attention to if it crashed or not. I might have just restarted it. Okay, it isn't. Yeah, so I'm wondering, like, maybe just loosening out SCL might be enough, but I don't think that's, like... Over 6400 isn't possible? No, if you get really, 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 really lucky, it is. Like, I could probably run 6500 with a bit of BCLK. There's not really any point in doing that, I don't think. Yeah, there's some absolutely crazy chips out there that'll do like 6600, 2200. Wouldn't the 2x48 Royal kits just be like that's just 2x48 M die. Like you could just get that in 6000 CL30 and that'll be cheaper and it'll be the same stuff. Does BCLK affect SATA drives? Not really, but it can screw up M.2s. Usually just, I think most of the time it just drops them. It doesn't necessarily like break your M.2 drive, but it might. Like, and like raising the BCLK to get like 100 megahertz, it's not even 100 megahertz, like 50 megahertz, because, you know, double data rate, so the actual clock is half. So if you're going from 6400 to 6500, you're actually going from 3200 megahertz to 3250 megahertz. So for 50 megahertz, potentially breaking your storage devices. Probably. Actually, that's only 101. I don't think that would actually cause any issues. Wait, no, it's not. It's like 101.2 or something. That would actually probably be okay. Like 1% overclock. Maybe you could like drop the PCIe speed from like Gen 4 to Gen 3, though. I don't know that you'd want to do that. And if you had a Gen 5 drive, I think that's completely out of the question. Yeah, because because the main issue is that it overclocks the PCIe interface. It's kind of weird to me how we have like ECLK, and ECLK is like it only affects the core clock, and it's like, oh, I guess no, that makes sense. Yeah, it's probably easier to decouple the cores from everything than it is to decouple the memory controller from everything. It would be cool though if like the FCLK and the memory controller were on their own, or even if just the memory controller was on its own BCLK. Like if you shared the ECLK with the cores, that'd be cool. Not like the thing is, it's like I say it would be cool, but like from a practical performance benefit perspective, it would be like you raise the let's say you raise the ECLK by 1%. At best, your memory is now actually, it's not even at best. Literally, your memory is 1% faster if you don't loosen any timings. If you do loosen some timings, it's less than 1% faster. Like, it is still technically faster, but less than 1%. And then you have to consider the fact that most things aren't so memory bottlenecked that they scale 1-to-1 with memory speed, right? Like, most applications are not that memory bottleneck. There are some exceptions where like 1% more memory clock equals 1% more performance, like 1% faster software. But most software is not that memory bottleneck. So if like you overclock your memory by 1% using this like ECLK method, it's gonna be like, yay, my games are like 0.1% faster. Right, I loosened out TRD SCL, right? And some of the other timings, that's what I did. So we're still at 6600. Yeah. So I loosened the timings a bit. I don't think this is actually going to fix anything, but... Wait, we don't need Y-Cruncher, we need VT3. Which is Y-Cruncher, but in, like, pain mode for your CPU. And the board is making some interesting coil whine noises right now. It's not very loud, but like... $6,600 1-to-1? Yeah, it's not stable though. It's like I can run some benchmarks, but it's not. I don't think there's any way it'll pass any stress tests. Though it could also just be a RDRDSCL thing. Thing is, like, I wouldn't personally wouldn't run 1.3 SoC. As for 6600, and yeah, it's still not stable. So I mean, we'll try lower the SoC voltage a little bit just to see what happens, but I really think that's just gonna make it worse. I think it was probably making that coil whine noise every time it was running Y Cruncher, just like I was talking, so I couldn't hear it, because it is really quiet. I think at 1.28, because it's so borderline right now that I think at 1.28, like, it might not get into Windows anymore. Right now, just 2100 FCLK. I've mainly just been running Y Cruncher so far. Huh, so apparently it still posts. Yeah, it's still posting. That's... neat. I guess I could also try the 7600 King Bank kit that I have. Well, that's not even on the QVL for this board, so like... And I'm pretty sure it's the same PCB as the 6000 CL30 kit. So, like, maybe there's like a slight... Like, maybe there's like a binning advantage to the 7600 kit, but I kind of doubt it. Could still test, though. I'm like, this is surprisingly functional. It'd be kind of wild if it actually got more stable as I lowered SoC voltage. But I am like 99.9% certain that that is most definitely not going to happen. Actually, let's just go straight to VT3. It'll probably crash even faster than last time. Apparently not. So the ideal FCLK for 6600 would be 2200, yeah. And it's not impossible. If you bin a lot of CPUs or get incredibly lucky, it is a thing. Like, I've seen CPUs that do that, even at, like, reasonable voltages, like 1.25-ish or something. Anyway, I'm just happy that I finally have a chip that does, like, 6400, and it like, does it, like, clean, as in it, like, does it at low voltage, not just, like, because, like, my 7950X doesn't do 6400, my 17900X doesn't do 6400, and my 7600 kinda does, but it needs, like, 1.3 SoC, and it's, like, not really, like... So, this is cool. I am happy. I was really, really worried that with my luck, this was going to be another 6200 chip. So at least I get like a CPU that I can like show some new stuff with, because like it works at like settings that my other CPUs don't work at. Because, like, it's kind of, like, on one hand, it's kind of convenient when all your CPUs do basically the same thing. On the other hand, it's a bit boring. Let's go half mode. I'm just gonna go for, like, frickin' DDR5 8000 timings for this. I'm just gonna set that to auto. I think 84 is honestly gonna be plenty for that. I shouldn't need to set that to 12, but, like, just in case. Auto. Actually, I could probably just set both of those to 8, and it should be fine, but whatever. Like, the main one, like, most of the performance gain is refresh interval, and we already have that set really high, so that's fine. Actually, wait, I'm just setting this wrong. This should be 88. It's 40, 48. Yeah, cool. Like, not that it really causes a huge difference, but... Yeah, also thanks, Z Hayward for the $5 Australian. So... I guess let's see how, like, if it does 7200 just, like, right off the bat. This should work. 7200 generally should work in 2-to-1 mode. Can you do 2200 FCLK? I haven't checked yet. It does do 6400 memory. So finally, I have a chip that does 6400, and it does it at, like, reasonable SoC voltage, so it can probably do 2200 at the same time. Delid the 6200 chips. I am kind of thinking maybe trying to make a probinator out of the 7950X. Also, I think for 2233, I'll actually try that at like 6000, just to have the like really low SoC voltage advantage. What VT3 of Y-Cruncher version you use? I think the latest version is going to be like more optimized for new CPUs. So for like a full stress test, I actually do need to update my Y-Cruncher, because it is like ancient, the copy that I'm using right now. But like if the unoptimized version crashes, then like, you know, it's still not stable. Right, because like like as far as I'm concerned, stability is the ability to run arbitrary valid software indefinitely. Now obviously the indefinitely part is like not realistic, right? You can't actually run things forever. But like, unless there's like a fundamental, like unless the code is trying to do something that just inherently doesn't work on whatever hardware you're running, if it's stable, it should just run, no matter what it is. Anyway, so we're at 7200 right now, so that like works, which like it better work, because if it didn't work, that would be concerning. That is a really interesting proc ODT. That is sky high. Like, I've noticed this a while ago, but that is still, like... Like, I wonder if they, like, if that's, like, they tuned the terminations, or if the board is just being derp. Win 10 or 11? I mean, I'm probably gonna stay on Win 10 out of convenience. 8400? I don't think this board's doing 8400. Now, the Hero... unfortunately, I don't think even the Hero is gonna be doing 8400. I'm hoping it does like a nice clean 8000, as in it like doesn't require a whole bunch of bending over backwards to work and then like has retrain issues or whatever. If it does 8200, that would be really cool. I don't have a gene. I don't think it's been getting higher throughout the stream. I think it like started at 160 and it's still at 160. Is this the newest BIOS version? Yeah, for this board. What? Stabilize tighter timings? I can't say I've ever run into that. Okay, so 7400 boots. Which is not surprising, like that should work. Like my experience with this board is that it like face plants at like 7600. It'd be cool if it didn't do that anymore. You can try the... Yeah, I can try the Tachyon. And I, like... The thing is, I want, like, a... Like, I want to have, like, a direct... Because Asus has, like, some big claims about the NitroPath technology, right? And to me, those big... And their comparison point is their own boards. In fact, I think it's this board for the Hero, which is kind of funny. They don't compare against the other Hero, but... So, like, I really, like, I do want to do a video that just, like, focuses on the new NitroPath thing, because I think it's interesting. It's, like, something other than, like, ludicrously over-spec'd power stages. I'm really not very impressed with how now we have, like, power stages that claim a nominal current rating of 110 amps, Like, there is no real-world scenario in which that current rating is achievable. I think that might only be in the review guide, and that, like, is, like... Well, that's annoying. Oh yeah, so they literally tested against this board. Yeah, so, like, that's why I'm testing this board right now, is, like, I want, like, a really just, like, did they actually... They're claiming basically, like, a 400 megabits per second improvement on max data rate. So, like, yeah, I wanna know if that's actually true. And for me, like, the marketing materials I've got sent was like, oh, it went from, like, 8200 to 8600. It's like... Really? 8200 on this board? But if it goes from like 7600 to 8000, like, yay, it worked. Like, and if it's like, if it, like there's even a chance it might be 8000 more stable than 8000 on 4DIMM Gigabyte boards, which would be kind of cool. It's strange. Yeah, it is strange. The theory is like the conspiracy theory is that AMD wants to distract from Arrow Lake by like launching the boards just before Arrow Lake. Which like there's like one problem with this plan from AMD, which is that like like they could relaunch the 7800X3D with, I think, more success. Like if they launch like a 7800 like 7850X3D, right, where it's just a 7800X3D clocked even high, like clocked higher, so like they bin it harder. I think that would be more interesting than like any new boards. It's hard to buy the X3D CPUs. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's what happens when you release a like when you have like a one good CPU and then you try to replace it with like mediocre CPUs. I'm still really not sure what they were thinking with the pricing on 9000 series, because like the 9950X already got a discount. Which makes me really happy I didn't like rush out and buy it at launch, which I couldn't because I spent that month's budget on a 3080 Ti. I mean, I could have, but like I don't like the like I could go literally buy a 4090 right now. I just wouldn't be very happy about doing that. So that's what I mean by spent the month's budget. It's just like there is like money to spend on hardware and then like backup money. Backup money doesn't get used for buying hardware. Especially when it's mediocre hardware. That gets a discount in 2 months or a month. What you gonna do with that 3080 Ti? The same thing I did with the 1080s recently. Alright, so now we're at 7600. Wait, it's worked? Did they actually, like, like, is this BIOS, like, actually good? Or, like, 2-to-1 mode? Oh my god, we're at 7600 and it's not, like, face planting immediately. So maybe these terminations are good. Because previously on this board, 7600 wasn't like, it was like it didn't get into Windows. Or this CPU's memory controller is just like way, like, is so much better than my 7950X, but I don't think so. Like, I think those terminations are legitimately very different from what they used to be. So it might be that the BIOS is like finally like set up properly for the board. Because yeah, 7600 on this board used to be rough. Do a fire strike test? With these settings, these are terrible. It'll be slow. That Proco DT is so high. I know it is. But like, it's working. For hardware? Wait, why buy a fan? Why should I buy a fan? I have... I want to know why I should buy a fan. Nah, like Arctic, like if I was gonna buy a fan, I'd probably be buying Arctic P12 Maxes. More Arctic P12 Maxes. Actually, those are more than £5, aren't they? Yeah. That's like a tube of thermal paste. I still got plenty of thermal paste. I could buy capacitors, though. I mean, it wouldn't cover the shipping for the capacitors, but I could definitely buy capacitors for £5. Why would I need a heater? I have Intel CPUs. I have so many Intel CPUs. 6200 at 2200 FCLK faster than 6400 at 2000 FCLK? 6400 2000 FCLK should be faster, generally. Like, there are some exceptions to that, but generally 6400 with 2000 FCLK should be faster. Also, for 6400, you really want to be running the FCLK at like 2133. I think Y-Cruncher 6200, 2200 is going to be faster. But the FCLK scaling on Ryzen 6, 7, like AM5 is like it is very FCLK bottleneck, but for some reason it doesn't really scale with FCLK that much. Okay, so apparently 7600 is now, like, way more stable than it used to be, so 7800? Man, this is now setting some high expectations for the hero board. Because, like, if this works at, like, 7800 or something, then, like, the hero needs to do, like, 8200. Which, like I'd be that would actually be just straight up impressive as far as I'm concerned. I'm not so sure that Zen 5 is dragged by the IO die. Like, well, maybe it probably is. In games, yes. But, like, the thing is, in, like, a lot of other things that aren't games, like, Zen 5 isn't much faster than Zen 4. Right? Like, obviously, yeah, there's, like, AVX 512 workloads that are, like, crazy fast. At least if they're not memory bottlenecked, which, again, I guess IO die bottleneck there. So... if your FCLK is too high to the point of, like, being unstable, one of the simplest tells you'll get is that you'll start having random audio cutouts. So if you have, like, choppy audio at high FCLK, it's definitely too high. Because you'll basically get, like, several milliseconds of, like, the FCLK just freezing up. Man, 7800. Am I gonna have to retract my statement about the QVL for this board being unrealistic? Asus finally fixed their BIOS? Or this CPU is like wildly OP in terms of memory control. I mean, the SCLs are really, really loose right now. Okay, 7800 still doesn't work, but... Do I really want to, like, bend over backwards to try make it work, or no? Nah, I'm lazy, man. Errors went away after I turned... Well, you can also get errors with FCLK. Like, too much FCLK will cause, like, sometimes you'll get, like, errors that aren't visible. Like, you won't... No, you'll get, like... You'll get instability that isn't, like, doesn't cause errors, and it does cause, like, weird glitching and freezing and stuff. And then if it's really unstable, it'll actually cause, like, full-on errors. But it can kind of do both. So it's, like, it is something to watch out for. Anyway, so what, you know what? I am going to try if, like, Firestrike gets better with, okay, well, that's not going to work. Some, like, tighter timings. This is way high. Actually, I think honestly, even 500 is probably fine, because it is 8i. Or TP16, L8, 32, SCL 8, 8. Oh, this is really high. This doesn't need to be that high. I mean, 24 is probably higher than it needs to be, but I'm lazy. You know what? I could just look up one of my old videos. Like, I've done this before. Like, I don't need to figure out new timings when we could just look at... I mean... Where's that DDR5 8000 video? Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, I'm always lazy with frickin'... Oh, 4 and 20. Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, these are timings for 8,000, so at, like, 6,000, I mean 7,600, they really shouldn't have any issues. Probably need to bump the VDD, though. I don't know if high voltage mode... It's an Asus board, so high voltage mode probably works. Oh, that means I could probably go for, like, 6,400. I've done 6,200 CL26 in the past. What about 6,400 CL26? It's gonna need, like, 1.8 volts or something completely stupid like that, but it would be funny. And I don't have to be worried about, like, it not being stable. Like, if high voltage mode works. DDR4 at 1.55? As long as you keep it below 50, I wouldn't be too worried about it. For posting CL26, you just need a lot of VDD voltage. That's all there is to it. Like, I have a few videos showing it on, like, a bunch of different boards, and it's always the same. Like, I just set VDD to 1.65 at 6200 to make it work. Some kits can do it with less voltage than that, but, I haven't really bothered to, like, go through my memory kits to find, like, which one does 6200 CL26 at the lowest voltage. Because the 1.65 isn't exactly difficult to cool, so, like, why bother? I was running 6200, 26, 35, 31, 30, 48 at 1.63 because of you. Sticks don't even reach 40. Yeah, exactly. Like, you have a fan on the memory sticks, like, they don't run that hot. Especially on Ryzen, because they can't even read that much. That's actually kind of, like, that's a relatively recent realization for me. Like, Ryzen is so memory bottlenecked that it can't even get the memory sticks to the temperatures that you get on an Intel system. Because, like, you just can't do that much reading or writing, I don't think. Though, I will say, above, like, I'm not sure if this is, like, memory kit or board specific. I think it probably is memory kit specific. Above, like, 1.75 volts on VDD, stability gets really bad. Also, why is the system being all laggy? Is it, like, unstable? It might be unstable. We can't run hardware info when I'm running Firestrike. My R9 290 won't go beyond 1050 core on 1.2 volts. Oh man, that sucks. That's terrible. Yeah, that's like, I mean, yeah, that's basically as bad as I think it gets. Like, wait, I think I have a R9 290X Lite Edition. There's like a Lightning, so for the MSI made Lightnings of the R9 290X, and they made two versions. They made a regular Lightning, and they made a Lite Edition. I have a Lite Edition R9 290X. I think it hard walls at like 1080 core. Like, no amount of voltage is getting it to clock any higher than that. It's terrible. I think it's on par with your terrible R9 290. Anyway, let's see Firestrike. I think this is probably going to be worse. Also, we still haven't tested the, like, turning off one of the CCDs. Now, one potential upside to running, like, 7600 2-to-1 is that you could run it at, like, very low SoC voltage, and that would give you, like, extra power for the rest of the, like, like, you might see somewhat higher boost because the CPU pulls less power out of its TDP. Because, like, at 1.2 volts SoC, the I/O die kind of chugs power. You know, it just occurred to me, I'm running the capture card at a lower than native res. I wonder if that's also upsetting Firestrike. I might briefly run Firestrike on the monitor. Just to check for that. But yeah, like, man, how I wish Firestrike would play well with modern CPUs. I mean, I guess it does make it kind of more interesting when you have to, like, figure out on an Intel CPU if you want your E-cores on or off based on how slow the GPU you're running is. Like, I think, like, 20,000 points and up, and you want E-cores on. And I think 20,000 points or lower, you might want E-cores off. Is, I think, like, the division between the two right now. It might be, maybe it's lower, it might be like 15,000 points, but definitely the GTX 960 was like E-cores off. Definitely E-cores off. Because it cost like, I think 500 points or something to turn them on, and when you're, no, not 500, it was like 200, it was like a couple hundred points. And when your GPU score is that low, that's a big deal. How bad is 1.44 flat LLC 1350 on winter water? I've not tested that high voltage on R9 290s on that much cooling, so I don't know. That sounds decent to me. Like, the fact that it, like, scales to that is, like, nice. And you're not even, like... Yeah, that doesn't seem that bad. Like, winter water, I'm assuming, like, is that below 0 or is it, like, still slightly above 0? Because if it's still slightly above 0, like, the fact that it's scaling to those kinds of settings is, like, impressive. Yeah, the power consumption is the full system power draw. Okay, so physics is about the same because it's not super memory bottleneck. Man, that graphics score is so bad. Oh boy. Anyway, I'm running it into the monitor now because the capture card also makes Firestrike run worse. So I'm like... Nah, I can't tell you everything about Tahiti because I have very limited, like, Sub-Zero experience with it. And I mainly have a lot of Tahiti. I haven't actually run a lot of it. Also, the stream today is running like garbage for some reason. I have 11.7% dropped frames, and I have no idea why. Don't you think that proc ODT might cook the RAM? No. Like, if anything, it reduces the load on the driver, like the output drivers. Well, the problem, the capture card doesn't help, but yeah, that's rough. That's terrible. Oh no, why is Ryzen so... Okay, we're, like, first we're gonna disable... you know what, we'll disable a full CCD. Maybe your ISP is struggling today? Yeah, maybe. That's also, I'm, like, streaming, like, during the middle of the day, which probably isn't helping. Alright. Where are core on-off settings? Now SMT over here. You know what, let's try turn off SMT. Also, I'm just gonna go back down to 6400, because this, like, 7600 setup obviously isn't really doing much. Alright, we have round-trip timings now. So, life can get extra difficult. Oh wait, we're at 1.43, so... Okay, yeah, that should work. Well, we have adjustable RTLs. Like, technically those timings always existed, AMD just didn't make them adjustable. I want to check TimeSpy with no SMT. So, like, TimeSpy and Vantage, you run on the, like, 16-core AMD chips, you run both of them without SMT. Is the proc ODT actually that high? Yeah, like, the board just defaults to 160, and it works. Like, it's more stable at 7600 with this BIOS than the last BIOS I used it with, so... Evidently, Insanity proc ODT is the way to go. To be fair, that, like, kinda makes sense, because, like, there is DFE on both ends of the connection as far as I know, so, like... I don't know, if the DFE is set up correctly, I guess it doesn't matter if there's a bunch of reflections or something? Actually, the funny thing is, even if you have very low proc ODT, you could still have reflections. They're just gonna have, like, a different amplitude. Like, they're... Like, as far as I know, it's, like, your reflections, if you go from, like, high impedance to low impedance, you get one, and if you do the other way, you get, like, the opposite reflection. So, like, yeah, and, like, because I kind of doubt that the board has the traces, like, impedance controlled for 160 milliohms. That doesn't really make any sense. But then again, like, there's a bunch of AM4 boards that work best at, like, 32 ohms, so, like... And I don't think those are impedance controlled for 32 ohms either, so, like, DDR is weird. It's not like, you know... Like, within my limited understanding of high-speed signaling, it's like, if I have a 50 ohm, like, connection... Then I want a 50 ohm termination at both ends and like a 50 ohm driver as well. And then there's DDR where it's like 40 ohms is optimal for gigabyte AM4 boards. And then when you look at like the, you know, it's like for different operations you have different terminations and it's like, man, and different drive strengths. So we are now in no SMT, so let's run some Vantage. I'm kind of wondering if, like, unfortunately, I don't remember what this GPU produces in terms of GPU score on the i9. So, like, because I imagine Vantage is going to be very, very Vantage is very CPU bottlenecked all of the time. Like, this benchmark is ancient, and that first graphics test is like this 1080 on the 14900K, there is a part of the first graphics test that is just like there's like 50% load on the GPU. Because it's so bottlenecked by the water I'm not even sure if it's the water simulation or what, but like there's like some kind of simulation going on. Not right now. Now we're at 300 FPS. This is GPU limited. But when it like there's a point where it drops to like 100-ish, and that's CPU limited. Yeah, you can. This is running surprisingly well. Yeah, this is really running... We had like one little dip into the 180 range and like... What? Okay, now it's dying. Wait, and it's back up again. What? This is running, like, way better than I thought it should. Okay, now I'm kinda... Man, I'm gonna have to pull out the i9 again. Ugh. This... Okay, this... I'm not sure. This scene. GT2 also has, like, several points where it gets very CPU bottlenecked, but it's not... Like, I don't remember it as clearly, like, when it happens as with GT1. GT1, it's, like, super obvious. But that was, like, a really good GT1, like, as far as I know. Like, I'm wondering, is Zen 5, like, actually good at Vantage? Just, like, not just at the physics test. Because, like, Zen 4 was already really, really good at the physics test. But like, I think this is CPU bottlenecked right now. Yeah, the stream has like 12% dropped frames. So that's what up. So like the stream is like not doing great, and I can't really do anything about that. What should I do to get TRP stable by 2 ticks? If you lower it by 2 ticks and then it's unstable, it's just too low. Like, you could try, like, massively raise the... You could try raise VDD a bunch, but I don't think it... Like, TRP I don't think scales that much with voltage. Tweak RDNA3 with some secret tool or... I don't really know, because, like, I've not looked into RDNA3, like, at all. Not because I don't want to, I just don't get sent GPU samples. Like, getting GPU samples when you're a channel that doesn't do game benchmarks, basically impossible. Honestly, I don't know how I get CPU samples most of the time. I mean, I didn't get any for 9000 series, but 9000 series sampling was, like, really rough as far as I know. You get memory samples? Yes. Lower SoC? Basically, yeah. Like, on most CPUs, if you want higher FCLK, you have to lower SoC voltage. And if you need a lot of SoC voltage for... Like, sometimes you get lucky and there are chips that'll run high FCLK even at high SoC voltage, but most chips, in my experience, run better with less SoC voltage. I really wanted to play with, like, a 7800 XT or something, or a 7700 XT. But, like, they're a bit too expensive for something that, like, I don't know how many videos I'm gonna get out of it. And, like, you know, if I want, like, dumb GPUs to buy, there's, like, GTX 1080s on eBay for, like, a fifth of the price of a 7800 XT. Man. Also, I think this GPU score is a bit low. Maybe? Like, this is a stock. Well... So, the funny thing about this 1080 classified is out of the box, it runs at like 1970 core. So, it's not very stock for a 1080. It also doesn't overclock because of that, because it like barely goes over 2 gigahertz. Just kind of disappointing. Anyway, Vantage, performance... I want to find somebody that's running like similar-ish clocks. I don't know, 14900 KS. Okay, so well, he has a memory overclock, which I don't. Wait, is this... Oh my... Wait, this might be higher than my, Oh yeah, this is actually better than my old top score for Vantage with LN2. Because I did that with a 5950X, so the CPU score is like 40,000 points lower. Also, that 5950X was really CPU bottlenecking. It only has like the GPU score is like barely better. Oh well. Like, I knew what I was doing when I did that, like... But yeah, so I just beat my top score. even though this was a 2430 core 1500 mem. This is a GTX 1080 FTW, and those so like the VRM on those blows up. So I have like I think I have 2 dead 1080 FTWs and 1 1070 FTW. All of them with dead V-Core VRM, because when the VRM blows up, they show up on eBay for like 30 quid, and then it's just like, well, it's pretty easy to fix as long as you don't ever need the card to be in like normal usable condition. So I'm not gonna do LOD, but I do kind of want to improve my score a bit. Because, like, we evidently can. But anyway, so here's the score I was comparing against. Oops. Like, I was looking at for comparison. Right, and that's like 100,000, but that's with memory overclocked. Which I'm not sure how much of a difference that makes. No, that's actually a really low memory clock. The thing is, that core is massive. Like, I can't do that on this card. That's slow. Man, I guess that's kind of comparable. This is going to be huge, isn't it? Oh, no, that's about 100K as well. Huh. Okay, well, we're going to try soup up the 1080 then. Because, I'm not sure that I'm necessarily going to bother submitting this, but, like, I just want to see. Oh, also everybody on that ranking's probably running LOD. But I don't want to run LOD. Also, I have a classified tool, so we can actually bump, like, memory voltage. Which helps. The GDDR5X, like, scales really well. It's like 1.42. I don't think 1.42 is enough for like 1500. Yeah, I don't think 1500 is gonna work, but like mid 1400s should be possible. 1250. Wait. Did I run out of memory slider when I was on LN2? Because I might have. Dude, I think I ran out of memory slider when I last ran a 1080 on LN2. Because, yeah, because 1,000 is 1,500. I literally... Oh, man, that's so stupid! Anyway, so the next time I run a 1080 on LN2, I need to find a version of Afterburner that goes, like, higher. I think 59 might be kind of optimistic for this card. 2037. Oh, no, that should run. That should run. Oh, no. I have GPU-Z set to always on top. You know what? Just a bit more. Because I don't really want to have to, like, restart the test. And you know what? I am actually going to do freaking LOD, because I don't know what the correct LOD for Vantage is, though. Where is it? Transparency, multi-sampling. Nope, that's not the right one. Replay mode all. 3? Wait, no. Something like that. That should be fine. So yeah, now we're not gonna have any textures. Also, is it Vantage that like bugs out if you... No, I think Vantage is fine. I think it's 3D11 that you need to like restart the UI. Nah, not 16-hour stream. Oh, it is Vantage that breaks. Wait, I forgot to... Because the cooler on this card kind of sucks. Your version of Afterburner does plus 2,000? Yeah, I think for 10 series, there's like some ancient version of Afterburner that's like better. Do you drink coffee or tea? Tea. I really don't like coffee. You know what? I think maybe the FPS counter in Vantage just doesn't update fast enough to catch the the CPU bottlenecks consistently. It seems to update like every half a second or something. Worth disabling SMT on a 7800X3D. I mean, if you don't need the extra multi-threaded performance, sure. It'll, like, run cooler, probably boost a bit better because of that. But if you need more, like, it depends on what you're doing, right? Like, if you run a bunch of multi-threaded stuff, then you're, like, kind of shaving off, like, 30-40% of your CPU performance. And if you mainly run, like, if you only play some very single-threaded games, then it's probably better. Yeah, 3D Mark Vantage is very, very old. I think it's for Windows Vista? And it's like DirectX 10. If I remember correctly. Wait, no. Was Vista 10? DX10? Something like that. Thanks, Micromecha UK for the 10 quid. Yeah, I think the name Vantage is as like a reference to Vista, because 3D Mark 11 is DirectX 11. And then you get like the 3D Mark like software suite, which is like Firestrike, Time Spy, blah blah blah. What else was there? Skydiver. There was like Cloud something. Speedway. There's all the new ones with the ray tracing, Port Royal. 3D11. Yeah, I know 3D11 is Win 7. But it's like 3D11 is DirectX 11. I wonder if Windows 11... Yeah, that might be worth testing to see if Win 11 is like faster or not for this. So I never played Quake or COD. Because when I was in school, we used MacBooks. So I played RuneScape. RuneScape and Cube 2 Sauerbraten, which is a open source sort of Quake-inspired arena shooter, but with, in my opinion, better movement, but it is simpler movement. Also, I did later try playing COD and like Battlefield 3, and I don't like either of them. Like, I like when it comes to FPS games, I am not a big fan of having to aim. So I like FPS games with rocket launchers and really dumb fast movement. So, like, Xenotic grappling hook mode is awesome. Or efficiency CTF or regen capture in Sauerbraten. Because efficiency, so the way the efficiency mode works, it's just CTF is capture the flag, but the efficiency mode is that everybody spawns with the same amount of ammo for like every gun in the game. So you spawn with like 10 rockets, 20 grenades, 40 machine gun rounds, 10 sniper rifle rounds, 20 shotgun shells, like, and you spawn, and the end result of that mode is that it's just, like, it's basically mainly rocket spam, because the rocket launcher, like, two-shots people. The sniper rifle also two-shots people, but, you know, you have to actually aim, whereas with the rocket launcher, also the rocket launcher has a higher fire rate than the sniper rifle. So, yeah, so it really, like, explosive spam galore, and I like it that way. Also, the fact that you spawn with 20 grenades is just, like, the grenades are really bad, so, like, it makes sense. Because they're, like, bouncy grenades. Oh, man, that is a... Wait. Damn, that's a big score. That's top 15... Wait. Yeah, that's top 15. What's the max GPU temp? 63 on hotspot. Okay, cool. So I think that's like 50 something on the core. I wonder if we could push a bit further. Just a tad. But yeah, that GPU score is bad. So Ryzen is a bit of a bottleneck for the GPU here. Which is a bit sad. So I didn't have Xbox, so I didn't get to play Halo at all. Like, I never played... Yeah, I played a little bit of Halo Infinite. I found it really bland, and that was the end of that. Because, like, I'm real... Like, the issue if you're into arena shooters is that there's, like, Quake, and everything else is dead. Right? Like, I remember from, like, 2013, 2014, like, there's always some, like, oh, this is gonna be an arena shooter, like, revival game, and, like... And then it releases, and it's dead. And then there's another one, and it's dead. And it's just like, man... Because, like, Xenotic has, like, I think, like, 30, 40 players. Sauerbraten has, like, 30, 40 players. What else did I try? I tried Toxic. Toxic is like 0 players. No why arena shoot? I don't know that it's because they take skill. Or like I'm not saying they're not skill based. But I mean, like, because, like, the thing is, like, you see people playing the other shooters, right? And, like, people get, like, really obsessed with, like, getting, like, high scores in those as well, as far as I can tell. Based on the number of people I've had, like, request that I tune their system for COD of all things. Because that's really going to make their KD better. I wouldn't know. I don't play COD. Maybe it runs at 30 FPS. Who knows? But, yeah, so, like, the thing with the arena shooters that I like is that, like, I really like Sauerbraten. which is a bit... Like, I don't like the free-for-all mode where you actually have the item pickups, because that, like, especially if you're playing it 1v1, is just... Like... Yeah, as far as, like, skill is concerned, the 1v1 free-for-all mode is like, yep, that, like, if somebody's a little bit better than you, you're just destroyed. Like, absolutely destroyed, because you spawn with a pistol and no armor. Actually, no, you spawn with a pistol and some armor so that you don't get one-shotted by the sniper rifle. Though it used to be that, like, older versions of the game, you would spawn with no armor. So, yeah, if they had a sniper rifle and they got you right after spawn, you were dead. So, you know, so if somebody's a bit better than you, they just have all of the items, they have all of the armor, and you're just getting wrecked for, like, 10 minutes straight. But the thing is, like, I never really played that mode. I primarily played Region Capture, which is just this really campy, literally campy, like, team-based, conquest mode, where you have, like, capture points. But the twist is that each capture point gives you health, gives you armor, and gives you ammo for a specific weapon. And I love that mode, and it also doesn't work unless you have, like, at least 12 players. Ideally, you want, like, 20 players on the server for that mode, because with less than that, it's just kind of, like... It doesn't really work that well, because some of the maps have, like, 8 bases on them, so, you know, if you're, like, capturing a base and there's nobody there, it gets kind of boring. Actually, some maps even have, like, 10 bases or something stupid like that. But yeah, what I love about that mode is, like, a lot of that mode is just sitting around a base with your buddies, you know, stocking up on ammo and blasting anybody dumb enough to come near it. Especially if you have, like, a rocket launcher base, it's just amazing. And then on the flip side, if you're attacking the base, right, like, sometimes, like, if there's a bunch of guys who are just like, oh, the GPU crashed. That's an interesting GPU crash right there. But yeah, like, you know, like, if there's a bunch of people who are, like, chilling a bit too hard at the base, you can sometimes, like, triple kill them with, like, just hitting them with a bunch of rockets at the same time. Or, like, really, like, rapid succession. So, like, rushing into a base, firing off a rocket into, like, a group of people standing there, and then blasting them with a shotgun or something. Like, so much fun. And unfortunately, completely not playable, because there's just not enough people in that mode anymore. But, yeah, and, like, that mode, and the reason I played that mode is because I was really bad at the game. Like, I was playing it on a freaking MacBook at, like, 30, 40 FPS on a trackpad, right? So the fact that this was like, yeah, we just stand around the base waiting for ammo and armor, and then you just bum rush somebody at a different base with whatever it is that you stocked up on, right? Like, sometimes you just get the drop on them from behind with a shotgun and just one-shot them, because at point blank, the shotgun one-shots people. Now, of course, good players in that mode would constantly be bunny hopping around whatever base they're guarding, so getting the drop on them wasn't really an option. And some bases didn't have, like, a back angle that you could attack them from, so, you know. But, like, I really liked that mode, and it wasn't, like, super skill-based or anything, in my opinion. Like, even if you were really, really bad, just throwing yourself at the point was helping the team. Because the way you actually won that mode wasn't having the, like, best KD or whatever. It was whoever controlled the most bases for the most of the match. Because every number, like, I think it might be, like, every second or something. Actually, it's less than every second, but, like, every few seconds, the bases would basically, every base that your team had captured would give you a point, and whichever team had the most bases was getting the most points. So by the end of the match, whoever had the most points was the winner, right? So even if you couldn't aim, you could always just bum rush the enemy team and be annoying. Like, you could just run at them with a grenade and just throw the grenade at yourself, right? Instead of throwing it at them. And actually, in early game, even if you're a good player, that is often, like, a good strategy, because the grenade has knockback on it. So you can, like, push people away from the base, because the base will only be capturable by, like, one person. So if you push them off the base, it immediately switches over to being, like, a neutral base like, will latch onto one, like, whoever was first at the base gets latched. So you could push people off with, like, grenades and stuff. And that was really fun. And some of those bases would also be on, like, tall buildings and stuff, so if you push them off, it takes them forever to get back up there. So that's, like, my favorite game mode ever. I've never seen it in any other game, arena shooter or otherwise. Because, like, yeah, there's other games with capture point modes, but there's no game with, like, freaking capture points that actually give you freaking rockets and grenades and ammo and armor and health. Right? Usually it's like, oh, you bring all your own supplies to the capture point, instead of the capture point actually, like, being an integral part of your game plan. It's like, because, like, I've seen games where, like, one team would, like, invest all of their effort into just holding the rocket launcher base, because the rocket launcher is the best weapon. So that's cool. They had the rocket launcher base, and they had nothing else on the map. Right? Because you could just keep throwing bodies at the rocket launcher base. So they'd constantly have to keep guarding it and not be able to actually, like, expand out onto the map. So that added, like, a nice element of strategy. But, yeah. And also, if you just wanted to, like, you know, farm KD, that mode was kind of convenient for that as well, because healing was really easy to come by. Unfortunately, that game's, like, built-in bot AI is a bit too, like, dumb to play that mode properly. Like, the bots don't guard the bases, is the main issue. They just don't do that. Like, you don't get the whole, like, real players in that mode would actually, like, stand around a base or, like, dance around a base, you know, stocking up on supplies. And then, like, strategize about what base do they want to attack next. Like, do you attack the nearest base, or do you attack the base that's on, like, the opposite end of the map so nobody's guarding it? Or you attack the base that nobody's guarding because it's the grenade base, and nobody wants grenades. Actually, in that mode, grenades are actually kind of decent on some maps. Because on some maps, the base is, like, in a room or something, right? And there's, like, a window into the... Like, the base might be inside a house or something. So if you have a bunch of grenades, you can really ruin somebody's day if they're, like, guarding the base that's inside a house. So usually the strategy for, like, dealing with that, like, the funny thing is, like, if you're new to that mode, you might, like, overcommit to, like, staying on the point when somebody is, like, throwing grenades at the point, right? The actual solution in that scenario is to let them get onto the point, and then, like, so you basically move off the point so they think they cleared it out, they come in, and then you come back in to kill them, right? Because the most annoying thing about the grenades was, like, they're bouncy grenades, so they attack without line of sight, right? And they could have 30 of them, right? So, like, what's more likely? They're gonna run out of ammo or you dying? Anyway, what do I want to do now? So we've run Vantage. Ooh, I wanted to try Time Spy. Anyway, so I really, really miss getting to play that. That was just, like, the best thing ever. And the worst part is, like, at this point, it's like, there's no way I'm ever gonna see another game have that game mode, I don't think. For a very, very simple reason. It, like, fundamentally doesn't work with, like, your typical generic, like, FPS game weapons, right? Like, if it was, instead of rocket launchers, shotguns, sniper rifles, and grenades, if the mode revolved around machine guns and pistols, it would be boring as hell, right? Like, there would be no strategy of, like, oh, we need to take this base because this machine gun is, like, 1% higher DPS or whatever. It's just... Or it's like, we take the rocket launcher base because it's on top of a tower and it literally is, like, shelling every other base on the map, which is a real concern on some maps, is that sometimes you get just an absolutely disgusting rocket launcher spawn. Or, well, rocket launcher base. And then, because the bases on some maps are, like, some maps have fixed base configurations, but some maps are, like, random. And so sometimes you get absolutely insane, like, rocket launcher on top of a hill. And then, like, other bases are just out in the open, and it's just like... Which leads to, like, I kind of enjoyed the whole, like, cowering behind a box because there's a rocket launcher base on the opposite side of the map and we're on a shotgun base. It is, like, that was kind of, like, I think most people today would say that's awful gameplay, but it was kind of fun. You know, you had that, like, kind of, like, entrenched position holding out situation where it's like, well, the guys with the rocket launchers, like, if they actually come into close range, this is a shotgun base. So we're gonna kill them. But they're also able to just kind of keep shelling the base from the safety, like, from at range. From their convenient base. But the thing is, like, in those scenarios, like, you could stock up on, like, a bunch of shotgun ammo, right? Because the rocket spam was more annoying than actually, like, really dangerous. Like, on some maps, it would actually just invalidate certain bases. But, right, I just wanted to bump the fan speed and max the power limits. But on a lot of maps, it was just, like, you had cover. So you could just sit behind a box or something, right? And you just get to listen to endless explosions as, like, a constant stream of rockets came across the map. And then once you had enough ammo, you would run around, and because they were so busy shooting rockets at your base, they wouldn't realize that somebody came up behind them with a shotgun. Oh no, I have LOD on. We can't have LOD for Time Spy. Regen capture Cube 2 Sauerbraten. I'll drop a link if I find a... Oh man, there's a video from 12 years ago. That game is old. What's wild is it got an update in, like, 2020. Man, he's playing the worst map. He's playing frickin' Face Capture, which is Facing Worlds. That's, like, Sauerbraten has a bunch of, like, remade map, like, because it's, like, a cube-based engine, so there's, like, a really powerful in-game map editor. So there's just, like, a bunch of, like, you can play Dust in Sauerbraten, like Dust 2, not Dust 1. I don't know if there's a Dust 1. I've never played Counter-Strike. I'm not having good success finding much, like, decent gameplay. Oh, there's something from Point Blank, so maybe that doesn't... Man, YouTube is being horrible. Oh, this is like 3 people playing. What a shame. Okay, well, this is probably the best gameplay I've managed to find. I had a Mac in school. I did play Team Fortress 2, though. But yeah, I don't think, like, also my parents wouldn't, like, buy me games. So, like, if it wasn't free, I couldn't play it. Like, if it wasn't free and ran on a Mac, I couldn't play it. So, like, basically, the catalog of like PC games I played when I was in middle school, high school is like very, very narrow. Anyway, I need to disable LOD. In high school, that would be like 2012 through 15? Like, Sauerbraten was literally one of the only games I played because that was, like, one of the few games I could play. I also played a bunch of Xmodo, which I think is also known as Elastomania, as I recently found out. Or at least, like, Elastomania looks extremely similar to Xmodo, so I'm assuming they're the same thing, and, like, Xmodo was just, like, the Mac version of it. Xmodo, well, maybe, but Xmodo was like, I only found out about Elastomania recently through YouTube. It changed names. Yeah, so, like, I remember, like, playing Xmodo in, like, class in school. I also got WoW working, because, like, there was WoW private servers. Why is the graphics all glitching out? That's weird. I mean, I don't really care about the GPU test anyway, but that is super weird. Let's all reset. TJ max on the X3Ds is... I'm pretty sure it's 89, not 85. 95 for the non-X3D. I had a friend who played Fallout New Vegas through Wine. But, like, back then, like, Wine was, like, super jank. Like, I never got it to work for anything I wanted to play. I did eventually, like, dual boot Windows 7 through Boot Camp. To play a bit of Need for Speed, but the problem was, like, if my parents were going to check on, like, if I'm doing homework or not, well, Windows would be very suspicious. Regent, it's like watching that's basically what it was. Like, you'd have moments where you're, like, chilling at a base, and then, you know, combat starts and it's just chaos. Like, especially once everybody ran out of the good ammo and they had to resort to, like, pistol dueling or running at each other with a chainsaw. Also, sometimes if you were bored, like, people would just, like, kill each other, like just poke each other with the chainsaw while, like, your teammates would poke each other and you with the chainsaw while just, like, standing around a point. Man, this thing sucks at time spawn. That is horrendous. That is like barely better than the 5950X was. Like 5950X. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah, no, I'm not misremembering. Okay, 5950X is like 18,000 points. Man, this is terrible. This is actually horrendous. Well, Time Spy still sucks on the Ryzen. Oh well. Vantage, like, it does Vantage. I wonder if it does well in 3D Mark 11. It probably doesn't. 3D Mark 11 is like kinda Time Spy-ish. I'll try it without hyperthreading and then without SMT and then with SMT, because technically 3D Mark 11 does scale to 32 threads, but like it is very memory sensitive and Ryzen is very bad at memory. This is the latest AGSA. Huh. So that's actually not a bad FPS for 3D11. Spoke too soon. That's horrendous. They ported Facing Worlds. Yeah, the game has like a ton of maps. That's like one of the things that like always upsets me when there's like a new arena shooter attempt and it has like 5 maps, and I'm used to like Sour Brats and having like so many maps. I don't know how many there are. Like, there are multiple pages of just region capture maps. And that's like an actual game mode. There's multiple pages of capture the flag maps. In the game. So, you know, like, some new arena shooter comes along and it's like, how many maps you got? And it's like, 5. And I'm like, what? How many game modes you got? 1? Does anybody play it? No. It's like, we got 2 game modes. Does anybody play either of them? No. Oh, wait. It's not here. Is this? Yeah, we're at 6,400. A lot of boomers. As far as I know, the boomers didn't actually play Quake. It was the, like, kids of boomers who played Quake. Like, I was kind of excited for Diabolical, and then they decided to make it Epic Game Store exclusive, which is just like, man, you really don't want your game to succeed, do you? In COD Modern Warfare 2019, I played almost literally just 1 map. Yeah, I can't do that. Like, 1 map is just like, oh, hell no. Like, I love the, environment variety. It makes the gameplay a lot more interesting when, like, things are different. But the other thing is, like, with the arena shooters, the maps get a lot of verticality, potentially, right? Because you have, like, jump pads and teleports, and there's no fall damage, so you can just go, you know, and you have rocket jumping and grenade jumping and weapon boosting, depending on the arena shooter. Sometimes you have a grappling hook, even. And then when you play, like, modern FPS games, it's like, the only way you're getting any verticality is walking up a staircase, which is probably getting camped by some guy at the top of it. How old am I? 27. CSGO players have been playing the same map for 20 years. Yeah, but I don't play CSGO. Oh my god. That is like a lot faster. Dude, I finally have a good physics score. I'm... Nothing happened. I just, like, got stuck reading, like, while thinking. Okay, let's see. What was my 3D Mark 11 score with a GTX 1080? Like, to be fair, I think the 14900K is... Wait, what? What? Man, if the one downside to this is I bet we're, like, super CPU bottlenecked on the GPU tests. Because it's a Ryzen, so, like, that's inevitable. But... let me just shuffle things around. Oh, that's ambient CPU. Okay, so this is GPU 1LN2, but ambient CPU. Okay, yeah, that's CPU ambient. And it's still 6, but... Yeah, so I have literally... Yeah, because the thing is with... You can't... Like, 3D Mark 11, like, hates E-cores or something. Why do you have so many pixels on your screen? Yeah, we're getting, like, the same physics score as a 6.5 gigahertz i9. That's wild. I bet we're, like, massively CPU bottlenecked, though. On the actual, like, GPU tests, because it's a Ryzen CPU, so... Oh, no. Well, okay, let's try actually run the full benchmark. Just at stock settings on the GPU. Actually, this doesn't run at such high frame rates. Well, then again, like, Firestrike also isn't running super high frame rates, and it really hates Ryzen. Oh boy, that coil whine. Nah, the thing with, like, the Ryzen being a CPU bottleneck is, like, it's not a hard bottleneck. It's, like, very mild. So, like, Firestrike isn't, like, it's not like there's a brick wall, a bit of which Ryzen won't get you in Firestrike. It's just that every GPU you run with Ryzen in Firestrike is a bit slower. Like, this is a 1080, right? This is ancient GPU technology right here. This is from, like... Okay, it's not ancient, but, like, it's pretty damn old. And on a 14900K, it gets 23,500 points. On the set 9950X, it gets 22,000 points. If I used a 3080 Ti... I don't know what a 3080 Ti does, so let me quickly look that up. But, like, I imagine the difference would be, like, let me just get an ambient. So a 3080 Ti does like 50,000 points in Firestrike. Well, on Ryzen, it might do like 49,000. I will test that, actually. Or, well, yeah, like, I do want to test that. But, so it's not like if you lower the res, you won't get more FPS. You will. You'll just not get as much more FPS as if you used an Intel CPU. Because, like, I remember benching, like, the 6900 XT on the 5950X. And it was, like, it was fast. Like, it was, like, over 40,000 points. GPU score. Right? So it's, like, which is literally double what this 1080 is doing, also. Did the cable move? Okay, yeah, the cable moved. Put my hand down too hard on the desk and like jostled the HDMI cable. But yeah, like I don't know what was my 3D11 for the 1080. So bad I don't think I made a submission. It's still real. Oh man, it's so bad. Wait, I think we're like mega CPU bottleneck. Oh yeah. This is like really, really slow. Of course it is. Maybe it would run better on Windows 11? I mean Windows 7? But I think we're like, it kind of looks like it might be down like 6,000 points. Anyway, we still need to test the whole, like, what if I turn off one of the CCDs? Oh, I'm really surprised that like the 3D Mark 11 score is so good. Like that is way better than I remember the 7950X being. What? And we have some interesting settings down here. Kind of makes me wonder if, like, playing with some of those wouldn't maybe fix things. Oh, there it is. Well, I wasn't expecting it to be blue. And also, like... Oh. Nah, 6600 is about UCLK. So disabling a CCD wouldn't help with that. I do wonder about like messing with some of those options though. Like it would be really cool if like something there like fixed the the massive CPU bottleneck that you get in GPU tests. That's like so lame with Ryzen CPUs, in my opinion, is just how how they're like so bad at like feeding graphics cards. I wonder if the X3D I wonder if the X3Ds like help in the 3D marks, because like funnily enough, I didn't like the problem with like say a 7800 X3D for something like 3D Mark 11 is like, okay, let's say it fixes your GPU score, but now your physics score is going to be not... Like, it's actually... The 7800 X3D is kind of wacky for 3D Mark 11 because the physics score is actually still pretty good. But for, like, Firestrike, your physics score is terrible. For Time Spy, your CPU score is terrible. And so it's like, even if it fixed... And Time Spy doesn't really have, like, a massive CPU bottleneck in the GPU test anyway. But, like... So, especially for Firestrike, it's like, well, let's say it did fix the CPU bottleneck. You still don't have a good overall score because the CPU test is now terrible. Did I try 6600? Yes, it doesn't work. It does boot, but you can't really do anything. I do kind of wish that the synthetic benchmarks were more representative of, like, actual games. Instead of, like, because, like, the 3D marks are, like, weirdly well multi-threaded compared to real-world games. Yeah, it's not posting for some reason. Well, this is concerning. I've not bothered to check the frequency. Like, here's my problem with modern, like, CPU frequency readouts, is, like, thanks to all of the wacky clock stretching functionality, you can look at a frequency that says 6 gigahertz and have performance like 5 gigahertz. So at that point, you gotta ask yourself the question, why did I bother to check the frequency if the performance doesn't match the frequency? I mean, you can get the same thing with GPUs, but... The mask thing, that's the first time I mean, like, on Gigabyte I've used it and didn't have problems. On ASRock I've used it and didn't have problems. Oh, you mean plus 200? Yeah, that's not, like, that's not gonna recover, like, 1,000 points. $45, yeah, but the problem is the 3D Mark 11 like GPU test. Like a 1080 with an i9 gets like over 30,000 points. I'm getting like 28,000 points. Now, some of that might be LOD, but I don't think most of it is LOD. $3D11 and basically linearly scaled with GPU clock? Yeah, but like this card runs at like almost 2 gigahertz right out of the box. No, I don't really sell GPUs though, especially not old rare ones. Like, I wanted a 1080 classified for quite a while. Unfortunately, on UK eBay, they, like, a lot of the ones that showed up in the past were, like, over 200 quid, which is ridiculous for a 1080. And this one was, like, 100 quid, so I have it now. Well, if disabling the CCD fixes the performance, then like processless so might be an option. If disabling a CCD doesn't fix the performance, then nothing is going to save this. Funny how, well, it's, yeah, like, the thing is, like, old, like, there's, like, an initial, like, when something gets old, the initial price drops a lot really fast. Like, 3080 Ti's went from, you know, like, over £1,000 to, like... Okay, not over no, they were, like, almost 1,000. So, you know, they went from, like, really high to, like, 500 really quickly. But after that, like, initial drop, the rate at which the price decreases significantly slows down, at some point, the price can't get any lower because the shipping is gonna just, you know, like, there's a minimum price for shipping. So, like, you're never gonna find, like, I buy a lot of, like, really low-end old GPUs because they're fun. Like, I have a bunch of HD 7770s because they're absolutely hilarious. They clock stupid high, and they have, like, wacky memory bottleneck issues and weird overclocking behavior. So I find them really fun to mess with, but they don't really get any cheaper than 10 quid. Because at less than 10 quid, you'd probably just take it to the recycler. Right? Like, you wouldn't actually try to sell it below 10 quid. Right? So, like, GTX 970s even now are, like, what, 40, 50 quid? $20C delta between cores on air-cooled Zen 4? Which Zen 4? In Linpack and Prime 95, that seems about right. I can't sell my 4870 for more than €10. The thing is, I think it's like 10 of local currency is the lower limit. What is a 970 worth? No, they're like 50, 40 quid. Is it not posting? Yeah, it doesn't seem to be posting. Is there something else you have to do other than just, like, mask off the cores? I'm pretty sure instead of buying a compatible aftermarket cooler, you could have just bought another dead GTX 470 for less than the price of the cooler. Or a GTX 480, because they use the same mounting holes. Wait, you need to disable it at stock settings? Well, that's stupid. I don't need more CPU score. I want better GPU scores. Just zip tie a CPU block to a GTX 580. It has a heat spreader. Isn't a 580 like a 300-watt GPU? They're really not that bad. GTX 480s, like, compared to modern GPUs, GTX 480s and 580s are really not that power hungry. I don't get how people were so freaked out about them. Like, I've had a GTX 680 pull over 300 watts. And then, like, the 780 Ti is actually ridiculous. The 980 Ti also gets absolutely insane. Nah, the GTX 590 is not tame. The one thing limiting the power draw of a GTX 590 is that the VRM explodes. There's a 580 Phantom on German eBay. Okay. And what, you want it? Then like buy it? I don't want one. I already have one. There are yeah, GTX 480s are actually pretty decent at ambient. And GTX 580s also, but not 570s and 470s because, well, yeah, because those, like, the 470 actually has a completely different PCB, and the 570 is like a 580 PCB with, like, two of the phases missing. I've actually blown up, like, one VRM. And I don't even really consider it my fault. It was the 6900 XT, where that, like, one power stage just up and died. That's, like, the one... Oh, wait, no, I also had the SoC phase die on the B550 Vision D-P. So, yeah, that is the only two instances of, like, power stages dying on me, on something that was already working. Because I've also blown up stuff that's, like, or like it's already broken, and I made it more broken. But, like, something that wasn't broken... Bro, I've disabled CCDs on Ryzen CPUs before, I just didn't realize you had to do it at stock settings. What card scales well on water? Polaris does. Kepler, kinda? Hawaii, probably? A bit? Yeah, Hawaii scales a bit. You don't always... Yeah, it's kind of like you don't always have to apply ECLK overclocks at stock, but at least on gigabyte boards. But usually you want to do it at stock, because if you try to do it after that, it tends to break things. Well, yeah, the Fury X doesn't scale with water. Like... Man, wouldn't it be funny if core, like, CCD on-off functionality was broken on this BIOS version? It is a beta BIOS. ECLK is still broken on gigabyte boards, so of course it is. Yeah, I think it might be completely broken on this BIOS version, so I guess I'll have to use Process Lasso to try... Oh, wait! It's booting! I mean, we could probably try running at stock. Like, I don't Yeah, the memory overclock really didn't do anything for the GPU score. Because, like, I did run Firestrike when I, like, first got the CPU. Like, it was, like, the first thing I did was, like, I want to know how it does Firestrike. And I'm like, wait, why is the GPU score so terrible? Well, now we get to figure out if it's because of scheduling issues or because of Ryzen being Ryzen. You know, the world's most overpriced 9700X right now. Yeah, I am on the 1202 AGSA. Also, I don't know if that 200 nanosecond latency is real, though. Because, like, the 200 nanoseconds, when you measure it in a synthetic, like, doesn't necessarily translate into loaded latency. Like, I'm wondering if whatever synthetic test they're using for the inter-CCD latency is, like, not waking up the Infinity fabric. I mean, like, what's gonna, like, what would you doing adjusting the scheduler now do? Because we're on a, like, single CCD setup. Also, I don't think the frame rate has changed. I think this is just inherent to Ryzen. It's just, like, it's just bad at Firestrike. I'm not buying any more Intel stuff. If somebody wants me to try more Intel stuff, they should send it themselves. I have a PO box. You want to send me an ASRock Z790i Lightning? Just ask for the PO box address, and you can send it there. You're also not getting it back. Because if it doesn't work above 7600, I want to be compensated for the mental trauma caused by Intel CPUs. I am not spending any more money on on Z790 when there's, like, ancient, irrelevant GPUs to buy. If the board's actually good, I'll just want to keep it anyway, because, like, it's a good board, right? Like, one of my intentions is, like, I'd like to have a collection of every noteworthy motherboard ever made. At least, like, overclocking motherboard. Obviously, like, there's, like, probably some wacky server boards that I don't really care about, but... well, that didn't do anything. Also, notice how the physics score barely changed. This still sucks, and this is, like, down by, like, 20%, which is hilarious. Right? Literally, we've cut the core count in half, and the score is only, like, 20% worse. Like, if this CPU scaled, which, to be fair, some of that is just, like, a limitation of Firestrike, but if the CPU scaled perfectly, if Firestrike scaled with Ryzen like Cinebench does, this would be putting out 80,000 points, not freaking 50. But also that GPU score is still terrible. So that didn't do anything. And I imagine 3D Mark 11 is also gonna still be terrible. $36K on a 13600 KF? Did you, like, disable the E-cores or something? I feel like it should be scoring higher than that. Anyway, I do have, like, an obligation. Like, I still haven't made a video with this King Bank memory kit, because I was kind of saving it for, like, the Ryzen CPUs. Right, because it's, like, a 6000 CL30 kit, so it's, like, made for Ryzen as far as I'm concerned. So, the rest of the stream is literally just going to be, like, I'm just going to punch it. Like, I'm going to try to do... we're going to try 6400 CL26. If it doesn't require too ridiculous voltages, I'll go for it. If it requires, like, insanity voltages, I'm backing off to CL28. And then I'll just, like, and that'll be the end of the stream, because I'll just let it stress test, and there'll be a video about it, like, tomorrow or something. My Vega scored 25K. Well, Vega gets kind of close to a 1080. On a 2700 non-X. I'm really bad at 3D Mark 11. Also, hi Adamant IT. He has like Adamant has like a repair channel. Yeah, general electronics repair channel. Mainly computers, but like there's GPU repair channels. His is more like not just GPUs. So I'd consider it more general, if you want to check that out. Man, the CPU test is a lot slower. There's a decent chance that I'm just bad at 3D Mark 11. But you know what? The best way to verify this is I just take the 1080 and run it with the 14900K. And if the GPU score magically fixes itself, it's a CPU problem. If it still sucks, it's a me problem. And yeah, that's all there is to it, really, I guess. I think it's mildly better than it was before. But yeah, not that, like, it's not that much of an improvement. So I don't, like, it might actually just be, like, Ryzen bad. For this. Laptop stuff, mostly. I didn't end up getting a thermal camera yet. I mean, like, I really want to... Like, it was just a random idea on my part that it would be, like, cool to have, like, a thermal camera to track, like, board temperatures as they're getting run through benchmarks. And until I find, like, a convenient solution, because I'm really lazy with, like, the actual, like, production of videos. So if it isn't something that just kind of just works and just feeds into OBS, I don't really want to deal with it. And I do have, like, boards coming in for X870 and stuff, so... Yeah, kind of... Like, I still kind of want to look into figuring out something thermal camera-wise, because I do think it would look really cool. Especially with GPUs, like, just being able to watch the board, like, heat up and cool down through the different 3D Mark tests. I think that would be cool. I don't know where it'll fit onto the onto the live streams. I'm gonna start streaming in 4K just so I can fit 4 1080p images side by side. Yeah, but the main thing is, like, I really thought it would be cool for live streams. Like, because, like, I don't know, I feel like running certain benchmarks live is just not that interesting. And so I thought it would be kind of interesting, like, it would be maybe more visually interesting if you could also watch, like, the thermal cycling of stuff as it gets loaded and unloaded through the various tests. Also, it just occurred to me that it would be really cool for showing, like, there's some motherboards with really bad power planes where you get, like, a hotspot right before the CPU socket because that's where all the current ends up going through. Like, having to squeeze through, like, a really narrow spot near the CPU socket. Thermal camera would be really cool for showing that as well. But that could even just be like a photo. That wouldn't need to be live or anything. The other thing is, like, sometimes when I'm running, like, especially when I'm running some of the sketchier cards that I have, like reference GTX 980 Ti's, it's like, I don't like dealing with, like, attaching thermocouples to things, because there's just wires everywhere, and it's like, I have enough of a cable mess on my desk without having, like, K-type thermocouples running all over it, too. And so that was the other reason that it would be like, oh, it'd be nice to have a thermal camera, because instead of having wires everywhere, I could just look at, like, vaguely what temperature is the VRM at. Because, like, I'm assuming, like, depending on the board, it might not be, like, properly calibrated or whatever, but should be good enough. So I guess clear CMOS and time to punch in memory timings, and then we'll start the stress test, and then video tomorrow. Imagine having a team of people. I actually don't like people, so I don't really see the upsides to that. Because, like, my main concern with, like, because I've had people offer to, like, edit videos for me, but then it's like, yeah, but I need to then, like, I send it off, and you, like, edit it, and then I have to, like, check if you edited it in a way that, like, I approve of. And then if I don't approve of it, you need to do stuff to... And it's just, like, we've added all this extra processing. And just, like, yeah. So I don't really like the whole... Like, if it wasn't my channel... I wouldn't necessarily care. So I have, like, considered the whole, like, oh, I could just work for somebody else, and then they can edit it, and then I don't have to, like, I'm not gonna watch it again, because it's not my problem at that point, it's their problem. So, significant differences? Yeah, like, 9000 series is, like, weirdly good at 3D Mark 11 physics. Like, way better than I thought it would be. I thought it would, like, not change, and it's, like, massively better. Firestrike barely improved. Which doesn't make sense to me, because I always thought 3D Mark 11 physics and Firestrike would be like, Firestrike is just, like, less memory bottlenecked than 3D 11. I guess that's the new branch predictor. Right? Would that make sense? Because, like, in theory, branch predictors are supposed to reduce memory memory access. Or, like, memory latency sensitivity. And 3D Mark 11 is very, very memory intensive. It's actually like a really good benchmark for memory performance if you like don't want to run IDA or something. Like, I'd rank it, like, other than the fact that, like, sometimes it just spits out weird results, like, some OS and stuff, like, but, like, if you're just comparing against, like, your own baseline, it is a really good memory performance test. If you're comparing against other people, the fact that they might be running a different OS and whatever starts kind of throwing a wrench in things. But, like, I'd consider it basically... Like, it scales with memory frequency, it scales with timings, it scales with, like, everything. It's great. Like, I think it even scales more than TimeSpy does, with memory performance. The one issue is, like, I don't think it likes E-cores, and, that's about it. Whereas TimeSpy does like E-cores, but, TimeSpy hates Ryzen's SMT, so... Actually, TimeSpy barely improved. Yeah, TimeSpy basically didn't change from the 7950X. Actually, it might be worse. And so, yeah, so like 3D Mark 11 is way up, which is huge surprise. Vantage is also like better than it used to be. Not by a massive amount, but it's like we went from like 150-ish K to 164K. So that's like 10%, you know, which is more than can be said for a lot of other things. But like 3D11 is more than 10%. I think that's almost approaching like 20, which is wild. Okay, no, I might be counting it wrong. No, yeah, like, so 3D11 is way up. Vantage is up. Firestrike barely changed. TimeSpy basically didn't change. TimeSpy is also very memory intensive, which is why I'm confused. Like, I thought, like, 3D Mark 11 is way better, so obviously TimeSpy has to be way better. And then it's like, nope. it's just 3D Mark 11 that's way better. So, yeah, very confused about that. But in other news, I finally have a Ryzen like AM5 CPU with a memory controller that does 6400 at reasonable voltages, or at all, really, because the other chips don't actually do 6400. They're never stable. Wait, they added the DiSense voltage readout for SoC voltage. That's neat. Oh, I bet Asus was getting a ton of complaints from people that the voltage was going over 1.3 volts. Because this sensor is like, if you look at it's like in the middle of the power plane or something. And the SoC power plane is really skinny. So it doesn't really take a lot of... Actually, I don't even know if it's in the middle of the power plane, but wherever the hell it is, that, like, is not a very low resistance connection. So, if it's just, like, a little bit far away from the CPU socket, it measures sky high relative to what the CPU is actually getting. So if you, like, set 1.3 volts SoC, this will read, like, 1.34. So that's probably why they added the local voltage reading, because people were probably freaking out, like, oh, because the motherboard defaults to, I think, like 1.3 or 1.28 or something. So people were probably freaking out, like, oh, Asus is, like, massively overvolting the SoC beyond the limit that AMD imposed, which is 1.3 volts. It's like, nah, they're not. They just stuffed the voltage sensor in the middle of nowhere, so it measures garbage. Anyway, does high voltage mode work on this BIOS? Wait, did I re-enable all my cores? I guess we'll find out when I get back into Windows. Enable. Actually, I want to try this. That's probably a bit low. No, this is 8i. I don't think I'm forgetting anything. $7950X can also do 8,000. You just need, like, a very specific motherboard. Though X870 might be changing that. We might have a lot more boards that do 8,000. Or at least I hope we have a lot more boards that do 8,000, because that would be cool. Doubts what? That we're gonna get more boards that do 8,000? I really don't. Like, Gigabyte almost had 8,000 working, like, on the 4-dimmers. Or even has 8,000 working on the 4-dimmers, depending on who you ask. I've never actually been successful with it, but other people have. And like Asus for the new 4-dimmers, like they're back drilling the memory traces. They got the fancy new memory slots. They might have even tweaked the actual memory topology a bit more. So, like, after doing all of that, like the back drilling definitely seems to work, because like that's all Gigabyte, or at least that's most of what Gigabyte did for the Z790 refresh boards as far as I know. And it helped there, like, a lot. So, and like, the 4-dimmers were already doing like 7600 pretty consistently, so it's like, okay, you back drill, fancy new memory slots. If they also, like, I think the Asus memory topology is not the best, but if, like, you know, so like, let's say they get a memory topology that's a bit more similar to Gigabyte, or they just figure out how to tune the boards for whatever they are doing. So high voltage mode does work. Man, it, like, this is the one thing I will give Asus credit for. I don't think I've ever had massive issues with high voltage mode on Asus boards like I do with, like, especially Gigabyte and ASRock, where it just randomly gets completely broken and doesn't work. Okay, so yeah, we're CL28. I have... Do I have all of my cores and all of my threads? Yes, all cores, all threads. Back drilling, so when they put vias into a PCB, the via is, it's not literally always, but it's basically always the same height as the entire PCB. And that creates stubs on any trace that is going from an internal layer literally anywhere else. Because your via is always the same height as the board, but the trace might start in the middle of the board and then like move to a layer that's on top of the board or at the bottom of the board. And either way, you end up with a whole bunch of extra like via hanging off of the trace. And this causes reflections, and one of the ways that you can make it less of a problem is to back drill it by literally taking a drill to the board and drilling like all of the extra depth out. Not all of it, but like a bunch of it, because if you go too far, then you'd like disconnect your trace, and then you know your board wouldn't work again. But yeah, so that's like typically, like, it's been used on GPUs for a while now. Like, GDDR6 basically requires back drilling or it just doesn't work because of the speeds it runs at. And with Z590, ASRock did back drilling on their OC Formula board. And then Gigabyte did back drilling for all of their Z790 refresh boards. And now Asus is back drilling their X870 high-end. I'm not sure about the low-end boards. But definitely, like, the ITX Strix has some back drilling. I think the ITX Strix is only back drilled on one memory channel, which is kind of whack. But it kind of makes sense. Like, if one of the memory channels is way worse than the other, then you just back drill the bad one. And, like, hopefully that gets the bad one to be at least as good as the good one. Because, you know, if you back drill both of them and one of them is, like, wildly better, you've just wasted a bunch of manufacturing time on a memory channel that didn't actually need any help. It was already good. But yeah, so, like, they're back drilling the Hero. They're back drilling the Strix ITX. I think they might be probably back drilling all of the ROG boards. I'm not sure if, like, the Prime boards are getting back drilled. They might be. And the idea behind back drilling is very simple. You get less reflections and then hopefully higher memory clocks. I do want to have a video showing... Oh, I haven't tested Max FCLK. Good point. Could you do that yourself? No, because you need to know how deep you need to drill. And if you're on an 8-layer board, you don't know, like, if you're back drilling a memory channel, unless you have the layer stack up, you do not know what layer the trace the via you're trying to drill out, you don't know what layer you have to drill it out to. And if you overshoot it, you just literally just disconnected that trace. Like, you just really screwed yourself. Also, there's a lot of vias that you need to back drill. Like, a lot of vias. Actually, I might have this already opened up. Oh yeah, I do. Because I do want to make a video about this. No. Yes. So basically, back drilling is, you see how... Okay, actually it's easier to see. So you see how all of these vias look the same? And these don't? That's because the signal vias on this one are back drilled. Also, here's why I'm like, the ITX Strix seems to only have back drilling on one of the memory channels, because it's like we got back drilling over here, but... Right, and like we got back drilling over here, but not here. So I think this memory channel, and this is actually pretty common, especially with Intel CPUs, this is like a law, at least with modern, like most of the modern ones. The outside memory channel is always best on Intel. Like, this is very consistent. On Intel motherboards, the outermost memory slot is basically always the best one. On Ryzen, I've seen it actually depend kind of on the motherboard sometimes. But yeah, so it looks like this channel was like good, and so they didn't bother back drilling it, and this one sucked, so they back drilled it. I am not sure if that actually, like, I don't know how much it helps, but that looks like what they're doing. And then if you look at the CPU socket, and I don't have the old board for comparison, but you can see how, like, some of these vias look different, right? Right, you have, like, small hole, big hole, because they came in with a drill for that one. So yeah, so Asus is now back drilling their boards. And maybe that means that, like, even a 4-dimmer can now very consistently do DDR5 8000, or it's just a bunch of marketing wank. I don't know. I haven't tested it yet. Like, one of the reasons we're testing the board I'm testing right now is because I wanted, like, some like Asus claims that the Hero should be, like, 400 megabits per second better than the ProArt that I'm using right now. We'll see about that. The ProArt Max is out at about 7600, based on today. As in 7600 actually worked, kinda. I mean, I didn't stress test it, but, like, in the past it didn't work at all, and now it, like, actually kinda ran, so I'm gonna go with, okay, they seem to have, like, figured out the BIOS situation on this board. But above 7600, it was still not very worky. So anyway, 6400 CLs to 26, I guess. Name of the previous track? I'll just link it. I should figure out some way to have the tracks, like, show up. It really annoys me how that is everybody's favorite track. Like, that is easily the most popular track I have, and I don't even like it, and it annoys me. Oh wait, he was asking about facility. Yay! I like that one, actually. Ringing one. I wouldn't really consider this one ringing, but sure. I guess we just hit it with VT3. I kind of want to try this at 1.7. Like, the easiest way to check that CL26 is stable is to set it to a voltage where it doesn't work. Right, like, because with the Hynix, the timings are very consistent in that you can just raise VDD. I'm from the UK. I also like R3, like minus R314X. That one's good. Nah, it's actually daytime right now. I'm like streaming at like normal hours for the UK. Cause like I sleep for like 8 hours pretty consistent, like 8 to 9 hours, and I stay awake for 16 to 18 hours. And you'll notice how that doesn't always add up to 24 hours. What's the result so far? I mean, we don't have results. Pro 255, sure. And Twitch is now permanently reserved for, like, mainly gaming streams. Okay, so that ran. So I guess we're going to try drop it to 1.7, which I think is a bit low for CL26 at 6400, but... Though also I said we'd test max FCLK, so let's try that. Like, I don't need a massive SoC voltage, so like, we'll do it at 6400. What do you think about Zen 5 in general? I think the price doesn't really make sense for most of them except the 9950X. The 9950X kind of makes sense because like, it kind of competes with a 14900K, but like the 9700X is like, why wouldn't, like, if you care about gaming, why wouldn't you buy a 7800X 3D? And if you don't care about, like, if you want more, like, multi-core performance, why wouldn't you just get a 14700K or 13700K or, like, you know. Chip itself, it's still bad at GPU benchmarks. Nah, it's bad at Firestrike. It's bad at Time Spy. It's good at Vantage. It might be good at 3D Mark 11. Though Firestrike is weird. Like, I think being bad at Firestrike isn't necessarily, like, super meaningful. It's just, like, annoying because I really like Firestrike is easily my favorite 3D Mark. So having to run it on Intel is not exactly, you know, something I'm happy about. AM5, any difference with 2 DIMMs versus 4 DIMMs? Yeah, 4 DIMMs clocks way worse and is way more likely to have stability problems. No, I'm just changing the memory settings so far. Like, even though this is the 9950X live stream, I haven't really we haven't done any actual CPU overclocking yet. So the thing is, we need to run an actual benchmark. Because I don't have the oscilloscope hooked up, so we can't just look at the CPU, like, freezing up. I don't like Precision Boost Override. Or Overdrive, or whatever it's called. So the Curve Shaper is just like... Oh no. Like, I will be testing that eventually, maybe not today though, because it's like been streaming like 4 hours now. And I have like the thing is, I fully, like, my experience with PBO has very consistently been that it basically doesn't make a difference. But it can cause massive stability problems. So I am not exactly in a hurry to test it out, because based on past experience, it probably won't be much faster, and it, like, I don't think it'll make a 9950X Beta 7800X 3D. It'll definitely not make a 9950X beat a 99 14900. Well, I guess for multi-core it might beat a 14900K. Yeah, PBO is generally a lot of work for a whole lot of nothing. It's Friday? Yeah, so it means I could stream 9950X, more 9950X overclocking tomorrow. Actually, no, because I need to get, like, memory stuff done. Anyway, so 37 seconds. At 2160. CCD 0 and 1 clock speeds? What do you mean by try match them? Why? I bet there's like 100 or 150 megahertz gap between them. The 9900 is probably a lot less thermally limited than the 9950X is. My experience with PBO, complete opposite on the 9950X, really? So what, you get like 18K in Cinebench? And by that I mean Cinebench 20? Because I haven't run 23 yet. I mean, I guess I'd be kind of impressed if you even managed to do like 17.5K. Oh, 23. Yeah, I haven't run 23 on this chip yet, so I don't know what it does. Can do that right now, I guess, assuming the FCLK is stable. So we need to check that first. No, I can run 23. I have 23. Does it 42K? That sounds way low. Yeah, like 42K really doesn't sound very high. That's like... Oh, 42K. Well, that's disappointing. I forgot to run White Cruncher, damn it. Dude, I'm measuring the power at the wall. The CPU is still on the stock, like, 220 watt power limit or whatever it is. I think the Infinity Fabric is falling apart because this is running really slow. Yeah, I think the Infinity Fabric is very upset. Maybe it's just my garbage OS being extremely flaky. Nah, this is 2200. And it is faster. Like, this is faster than 2166 was. So I guess it might have just been the OS being a mess. Nah, the wattage is the whole system. You know, if 2233 works, or like barely works, I'm kind of wondering, what if we were in 2-to-1 mode with like very low SoC voltage? Would it then work? Yeah, I'm not feeling it. This looks like it's having some issues. I think it just died. Yep, mouse no worky. Okay, well, I do kind of want to end the stream. Which basically means I want to get the memory overclock done, like, now, ideally. We're still at 1.2. I know, but we're at 1-to-1 mode 6400, so, like... The X870 Hero has like a radically different memory topology from the X670 Hero. Now, is that actually going to make much of a difference? I don't know. I need to test that. But physically, it is very different. So it's not the same board. I'm not saying you should go and upgrade your X670 Hero to an X870 Hero. I'm just saying it's not the same damn board. Going out of your way for an ECLK board worth it? Not really, in my opinion. Like, unless you already want a lot of features that are, like, high-end anyway, I don't think, like, if you're looking at a board like a Tai Chi, or almost a Tai Chi, right, like the B650E Tai Chi Lite, then it's like, you know, like, if you're already like, oh, I really want a postcode, I really want whatever connectivity the Tai Chi Lite has, you know, and you've got all these other requirements, and then it's like, well, you know, the Tai Chi Lite is, like, more expensive, but it also adds the ECLK, then it's like, okay, fair enough. It just occurred to me that I should have been at 2133 for 6400. Like, for a daily setup, I would really just stick to 2133. The TRP can probably go to 62. This might do 38. You know, I might just leave it at 1.75 volts. Does anybody remember how the labeling works for this? The 650 Steel Legend has no LLC controls. Really? I mean, I don't think the HDV had LLC controls either. Have you tried the B650 HDV? I have. It's not, like, mine is not as, like, incredible as some of the other ones that I've seen online. Like, I've seen people saying the HDV can, like, do over 8,000, or, like, do 8,000 pretty consistently. Mine doesn't. Do you suggest turning off C-states for AMD? I think right now there shouldn't be any reason to do that. Like, on AM4, it can help with USB dropouts, but on AM5, I'm not aware of any reason to be doing that. Yeah, well, the live mixer has, like, a different VRM is also, like, more expensive. Well, the APUs do over 8,000 on freaking 4 dimmers. Right, so it's like, oh, like, yeah, everything does over 8,000. Like, the APUs make almost everything do over 8,000. PSS, not sure. You know what, I'll just leave this on auto. I don't really care about it that much. This is, like, I'm not sure, like... I guess we could also do a quick test of the 6624 versus, like, 6420. Or, like, 4420 thing. I'm gonna have to use PyPrime for that. Oh, boy. What? No, load line calibration is for VRM. Like, that wouldn't be in the AMD standard controls. $9800X3D doesn't exist yet. Unlock 9800X3D. If they just unlock the core ratio, that would be cool. I think the 1-to-1 mode and 2-to-1 mode probably aren't comparable, because in 1-to-1 mode, the limiting factor is UCLK. And in 2-to-1 mode, it would be the actual physical, I would assume it's actually, like, the actual physical interface to the memory sticks. Right, like, because the thing is, if you actually look at, like, memory controller... Let's see if I can find an annotated I/O die diagram. Like, memory controllers are big chunks of logic. Okay, so I'm not sure. Why is this dark? Oh, whatever. But, like, if you look at this diagram here, right, you have the actual, like, interfaces, right? That's the big yellow things, labeled 240-bit DDR5 PHY. Oh, right, yeah, 2. And then you have, like, the actual, like, memory controller behind that, right? So this is the thing that actually talks to the memory sticks. This is the thing that keeps track of, like, where stuff in the memory sticks is, and, like, what is, like, what is in the queue, what has arrived, where something has to go. So for, like, 1-to-1 mode, you're basically limited by what clock this can run. And for 2-to-1 mode, you're kind of limited by what the yellow things can do. Right? And if you're on Intel, I think you're still limited by the yellow things. And the reason Intel doesn't have a 1-to-1 mode for DDR5 is that their memory controller block literally just doesn't work at that frequencies that high. Anyway, back to testing. Like, actually, there's a... I'm actually surprised that the memory controller on the I/O die of Ryzen is so small. Because if you... The Intel memory controller... is, like, it's like the size of a P-core. Which probably explains why it's so good. Okay, well, I found a diagram that's upside down, which upsets me greatly. Okay, wait, am I gonna be... Okay, I found it. And by good, like, oh, wait. Did not find it. Keep scrolling. Damn it, where is it? Oh, there we go. Oh, man, that's huge. It's probably made my stream drop frames loading this image. Oh, well, nothing's happening, so it doesn't really matter. But anyway, so here is Intel memory controller. Right? And you have, again, like, you have the physical interface along the edge of the die, and then you have this big old block for, like, controlling the physical interface. And, like, keeping track of stuff. And what's kind of interesting, it looks like, you'll notice, like, this is all L3 cache over here. And I don't know enough to say this for sure, but you'll notice that the memory controller has something that suspiciously looks like a bunch of its own, like, local memory for stuff, like, managing memory stuff. So, Yeah, also that memory controller is basically as big as a P-core, which is wild. Actually, I guess the memory controller on the I/O die of Ryzen might be about the same size as a Ryzen core, because Ryzen cores are like tiny. As far like I'm pretty sure like half the CCD is just L3 cache. Aren't those registers? Probably. Or like, well, I'm not sure. I don't know enough about like on this low a level, I don't know enough. But like your memory controller needs to actually keep track of where stuff is in memory. Right? And it would be really, really slow if like where everything is in the memory was only stored in the memory. Right? Because like imagine like requesting some data and it's like, oh, that data is somewhere in the RAM, so first we need to go and like pull a lookup table from the RAM, figure out where the thing is, and then pull the thing from the actual RAM. That would just take forever. So yeah, as far as I know, like memory controllers have like a local map of where stuff is in the memory. Or like vaguely, roughly where stuff is, because obviously the memory is absolutely huge relative to what you can actually store on a memory controller. It's actually kind of interesting. Like, it used to be that the iGPU of Intel CPUs used to like be basically half the chip. It's kind of funny how now it's nowhere near half the chip. Anyway, so yeah, I don't know enough about like the super low level of this, but yeah, like memory controllers are big. And they like, you know, and like you have like two separate things of like the thing that like controls the memory and then the thing that talks to the memory. And you can be limited by either of them, right? UCLK is the thing that controls the memory. And then MCLK is the thing that actually like that's what you talk, like the speed at which you talk to the memory. Now, a funny thing is, like, you know how on Intel I will, like, sometimes point out that, like, the 1T command rate, if you're on DDR5, isn't actually 1T, it's 2T? Well, that's because the memory controller issues commands, right? So if the memory controller is at 1 gigahertz, and your memory is at 2 gigahertz, then any command the memory controller sends is going to take 2 clock cycles on memory, right? Like, the memory controller sends a read for 1 cycle, but when it gets, like, the memory is going to see that read command for 2 cycles. Because the memory controller is, like, sending the commands. And then, like, the actual, like, data bursts are, like, those are at, like, full speed. Right? So it ends up being kind of wacky, but, like, ultimately the data comes in, gets buffered, and then, like, shoved into the cores. Like, it doesn't go, like, yeah, like, the memory doesn't connect directly to the cores, so when you send a read command, it, like, gets buffered, I think, in the memory controller? Probably. And then it gets shoved into the P-cores, through the, like, system agent, which is, like, this gray area as far as I know, and then through the ring, and then into the P-core. And that's also why, like, going from 10th gen to 11th gen, memory latency got worse, and then it got even worse with 12th gen, and even worse with 13th gen. Even though the performance keeps going up, because if you're sending just, like, single read operations, the memory controller is, like, drastically different now. And, like, IDA, and by latency got worse, I mean IDA latency got worse, because there's a big difference between sending a single read command and then actually having to read a bunch of data. But yeah, it's kind of, like, the memory controller is, like, very complicated. It's also why, like you'd think Ryzen with its, like, Ryzen 5000 has actually less memory latency than 7000 series. Not by much, but it does have slightly less latency, and it's just like... So you'd think, like, in gaming or something, 7000 series would be horrible, but it isn't. I mean, it's not, you know, I don't really consider 7000 series to even really be competitive with 12th gen, but it's not... You know, like, 12th gen destroys everything before it. Even though it has more memory latency. Except Pi Prime. Pi Prime is, like, the one thing that 12th gen does not destroy. And I guess the IDA latency test. Because, yeah, if you're just sending off, like, single read commands, that doesn't really... There's not really a lot of, like, fancy memory access optimization that can be done to that. Which is why the memory controllers can be so big. Because then you can, like, do all kinds of, like, wacky things with, like, trying to predict what parts of the memory you're going to access next before you actually need to access them. Which is probably why on Intel CPUs, if you set the TRAS, like, stupid low, Pi Prime gets faster. It's because the CPU is, like, predictively opening rows ahead of time. And then it's able to close them really quickly without even, like, actually doing anything to them. I bought the 9950X, and fortunately did not get sampled. At least I finally got a Ryzen CPU that does DDR5 6400. Okay, so like 8.1, I'm gonna try 4420 or 4416. Unbuff is Command Rate 1. Cool. With almost 200k subs. Yeah, but look how many views my videos get. And then also, like, I don't... Like, sub counts don't really mean anything. 12700k the go? Yeah, kinda. At least it's better than Zen 4 and Pi Prime. Well, the branch predictor has to help. It absolutely crushes 3D Mark 11. The 9950X does. Like, the physics test in 3D Mark 11 is really good. The GPU test seems weak, but that might be, like, me not testing it properly. The thing is, this might not be enough of a difference to really pick up, but, well, we'll see, I guess. You think upgrading from a 5600X to a 5800X would be noticeable? Really depends on what you're doing. Like, there's some games that are, like, brutally CPU bottlenecked. And then, yeah, it'll help. And then there's other games that aren't, and it won't make a difference. Yeah, but the thing is, like, sampling CPUs to, like, to YouTubers is, like, it's about selling more CPUs. Right? Like, I know, like, you know, everybody's like, oh, we want to give fair reviews and that, but, like, ultimately, if you're a CPU manufacturer, the point of sampling people CPUs is that they're hopefully going to help you sell more CPUs. It also probably doesn't help that, like, I don't go to any, like, industry events. Partially because I don't get invited, and partially because I don't, like traveling. Like, if somebody invited me to, like, Computex or something, I mean, if they were paying for the entire trip, I guess I'd tolerate it. The thing is, I don't think I would achieve anything from that. I'm not sure. Like, because, like, you know, like, it's like, oh, well, you, like, meet people in the industry and then, like, set up, like, relations and whatever and get, like, sampled, and it's just like, yeah, but I hate people, so... So, you know, that's really real, like, that's very realistic that, like, I am going to, like, meet people and go to, like, because you always see the photos from, like, oh, like, YouTuber dinner, or, like, you know, and there's, like, the parties that the various vendors set up, or at least apparently they set up parties. And it's like, I don't really want to go to that kind of thing, so, like, I don't know how that would work. And show floors are loud and obnoxious. Oh wait, I opened up wide printer. Huh, so the 6624 thing is apparently really is a thing. Maybe. That is whack. Yeah, that really looks like it might actually be a thing. Like, show floors just straight up are, like, I don't want to, like, I don't, yeah. Like, admittedly, I've only ever been to one, and that was before the channel was, like, that was just, like, as a regular member of the public. Oh, wait, maybe Pipe Rhyme is just not consistent enough. But, like, yeah, I don't know, the whole, like, dealing, like, the business side of things just annoys me to no end. I just want to test stuff. I don't want to have to talk to people and listen to their opinions. And fooled by timing myths? Yeah, like, I've always, like, the issue with a lot of the little timing adjustments is, like, sometimes the difference is so small that you can't even really measure it reliably. And then it's just whatever, like, you feel, like, you know, if you want to believe that something works, you just pretend that it does work, even if it doesn't. And then when you run the test and the variance is slightly in favor of whatever you want to believe in, it's like, yep, it's real. 5700X3D versus 5800X3D is just binning? Yes. Just get the 5700X3D. Like, it's not, like, what is it? It's like 5% lower frequency or something. It's barely any slower. Like, the funny thing is, it's not even like I hate loud places. It's just because, like, I've been to multiple hardcore show, like, metal and hardcore shows in the city that I'm in at this point. Like, I went to one, fucking wrecked my eardrums because I didn't think to, like, you know, I thought, like, oh, it's, you know, how bad could it be? I don't need earplugs, and then I couldn't hear anything for, like, 2 days. Okay, that's not true. I could hear, but, like right after the show, I basically couldn't hear anything above, I want to say 4 kilohertz. Like, I got back from the show, and, like, I noticed on the walk back that, like, I could hear the low end of a car approaching, but I couldn't hear, like, tire noise and stuff. Right? Like, I could hear the low rumble of a car, but nothing else. Like, anything, like, high-pitched was just gone. So I couldn't hear the wind, I couldn't hear, you know, anyway, so I got back, And I actually went, and you can just look up like websites that give you like a sine wave generator. And so I just did a frequency sweep, and it's like, oh, like past a certain point, like I couldn't hear anything, and then it sort of came back at around like 15 kilohertz. So like I had the very, very high end that I could still hear, and I could hear low end, and, or well, not really low end, but like there was like a great big just gap in the frequency range that I was able to hear. And also my ears were ringing, and my ears were ringing for like 2 days straight, and that just sucked. After that, I bought earplugs, and yeah, go to live shows in like relatively small venues. And those are loud as hell, right? And like, and I like to actually stand pretty close to the stage, so these are metal and like hardcore shows, so there's like a mosh pit. Got freaking like body slammed into the wall at the last one. But like, I don't, you know, like I don't mind that kind of thing. But then like having to meet people is always just kind of like, I just get incredibly nervous. And it's just, and the other thing is like asking for stuff is just like, because like, why should they send me anything? Like, I wouldn't send me anything. This is about the same. Reverb in the... Well, the other thing is, like, when you're in the small venues, they play, like, super... Like, they play really loud, and you're usually, like, right up against the speakers as well. Which doesn't help. So... Though, unfortunately, like, I just went with, like, the cheapest earplugs I could find, and they're a little bit too strong, in my opinion. Because I think they're rated for, like, minus 30 dB, and... Yeah, that's a bit much, I think. So I need to get some, like, better ones that are actually, like, meant for concerts. I mean, it's not even, like, general social anxiety, but, like... Like, it's just, like... Like, I don't, like, freeze up or anything. It's just... like, I'd rather just not have to do it. Okay, so, conclusion is this seems to be a complete wash. Yeah, this just doesn't... I guess we could try maybe test with 3D Mark 11. Ooh, actually, I wonder if the physics score is now, like, even higher. It should be, because, like, the timings are, like, tightened up more. IMC luck is pretty good. It does 6400 at, like, 1.2 volts. Oh man, the people trying to like talk the people trying to talk to you at like small venues at a concert, especially when the band is actually playing, is just like, man, I can't hear anything. And one thing I haven't gotten used to is to like talking with earplugs in. Cuz I can hear myself like kind of a lot. But like, so yeah, the whole like I'm surprised that in current, like when everybody has a smartphone, right? Even at shows, like everybody has their phone with them. Like, why wouldn't you just like write the message on your phone in like Notepad instead of trying to yell it into my ear? Because, like, I actually just can't hear anything. And then when I'm, like, trying to reply back, it's like, I don't know, do I, like, how loud do I have to speak to, like, drown out the music that, like, because... So, yeah. Well, luckily, if you're in the actual mosh pit, nobody tries to talk to you there. Right, like, if you're that far in, like, that close to the stage, it's just, like, you don't have to worry about that. Yeah, so this really doesn't seem to make much of a difference. Actually, you know what? I guess we could also test, like, A832. What, the LUL? No, I haven't tried that. The thing is like, I mean, my one experience, like, I've met with people from motherboard manufacturers, right? Like, Gigabyte flew me out to Taiwan, which I really didn't enjoy. And like, I met with some people from MSI here in the UK. And, like, having a conversation with them was, like, fine and all, but, like, I still don't get why they bothered to come all the way here. They could have just sent an email. The thing is, they don't even want feedback as far as I can tell most of the time. Like, that's like... Like, that's the issue, is, like, unless you make a video outraged about some issue and that video gets traction, nothing's gonna change. Right, like, early on, I guess, like, my like, ideal vision of, like, the future was, like, oh, I'm gonna have a, like, successful hardware YouTube channel, and it'll lead to, like, more, like, better designed motherboards or something, right? Because, like, as far as I'm concerned, the best way to end up with, like, better hardware is, like, applying external pressure, right? Because, like, I don't think, like, I've seen people be like, oh, you should, like, collaborate with a vendor or something. And it's like, all we do is make another, like, it would just be another Apex. Like, literally, it would just be another Z790 Apex board. Because, like, that board basically, or Z790 Apex Encore, because that board basically checks everything I want from a motherboard. Except the socket. It supports the wrong CPUs. But anyway, so, like, that wouldn't really... You know, but then you look at, like, the mainstream motherboards, like the Hero and, like, the ProArt, and, like, a lot of the... And how, like, the power delivery is just getting, especially AM5, like, why do we have the 110, like, the 110 amp power stages that Asus is advertising? Like, I am 99% certain they are worse in terms of efficiency than the 70 and 90 amp parts from Infineon. Okay? Like, the only thing I haven't done is, like, try desoldering those power stages to run them on, like, a test board. Because I don't think I could even buy them if I wanted to, because they're, like, special order parts for Asus, and there's, like, no public data sheets on their performance. But, like, I've tried to do comparison tests with those against some Infineon parts, and it did not go well. Like, they were running way hotter than I thought they should be, which is kind of disappointing when you have a nominal current rating of 110 amps. But the thing is like, when it comes to selling motherboards, the vendors are basically all just dealing with, like, most people don't know what a motherboard even does. Okay? So selling them a motherboard is really difficult, right? How do you make your motherboard look better than your competitor's motherboard? Hence the 110 amp power stages, which I'm pretty sure are not actually better than 70 amp parts from Infineon, but hey, bigger number, better. And also why we have, like, 18 power stages. And just, like, for CPUs that pull, like, 200 amps. Like, if you have a VRM heatsink, you could power this with a 12-phase. Or even an 8-phase if you just got a bit creative with the thermal design. Right, and like the MISC power rail on a bunch of motherboards for X870 is just completely stupid. Like, there are like the MISC power rail provides, like, we'll actually just check it right now when we run like Y-Cruncher or whatever. The MISC power rail outputs like 10 amps, maybe, at most. There are boards that have two 90 amp power stages for the MISC power rail. Freaking why? Like, actually, why? Right? Like, my ideal version of, say, the X870 Hero is, like, I would actually probably just cut off half the power... Like, we could cut half the phases off. Actually, not half the phases. Like, half the power stages could disappear. And we could probably lighten up the heat sinks a bit to bring the cost down. Ditch 2 of the memory slots. Okay, now it's turning into an Apex. Like, the MISC power rail, we could power the MISC power rail with the same thing that they had on the B650E-F Strix board. Okay, so it outputs like 8 amps here. So we'll just run 3D Mark 11 again and see what it maxes out at. And then we'll run Y-Cruncher as well, just for comparison. And it's like, it's just... Like, it's just ridiculous. And, like, the thing is, like, I'm not even convinced that if the motherboards had, like, more... Wait, the performance just tanked. Is that because I'm running hardware info? It could be a timing issue. It could also just be stuff running in the background. Relatively sane, does it? The Tai Chi could literally be missing half its VRM and it wouldn't make a difference. That's like right up there on the list of like boards that I think, okay guys, you need to freaking chill with the power stages. Oh yeah, so that was hardware info. That nuked it. Gotta love monitoring utilities. One X 60 amp MISC? Okay, that's kind of sensible. Did you read Alexander Yu's article? Yup. Like, it's a really fun read. Any tip on ODT? Whatever ODT works is best ODT. Like, this board on this BIOS is defaulting to 160 ohms proc ODT. Which sounds insane, but it works, so I'm not gonna question it. See? But, like, the stability is like... Wait, we are at 1T already. The stability's good, so I'm not gonna question it. Yeah, Prime 95 small FFTs is, like, best for max power draw, because it doesn't get memory limited. So, like, the issue is like, a lot of motherboards, because the thing is, on, say, Z790, some of the ridiculous VRMs do kinda make sense. But on AM5, like, you really don't need anything more than, like, what you get on a B650 Live mixer. In terms of, like, power delivery. And so what I find annoying about it is, like, as you go up the product stack, right? Instead of just, like, adding things that actually make the board better, you also get all of this extra cost in the form of more power stages that you're going to use at, like, 1/10 their rated capacity. Why am I paying for this? Target temperature? In Prime 95, I mean, I'd be happy if it stayed under 90. I mean, the smart power stages are cool. Like, I actually wouldn't, but the thing is, like, because the live mixer has, like, 14 DR MOSes, if I remember correctly. Like, personally, if I had a, like, high-end VRM design for, like, X870, or, honestly, I would just do it with B650. Like, the chipset doesn't matter. That's another thing, is, like, how many people just, like, it might be my sample size is biased, but, like, I get a lot of people asking about, like, X670 boards, and I'm just like, why? Just get a B650. It's like, won't the memory overclocking? No. Have you seen the chipset? The chipset connect to the memory? No, it doesn't. So how could it possibly affect the memory? But anyway, I think for... Oh, that is horrible. Oh, that is... I'm not touching that. Wait, do we still have the nitro settings? Oh, yeah. Ooh, we get to play with gain bias now. Wait, isn't this round-trip latency as well? I think it's like 1-2-0 for 1-to-1 mode usually. Actually, that might be too tight. Let's try it with 1-2-1. See if that speeds up. I mean, 8832 performed basically the same, so we'll just drop down and drop to that. X670 is a B650 chipset. Yes, that is exactly what it is. It is B650 Crossfire. But, like, so, like, for a high-end VRM, I think, like, a 10-phase on AM5 or... Because, like, I'm, like... Because the thing is, like, you don't... With the right, yeah, like, with, like, the right inductors and the right heatsink, I think a 10-phase would handle a 9950X just fine. And, like, you save on board cost. Right, and then, like, all the money that didn't just go into the frickin' power stages could go into, like, capacitors or something. So that you get, like, better voltage regulation or whatever. The audio just cut out? That might have just been the music and me shutting up at the same time. B650. The X670 is literally 2 B650 chipsets. So the way it works is your CPU has 4 PCIe lanes on it that are dedicated to chipset connectivity. So on B650, those 4 PCIe lanes connect to a B650 chipset. The end. The B650 chipset then, like, spits out USB ports and SATA ports and M.2 slots and, you know, chipset things. On X670, your 4 PCIe lanes connect from the CPU to a B650 chipset. And then, that B650 chipset connects to another B650 chipset using 4 PCIe lanes. And that is X670. That is literally X670. It's the same chipset, except now there's 2 of them. Because AMD is too cheap to actually give you a different chipset. Actually, I think Intel does. I think Intel actually probably has this figured out even better. I kind of suspect that Intel's chipsets are all the same chip, and they just, like, laser them to have different configurations at the when manufacturing them. So, like, I'm pretty sure a B660 board has the same chipset as a Z790 board. Like, the actual silicon, I think, is probably the same. And then it just has, like, an option flipped at the factory that you can't change. Where it's like, this is a B660 chipset. Therefore, you can't overclock. That's why ASRock had that little, like, upgrade card for the live mixer. Because the live mixer board, what's kind of cool about it is it takes the 4 PCIe lanes that would normally be used for another chipset, and it just shoots them into a PCIe slot. And so ASRock went and made an add-in card with another B650 chipset on it. So you can connect another B650 chipset to your B650 motherboard, and you can turn it into an X670 motherboard. Amazing. Right, and what annoys me about it is, like, if you just want, like, some reasonable connectivity, you just need one chipset. You don't need several chipsets, right? So, like, the high-end boards, like, when it's like, oh, I would like multiple X8 PCIe slots, I don't need extra chipsets. Because that has nothing, like, I want multiple PCIe slots connected directly to the CPU. I don't want extra chipsets for that. I want a bunch of M.2 slots. You can get that. Actually, I think that's the one place where X670 kind of has an advantage. Yeah, I think that's the one thing that X670 actually does that's, like, a reason to get it. But, like USB ports, you can get B650 boards with absolutely stupid amounts of USB ports. You want to postcode? You could put a postcode on a B650 board. You want an amazing memory topology? You can put an amazing memory topology on a B650 board. You want a great VRM? You could put that on a B650 board, because the chipset doesn't control any of those things, except maybe the USB ports. But that is kind of what the chipset does. And it's just like, so instead of having like we don't have like motherboards that are like really, I mean, there's the live mixer, I guess, and the B650 Tai Chi Lite. Those are both boards where it's like they go, you know, they just throw away anything that doesn't really do anything, and it's just like, just board. And so those are cool. Not a big fan of the PCIe slot layout on the B650 Tai Chi Lite, though. Anyway, what was it? Oh, right, I wanted to run 3D11 again. Did that just slow down? Oh no, that's exactly the same. So yeah, I'm really, really annoyed how we now have like power stages with just completely stupid nominal current ratings. And then, like, and the other thing is, like, I guess one of the reasons why, like, AM5 has such insane VRMs relative to the CPUs is because of LGA 1700, right? Like, imagine if the B650 Tai Chi or the X670 Tai Chi didn't have the same 24 phase that the Z790 board has. It would hurt nobody. It would not, there would be no negative consequences to that, because a 14900K can actually pull like 300 amps on ambient. Like if your water cool is 13900K, 14900K, you can actually get those chips to pull 300 amps. Like 250 amps really isn't even that difficult to do. You can do that on an AIO. So there, you know, massive insanity VRM kind of makes sense. Though usually you're going to run into problems with the board's power plane probably as well, so, you know. But on AM5, you don't need that. And it serves no purpose. But, like, from a manufacturer perspective, right, it's like, well, our Intel board has stupid massive VRM, therefore our AMD board has to have equally stupid massive VRM, because it's like in the same product position. And like from the consumer perspective, right, it's like, well, why does my AMD Tai Chi have less VRM than the Intel Tai Chi? This is like ASRock being anti-AMD or whatever. Wait. Oh. What? No, amps. No, straight up, full-blown amps. You know, I'm planning to test the VRM temps on the Hero with no VRM heatsink. Because what boards should I test it against? Oh, so 0 doesn't work. So 121 it is. You know what Ryzen Master does? I don't. I don't use automatic overclocking tools. I don't trust them. Well, no, the main reason is like I want to test, because I want to test the like the issue with the 110 amp power stages, if you test the board with the heat sinks in place, you don't know how much of the temperature is due to the heat sinks versus the power stages being efficient, right? If you take the heat sinks off, that eliminates the question of like, is the power stage really efficient, or is it just the heat sink that's really good at dissipating the heat? Because I have some like gigabyte boards. I have some, like I have the ProArt here. It would be kind of funny if the ProArt had the same VRM temp, because the power stages on this are like 70 amps. Actually, there's a slight chance that these are actually more efficient than whatever's on the Hero, because those SIC 850s, like, so the SIC 850s don't have a public data sheet, but there is a public data sheet for the 840s, and those are supposedly 100 amps, and that public data sheet is horrendous. They look absolutely terrible. Like, we now have power stages from other manufacturers that claim like over 94% efficiency at 1.2 volts output. Those don't do that, if I remember correctly. So, like, no, it looks like the auto recovery might have kicked in. Maybe not. I don't know. I'll just let it be. So this is the SIC 840. And the 840 is like the baby brother of the 850, which is what the X870 Hero uses. If you look at this performance curve here, this thing doesn't reach 92% at 1.2 volts output voltage. And like even at 600 kilohertz, it doesn't even reach 92%, which is like horrendous. For comparison, here's the monolithic MP86 monolithic power systems MP86 992, 50 amps, literally half the current rating. And then, yeah, this is expected to hit 94% efficiency at 1.2 volts. So there's like a decent chance, like if the test methodology that MPS uses is at all similar to what Vishay is doing, there's like a decent chance that the VRM on the ProArt runs cooler than the VRM on the Hero, because the Hero power stages are fucking terrible in terms of efficiency. Are you going to test the new curve shaper? Not today, but eventually yes. Okay, it's not going to recover. I don't really want to clear CMOS if I can avoid it. The efficiency graph on the SIC 840 ends at 40 amps. Yes, I know. I had the same issue with the, like, the 840 is not the first, like, annoying power stage, because Gigabyte used the SIC 820 or 810, on the first Tachyon board, and I had the same problem with that, where it's like those are also terrible. Also doesn't go past 40 amps. In fact, it almost looks like the exact same curve. It's not actually. Like this yellow line is like now. I say it's not actually, but all right, let me try line these up. Damn it. This should be lined up, right? Oh, no, they are... Yeah, okay. So this is a bit peakier. Right, this has like a more... Like, the 840 has a more gradual roll-off into infernal territory than the 820s. Anyway, so as far as I can tell, these are just kind of terrible and overrated. At least if this is accurate, these are massively overrated. But yeah, like, you know, if you slap a big enough heatsink on top of it, it doesn't really matter which power stage is like slightly more efficient than the other. But like, I do find it annoying that like we have like we now have marketing where it's like this actually doesn't, like, this doesn't mean anything. It's like, can 2200 FCLK be stable on a 7600X? Yes. Like, I think all the boards would actually be, like, better off if they just used, like, 70 amp parts from Infineon. Instead of these, like, ludicrously, like... And to be fair, the 105 amp parts from Renesas, I think, are actually... I can't show those, unfortunately. Those are very NDA'd, as far as I know. As are the 90 amp parts from them. But, like, I've had this, like, suspicion that the motherboard vendors have literally gone to the power stage manufacturers and asked for, like, higher nominal power ratings on parts that have the same efficiency. It's like, hey, instead of calling this a 90 amp part, could you call it 100 amps or 110? And it's like, sure. Is it actually better? No. But bigger number for the marketing materials. Yeah, like, I kind of suspect the 105 amp parts from Renesas are actually just 90 amp parts. Like, also 90 amp parts from Renesas, but, like, yeah, so this just... And the thing is just like, man... Like, I don't see a way to, like, avoid it, because the problem is, like, even if in a video you go, or, like, in a review you go, like, oh, this VRM is, like, massive overkill, right? A lot of people will take that to be a good thing. Which is, like... I mean, if you want to pay a bunch of extra money for something you're never going to use, I guess it's a good thing. You know, it's like imagine having, like, a massively oversized fuel pump for your car. Like, from the fuel tank to the engine, it's, like, massive fuel pump. You know, for, like, a ship that, like, needs to run on bunker oil. You're using that to move freaking gasoline. And it's like, yep, this is totally a reasonable way of doing power delivery. Like, obviously, it's bad if the VRM is too small. But there is no benefit to it being 10 times larger than it needs to be. Oh, I need to start over because all of my settings are gone. The 6624 thing did seem to kind of be better, maybe. Actually, you know, I'd like it... If it worked at 1.7, that would be cool. I'm gonna leave those alone. I don't really feel like dealing with those. I do need, like, I still haven't gotten a video, like, I haven't made a video about this King Bank kit yet, so... Build's like, yeah, but that wasn't my intention. That's why I'm so annoyed about it. Like, we went from one extreme to the other extreme. We went from, like, grossly inadequate VRMs to, like, what we have now. And it's kind of funny, because there was the same thing with Z770 and, like, Z87. Like, Gigabyte had a 32-phase Z77 board, you know, because that makes sense. And then MSI had a 32-phase Z87 board, and then everybody collectively realized that, hey, you don't need like 3260 amp power stages to power a quad core with an integrated voltage regulator. So then everybody started making crappy 4-phase boards. And crappy 4-phase boards for quad core Intel CPUs are fine. But then you get to, like, you know, the 9900K, which pulls literally double the power of the other quad cores. And yeah, this doesn't work anymore. You can't just power, like, you can't... It pulls twice as much current. And it's like... Also, while, like, in the like Skylake era, like, you could get away with VRM heatsinks that weren't actually very effective heatsinks because, again, it's a quad core. It doesn't matter. It maybe pulls 100 amps. Actually, it's not even maybe pulls. It literally pulls like 100 amps. Maybe 150 if you're really, really pushing it. Am I remembering that correctly? Yeah, like really pushing it. Like delidded with liquid metal, just absolutely, you know, smashing that 7700K. Are you impressed by the 9000 series? Not really. It like didn't fix the things that I was most annoyed with on 7000 series, which is the underperforming in GPU benchmarks. I am surprised at the 3D Mark 11 performance though. Like that's actually like really good. Just wish yeah, like the performance is, it really is like, there was, you know, like some things are a lot better and other things basically didn't change. And so then the question is like, well, is the thing I'm doing the thing that got way better, or is it one of the things that didn't change? And if you're primarily gaming, it basically didn't change. Or like you should actually just get a 7800 X3D. The X3D should fix that? Yeah, I hope so. I have interest in SSD tech. Not really. Or at all. A lot of modern open world games are literally designed with SSDs in mind. Yeah, but I'd have to play modern open world games, which I don't. Did I not give it a... Oh, I did try to lower the voltage, didn't I? Well, that was a mistake, I guess. UD9? I think for X58, those kinds of VRMs are actually very appropriate. Could you check if the 84 multiplier is working? On this motherboard? No. I am trying to do 6400 CL26. I wasn't expecting it to work at 1.7 volts. I was hoping it would, but I wouldn't expect it to. You think 9800 X3D will be much better than 7800 X3D? I don't know. Like, I really don't know. Like, maybe there's some, like, wacky interaction between the new core architecture and the extra L3 cache that leads to, like, bigger performance gains than what we saw from, like, on the regular chips. Or maybe it doesn't, in which case it'll be, like, 10% faster. No, the massive VRMs we see aren't really poorly designed. They're just like Asus still has some of the, like, the power delivery is still really good. It's just like, it's just silly. It's just like unnecessarily increasing the price of the board is my main issue with it. Because it's like I want a postcode, I want a good memory topology, I want some PCIe slots, and maybe, you know, some SATA ports, because I still have a bunch of SATA drives that I'm using. And a bunch of USB ports, and, like, I don't really want anything else, you know? The VRM doesn't have to be the world's most overkill VRM ever, it just has to not be terrible. It has to be appropriate to the platform, basically. And if you're trying to power a 32-core, like, server CPU, then, or, well, okay, those probably, if it's not overclockable, then it doesn't need a big VRM, but, like, you know, like an overclocked Threadripper or something, then yeah, I would let more phases, more better. But when it's a freaking, like, 16-core, like, when it's a 9950X or something, it's like, yeah, we really, really don't need more than one power stage per core. Like, there actually isn't any reason to go beyond one power stage per core. Or even up to one power stage per core is kind of unnecessary. Well, no, the thing about the debug displays is if they put the debug displays on the cheap boards, then you wouldn't buy the overpriced ones. Though Gigabyte and MSI both seem to be putting, like, postcodes on a lot more boards. So that's good. Yeah, that all looks good to me. Is Gamers Nexus claiming your 5090 reference PCB video? No. Optimal TRFC? On AMD, well, if it's A die, you can, like, like, at 6000, I think it goes a little below 400. On M die, it, like, doesn't go below 500, if I remember correctly. Where's the link for AHOC Discord? There isn't a public one. Either you're a patron and then you get access. There's a link on Patreon, or you subscribe on Twitch, and you have to link your Twitch to your Discord account. Oh, yeah, I used to do PCB breakdowns for Gamers Nexus, but I stopped doing them because, like, when I do a PCB breakdown for my own channel and it just goes completely off the rails, it's like, yeah, whatever. I guess I'm just not gonna get views for this one. But Steve really isn't happy if I send him an hour-long PCB breakdown. And that's another thing that annoys me, is like how I was like for the Gamers Nexus PCB breakdowns, like I actually really tried to keep them pretty close to 30 minutes, so that Gamers Nexus would just have to like slightly cut them down so that they'd fit under 30 minutes. And then there's all the comments about like, whoa, if you just edit Buildzoid, it's like, and it's like, I am holding back on the Gamers Nexus videos, like, really hard. So those videos took me way more effort to, like, produce than, like, videos for my own channel. And, like, they did pay well, but, between money and deadlines, I choose no deadlines. I am not a profit-driven individual. Like, they pay way better than, like, YouTube did back then. Like, Gamers Nexus, like, the videos I did for Gamers Nexus were easily responsible for, like, my ability to, like, start, like, early on. Like, it was like, Gamers Nexus videos were, like, important for me, financially. Did I bork the settings again? In 2-to-1 mode, it might not be going down to 6. I don't know. Oh, it does scale. Maybe some kind of weirdness with how the memory controller sends pre-charge commands. I guess I borked the settings again. Man, I should have just not bothered with turning on the Expo profile. Did I use Ryzen Master to tune SOCVD? No. Do those in the BIOS. Like, me not working for Gamers Nexus anymore is not a Gamers Nexus problem, it is a me problem. Like, I'm pretty sure if I offered Steve PCB breakdown videos, he'd say yes. Any other way to... Yeah, you could run really, like, cool the CPU a bunch. Yeah, but you might approve, but I don't. No, I want to do PCB breakdowns here. Like, I'm going to be doing PCB breakdowns for the boards that I have. For AM5. You think 12-volt high power connector? If they derate it, that'll make it better. If they drop the rating to, like, I don't know, 300 watts and just use 2 of them instead of 1. Man, okay, I need to stop trying to use the expo option, apparently. No, the problem is if, like, you promise somebody videos, like, you need to deliver. You can't just, like, show up and be like, yo, got videos, you want them? Like, that doesn't work. I think this 9800X3D will probably be more of an improvement over the 7800X3D than the 9700X is over a 7700X. I'm really hoping that Intel sends a 15th gen so that I don't have to buy one. Because, like, I also, like, there's, like, I really, really want to test an X870 Tai Chi, or, like, I want to test, like, some ASRock AM5 boards, and I have to buy those. So, like, and they're expensive. Because the EVC does allow, well, no, it doesn't. Yeah, no, it doesn't allow that. Like, it could do that, but it doesn't natively support that functionality. Also, it's kind of pointless to do that. Like, I don't really see... Yeah, like, I don't really see a point in doing that. Massman did a video where he ran a 14700K with 2 or 4 power stages. I have an X870 Hero and an X870 ITX Strix. 4090 zombie mod even feasible? 2 E-powers, 1 on each side? I've wondered about that. Like, I've wondered if you would end up with any current flowing, like, from one E-power directly into the other, because, like, if the core is in the middle between them, the core is probably the path of least resistance. Right? Like, if you intentionally connected the feedback lines of both of the E-powers a bit back, right? Like, not in the same exact spot, but, like, a little bit behind the core relative to each other, you'd have, like, some V-droop that might get kind of annoying in high load scenarios, but they shouldn't fight each other because you'd always have, like, a low voltage spot in the middle. So all the current always goes towards the low voltage spot. You'd never have, like, one side high, like... Or, I guess you could have one side feeding the other two. I don't know. I think as long as the middle was always the lowest voltage out of anywhere on the power plane, you wouldn't have problems with the E-powers fighting each other. Much. Like, you might have issues between, like, current balancing them. Like, whichever one has the least resistance is probably gonna, like, whichever one has the lowest resistance connection is probably gonna be doing most of the work. Okay, so we're back in. Let's discuss that in 50 years when 4090 sells for 50 bucks. Well, you could try it with a 3080 if you wanted to. Those also have the double-sided VRM. I wonder if Karhu runs any faster than it used to. Oh man, I hate looking at that. When it's like the same number 4 times. Like, if you're wondering why, like, the memory tests I run are like the way they are, it's like, so I can tell that it's like 2 digits, 3 digits. Oh, I'm in 2-1. Oh, god damn it, Asus. Well, since we're already in 2-1, let's see how much it nukes 3D Mark 11. It didn't really change it. It's like 500 points down. That's not that bad. Man, I really hope the Hero does DDR5 8000 or higher. That would be so cool. You plan to do 2-to-1 on the Tachyon? Yes. But Asus sent me motherboards, so those need to get done first. Like, when is Arrow Lake coming out? Wait. Okay, well, I guess I'm gonna have to send some emails. You still have a specific... Do you have a preference for a specific board vendor? Depends on the platform. AM5, I mean, X670, B650, I really like ASRock and Gigabyte. X870, I don't know yet. Z790, I hate Z790. I would prefer not using Z790, regardless of who makes it. Didn't CL26 work earlier? Why doesn't it work now? That's so weird. I swear this worked earlier, didn't it? Oh. Two-to-one mode shouldn't help CL26 though. Oh, I could do something about the boot time. I'm just not bothered to. $11.55 boards? Maximus boards. Literally any Maximus, like a Maximus 4 Gene, 4 Formula, 4 Extreme, 5 Gene, 5 Formula, 5 Extreme. Empower? Empower should be decent. But as far as I know, like, at the time, like, Asus really dominated the DDR3 era. ASRock Z77 OC formula, while good, is also impossible to find, so not really relevant. Is there anything I can do to stabilize 6400 when 1.3 SoC doesn't work? No. Not as far as I know. You're just not able to run 6400. Man, I don't feel like streaming anymore, because this is just like I could be like watching a YouTube video while waiting for this trash to post. Or reading a manga. Probably reading a manga, because YouTube these days is full of boring garbage. Depends on who you watch, but like the tech YouTubers, for the most, like, they don't, like, I don't know about you, but I don't really see a lot of very interesting content, because, like, I don't care about laptops, I don't care about phones, I don't care about cases. I do care about, like, RAM, motherboards, and CPUs and GPUs. That's, like, it, right? There's not really a lot of content in those categories. I do like watching, like, professional SC2. Some professional SC2. And by that I mean StarCraft 2. And then I like to watch, like, some car content. Dude, these post times are freaking killing me. Did I not? Like, I swear I cleared the CMOS. How is it not cleared? Oh yeah, Marco Reps is cool, but he doesn't make that many videos. What manga do you read? Kinda depends. like, I guess right now, like, the one that stands out to me would be, like, make the Exorcist fall in love. Which sounds, like, really, like, nice, but it's, like, really edgy. FMA, you mean Full Metal Alchemist? Man, I read that back in, like, high school? Yeah, I read that in high school. Because we actually had Full Metal Alchemist at the school library. I'm not gonna spoil it, though, on stream. Like... What, like, if you want to spoil it, you can just Google that. Why would you ask a random freaking chat on stream? It's not, no, the first boot after a clear CMOS takes forever. See? Have some faith in the memory training. So I didn't watch the anime, I read the manga. Right? So... like, I don't even really remember the dog hybrid thing. Read any Chinese or Korean manga? Yes. But, like, I don't remember the names for any of them. Like, I just go to r/manga and click on anything that looks vaguely interesting. If it is actually interesting, I read as much of it as is available, and if it isn't, then I just don't read it. Northern Blade... I'm not a big fan of martial arts stuff. Yeah. Like, anything with a big martial arts focus is, like, not really my thing. It also doesn't really help that with the, like, names of stuff, since I find everything through, like, r/manga, I don't tend to remember names. Like, I'll remember, like, a little piece that's, like, I'll remember vaguely what letters are in the name, roughly in what order, so that, like, when I'm scrolling through, it's like, oh yeah, that looks, like, recognizable. Which leads to the funny situation of, like, so what do you read? I don't know. Like, if it doesn't have a nice, clean English translation, I just don't remember the name. You can save a BIOS profile. I know. Okay, so this is one-to-one mode. I really don't like how inconsistent that speed meter is. Oh, I forgot to set it to 2133. Man, that's so bad. That score is. What BIOS are you on, Powell Cat? $2401. Wait, is that like the... Oh, probably the same as me then. I'll try that later. I don't want to, like, just raise it for no reason, though that is a really common thing with Asus boards, that they need a lot of VDDIO. I wonder if there's a bug in high voltage mode again. Oh, I didn't do anything about the training time. Ugh. Maybe that... What? 6000 CL24 just needs stupid amounts of VDD. What VDD voltage did you try to use? Also, what board? If you're on a gigabyte board, on some BIOSes, setting the voltage above 1.43 does not work. Tried 1.7? Did you try 1.7 at like CL30 first? Because that's usually the best way to go into high voltage, is to start at like timings for low voltage, then raise the voltage, and then check if the timings can go higher. I mean lower. Man, the score barely changed. So maybe the nitro things did actually do something. But I think CL24 probably needs more than 1.7. That's like 1.75. No, it was lazy. Well then... Oh wait, we are running 8832. You know what, let's try 6420. I don't know what the embargo is. I'm not gonna meet it anyway. Like, consider this. I could, like, bend over backwards to meet the embargo date and get basically no views, or I could not bother and get basically no views. What is the difference? Safe maximum voltage? DDR4? Well, the bigger issue, like, let's say you have Samsung B-Die on DDR4, right? The bigger issue that you're going to run into is that if you set the voltage high enough, it just gets less stable. Yeah, I can do a live stream of like a DDR5 8000 attempt after the embargo. You actually kind of figured out my plan. Aren't you clever? That's assuming the embargo doesn't align with reacting to memory timings, which it might. Because reacting to memory timings is now permanently on Mondays. Which, yeah. Is it? No, Samsung B-Die just doesn't work if the voltage gets too high. Like, above, like, depending on the memory kit, like, some of them do it really early that they stop being, like, stable at, like, 1.55. That's relatively rare. But basically, every kit of B-Die will not be, like, you won't be able to stabilize it above, like, 1.7-ish. Doesn't matter what temperature it's at or, like, any, like, literal, like, what you do doesn't matter. It will not be stable. Interesting, so I managed to make the score worse. But what if we just run it again? Maybe it's run-to-run variance? No, it is actually just worse. Well, that is interesting. Reacting to memory timings by 1 day? I would, because the whole point to me is to keep it on, like, a schedule. And it's like, I'd like it to actually stick to that damn schedule. Also, there's a decent chance that I'm not going to be done with this board by Monday, so, like... We're running so much voltage that I think that's gotta work. No, I still didn't do anything about the memory training. Ugh. You know, since this CPU does 6400, it might be interesting to testing it with Samsung memory chips. What? How did the performance get worse? The hell? Now it's like way slower. The RDLs are matched. I don't get it. Like, did raising CPU VDDIO make it slower? No, but this is like way down. We're at like 41,000 points now. Oh, now it's fast. Okay, so that was just a bad run, I guess. Okay, now we got 44,000. See, this is... Wait, so how consistent is this? I'm gonna try this setup with a 64 gig kit. Oh, dude, this is completely RNG. It's up and down by 500 points. Even on, like, good runs. I hate memory testing. Nah, PyPrime is just as bad. And also, PyPrime is very, very latency biased, whereas this should be a bit more general. Yeah, so that's just okay. VSOC is only 1.2 right now. Nah, like we could probably lower it and it'll still work. Like this chip boots 6600. So like the line for it not booting 6400 has to be like really low. I wonder if that does anything. Nah, I wouldn't say they improved the IO die quality. I'd say I just got lucky. You know, I think that 160 Proc ODT is just, like, the BIOS version. Like, I didn't check what the Proc ODT on this board is right now with 7000 series. It might also be 160. It's not my fault that distortion makes everything sound better. Have you ever seen a 7000 series chip run Proc ODT that high? No, but I've also not checked what happens with a 7000 series chip on this BIOS. If you enable Expo, is it still 160? I think so. I mean, I was using Expo earlier in the stream. Also, that 160 Proc ODT works better at 7600 than whatever the last BIOS I used on this motherboard did. Which I think was 48. Yes, Doom 2016 was very much an inspiration. Underground doom metal. I've tried to, like, I've heard of the genres, but I'm not a big fan of, like, really slow, so... Okay, so this performs about where you'd expect it to. I'd love to share music that I, like, listen to. Well, on Twitch, I play, like, music I actually listen to in my free time, not my own music. I mean, sometimes I'll listen to my own music, too, but, like, most of the time I listen to, like, other artists. And the thing is, like, I just get hit with copyright on YouTube. So, I mean, technically I get hit with copyright on Twitch as well, but there it just removes the VOD, so, like, whatever. Twitch VODs aren't getting saved anyway, so them getting muted is not really a problem. I'm not disabling power down mode just because I don't trust that all the issues that are associated with it are actually fixed. How about black metal then? Oh, I do like some black metal. I like, the thing about, like, straight up black metal is that usually the production is way too bad for me to really enjoy it. But, like, if the production isn't completely horrendous, I can go for some black metal. So, you like deathcore? Well, I literally, listen to the, So I don't listen to a lot of deathcore bands, but I do listen to Infant Annihilator. And, their latest album is, like, actually just a really good album. Their first album is just a massive stupid joke, as far as I'm concerned. But, what is it? The Battle of whatever, like, weird name thing. Actually a good album. Oh, also, like, Bring Me the Horizons, Count Your Blessings is good. Yeah, early Bring Me the Horizon is good. I mean, actually, I don't, like, even modern Bring Me the Horizon isn't that bad, but, like, I'm not a fan of the, like, really poppy stuff that they make. There are some exceptions to that, but most of it is like, nah. I mainly listen to, like, a lot of stuff that's, like, industrial-ish. So, like... Yeah, like, I like a lot of electronic elements mixed into my metal. Their last album, I mean, Egg wasn't really... Like, Egg also sounds pretty good. When did you buy your 7950X? Like, a month after launch? Oh, wait, you're talking to someone else. Oh, wait, we're at CL28 still. I guess Dr. Acula would count as deathcore. Good score. Oh yeah, that is deathcore. Yeah, the thing is, like, I listen to, like, a bunch of metalcore and industrial metal, and, cattle decapitation is just straight death metal as far as I know. Didn't go so low on 8i? Yeah, actually earlier I had it even lower than that. It's just that when you have 65k refresh interval, it really kind of doesn't matter that much. Is there a shortcut for saving profiles on Asus BIOS? Discord listed X870 and then poof gone? Yeah, they jumped the gun on the launch if they listed them already. Actually, I was toying with the idea of maybe doing a Twitch stream where I just go through just like a music Twitch stream, where it's just like music suggestions. I don't know how well that would work though, because it's not like I have a big like metal audience, so I don't know. Because I do pretty much own... Well, it's not only metal, but it's primarily metal that I listen to. So I was thinking, like, it would be cool to just, like, share some new... Like, share some of what I listen to and also take, like, viewer suggestions. And do it on Twitch so that the VOD can just disappear. Right, so we're at CL26 now, aren't we? Are we finally back at where, like, I was, like, probably half an hour ago? Yeah, because I really enjoy, like, just exploring Bandcamp. Actually, I guess we could also just do some, like, random Bandcamp exploration. Because that's legitimately how I find a lot of my music, is, like, I just go into, like, the different subgenre labels and then just click on stuff that has, like, vaguely interesting album covers, and I'm either horrified by how terrible or generic it is, or it's actually good. Okay, yeah, this is CL26. Man, if this just passes the stress testing, I'll be so happy. CL28 isn't really going to be much faster than CL30, though. You need to do manga and metal streams. How would a manga stream even work? You like Whitechapel? I've not listened to them. Like, I primarily find, like, a lot of music I find is through r/metalcore. And then, like, random... And then when I browse Bandcamp, I mainly look for... like, industrial metalcore blends. So, like, some of my favorite discoveries would be, like, Candy, which is like they're metalcore, I think. But it's like, yeah, it's a metalcore band, but they have a lot of, like, industrial elements, and their newest album is very Ministry-esque. Like, there's straight up, like, riffs that just sound like early Ministry. Yeah, like, there's just a bunch of riffs that, like, remind me of Psalm 69. Is the Amp Extreme Aero any good? I think so. Should be. I'm pretty sure that one's decent. Let me check. Meshuggah? I am not big on... They're like progressive metal, aren't they? Not really a... I'm, like, when it comes to metal, I like dumb heavy. Not really big on the super technical stuff. Unless it's also really heavy. And to me, heavy is usually, I guess, more about the mixing than it is about, like, technical skill, I guess. Though I'm not a big fan of, like, slam, because that just, like, mostly the vocals, I think, is my biggest issue with it. Like really fast stuff? I like grindcore. My favorite Pig Destroyer album is Terrifier. Which is kind of weird, because that album is, like, really, like, the original mix is, like, really up there in terms of pitch. Like, the low end is borderline non-existent, which is kind of sad. on that album. Lorna Shore has like a couple good songs, and I've tried listening to like, because I listen to a lot of music in like full albums. I've tried listening to some of their albums, and they're just not that great, as far as I'm concerned. Like, they're not that interesting. Finally understand how my wife feels when I talk about electronics. Atmospheric black metal? You know, I've been thinking that I need to get more, like, less energetic music into my daily playlist, because, like, I sometimes do want to chill, but, you know, metalhead chill, not, like, normal people chill. So it's like, I have, like, doom metal and some, like, some of the, like, more, I guess, melodic black metal stuff in my, like, Bandcamp wish list, but anytime I actually go shopping on Bandcamp, I always just end up buying, like, metalcore stuff, so... Current VDD at 1.75. Because, CL26 at 6400 is dumb and funny. Tried Acid Bath? That name rings a bell for some reason, but no. Wanna chill Linkin Park? Yeah, I have like most Linkin Park albums in my daily playlist. Or like daily playlist, like I just have like this massive playlist that's just all of the different albums that I've like collected over the years. Some of them CDs, a lot of them Bandcamp, some of them when I didn't have money because I was a kid and my parents wouldn't buy me stuff. Or like they would buy me stuff, but they wouldn't like buy me music or not online. Yeah, they wouldn't buy me music online. So there's like a good chunk of my playlist which is like it came from somewhere. Oh, what about the new singer? I've not checked the new Linkin Park. Ever heard of Combi Christ? Yes. I'm pretty sure I've listened to it. It has to come from... It came from the internet. That's where it came from. So do I just stress test it? No, I wanna try the nitro thing again. It's just not gonna post, isn't it? Well, that's where, like, my Rammstein albums are from my dad. Linkin Park albums are not from my... Actually, I got some Linkin Park albums, but, like, CDs that, like, my parents bought for me. They also bought me, like, Green Day albums. So... And I still like Green Day. I mean, there's the like disaster that was the, what was it, the Uno Dos like the 3 albums that like those are horrendous. But I actually like Revolution Radio, 21st Century Breakdown, American Idiot, and like the ones that came before that as well. But then there's like the albums between Revolution Radio and 21st Century Breakdown. Horrendous. Garbage. How did they make that? Right, I wanted to mess... Okay, you know what? We're gonna save another profile. Because 120 definitely didn't work. I think my, like, gateway to metal was, like, Slipknot. Like, to, like... Because, like, I started with Linkin Park and Green Day, but, like, heavy was Slipknot. And then from there, I discovered, Pig Destroyer. And a band that I am not gonna try... Man, this annoys me to no end. Like, it's one of my... Actually, it's not really a band. It's like a two-person project. But the name they chose is just, like... not super convenient. I'll just post it in chat. Yeah, and they're heavy as hell. Like, that is, as far as I'm concerned, that's probably the heaviest stuff I listen to. Albums like In the Constellation of the Black Widow, and actually, like, all of their stuff. Like, The Whole of the Law is heavy as hell. Actually, Whole of the Law is the album I discovered them with. And my favorite album from them... I don't really have one. It really depends on, like, what mood I'm in. Metal genre names? No, I'm talking about actual artists. Like, genres would be like grindcore, deathcore, metalcore, industrial metal, nu metal, black metal, thrash metal, power metal, which I don't like very much at all. Well, yeah, I'm aware of the various grindcore subgenres. Unfortunately, like... Oh, yeah, every... Parbs, I'm assuming you're referring to the album from, band that is, like, not... Like, we're not, like... is, like... I'm probably right. Like, that's a grindcore album. Yeah. Yeah. I actually, like, I actually listened to that in, like, high school. And honestly, somebody posted it on Reddit, on the grindcore subreddit recently. And quite frankly, it's still good grindcore. So I guess I just run stress tests now, eh? Because, like, I think the timings are... Yeah, I don't see any point in trying to push this lower. They inspired a lot of bands, yeah. So, do I start with Y-Cruncher or Karhu? Oh wait, we want to close this if we're going to run Karhu. I want to, like, get an idea of, like, what kind of bandwidth it hits, but... You go to concerts? Yeah, like, there's some local venues that occasionally have, like, metal and hardcore shows, so I go to that. Like, I recently saw Long Goodbye, along with some other bands. I was there for Long Goodbye, which is, like, a small northern UK local, like, metalcore band. The set was like, what really annoyed me is that, like, it was 4 bands, and they finished, like, I was expecting to go home at, like, 11 p.m. I was going home at 10 p.m. I was not pleased about that. Like, to be fair, Long Goodbye literally has 1 album, and it's 4 songs, so I don't know what I was expecting. And, like, some of the other, like, the other artists were, like, local. Like, one of them was local to the city. They were actually really, like, surprisingly good. Band name Scale Rate. Actually, I'm just not gonna finish that. But yeah, there was some, like, local bands. But yeah, so the show was a lot shorter than I thought it would be. Also, I, like, thought that I was gonna... So I forgot when exactly it was supposed to start. And, like, I decided to walk all the way to the venue, because it's not that far. But I thought I was running late, so, yeah, I really went, at, like, an unnecessarily fast pace, and showed up, like, unnecessarily tired. Because I was going at, like, full... Like, I wasn't running, but, like, full tilt walking for, like, 30 minutes straight. And I don't usually go anywhere, so that wasn't the brightest idea. Metalcore album? The Death of Gruntwater? Nah, that sounds more like deathcore or slam. I guess you could also, like, it could also be, like, doom metal. Well, no, not really. Max is out at 306. Yeah, I wouldn't expect it to be different because it's the same memory controller. Metalcore music is more about, like, how sad you are that your girlfriend left you. Well, it depends on what kind of metalcore, but, like, that is a lot of metalcore. So, I went to rock hammering in 2015 with some friends. And I very so, like, I remembered, like, very distinctly that there was a bunch of crowd surfing, and to our great misfortune, some dude decided to crowd surf over us, completely naked. Like, literally completely naked. So yeah, that's a memory. I mean, I didn't see, like, you know, just look away and then make sure that he doesn't, like, fall on you. But yeah, so that was fun. And the other thing is, we stood in the crowd because we were, like, Slipknot was headlining that day on that stage. Also, this ain't stable. I'm not sure why it wouldn't be stable. At least it errored out quickly. What temperature? Actually, you know what? Let's start over. I want to see what temps it's at. Well, memory. Anyway, so we basically stood for like 6 hours straight so that we would get as close to the, like, basically we were slowly moving towards the stage, right? As the like day went on. And so by the end of it, yeah, we managed to get like we were a couple people away from the barrier to the stage by the end of the day. And like the next day, my legs didn't work. Actually, walking back after the show ended, like, my legs already were, like, not very happy with me because, like, we literally just stood there for like 6 hours. I wanted to check the memory temps. Where are the memory temps? Ugh. They're not that hot. So that is interesting. Maybe the voltage is borderline? I can go 6 hours without peeing. It might not have been 6 hours, it might have been like 4. But I do remember just, like, standing in the crowd for, like, forever. So that we would get, like, really close to the stage. And I'm pretty sure I had a headache the next day. That's not like, I don't remember having a headache, but I would not be surprised if I had a headache the next day. Because, like, that's just been, like, a endless... Like, I swear, I had, like, my first really bad headache in, like, 3rd grade. And since then, it's just been, like, a thing. That, like, I'll sleep at the wrong angle, massive fucking headache. Physically exert myself too much without, like... Actually, even if I tried to drink water, like, just physically exert myself too much, massive headache. And that's kind of it, really. Is like, yeah, like, sleep at the wrong angle, headache after wake up, like, have a headache. Or do too much exercise, have a headache. Have you ever been to Wacken? No. Like, unfortunately, I wasn't at a show. So, like, I went to rock hammering and then nothing until, like, last year. And last year I went mainly because, like, a band that I've been a fan of since, like, high school was playing in the city I'm in. And the tickets were... It was free entry. That's actually the show where, like, I went with no earplugs, and it was a tiny venue, and that was a dumb idea, because my ears were ringing for 2 days straight. That day, I literally lost, like, a great big chunk of the frequency range I just couldn't hear. I told the story earlier in the stream, so... Yeah, rock hammering was really, really cool. Actually, I definitely had a headache on, like, the first or second day of rock hammering. Yeah, I remember, like, really... Yeah, like, there was definitely one day where I was, like, just... like, massive headache. Because, like, it was, you know, summer, it was sunny, so that counts into the, like, oh, too much physical exertion? I get a headache! Also, the sleeping intense. It might have been from the sleeping intense, or it could have been the sun. One of the two. Not back pain, no. Like, I get these, like, massive, just, like, headaches. I get back pain if I'm, like, bent over for too long. But, like... But that, like, goes away if I just, like, straighten out and, like, don't bend over again. But yeah, like, the headaches, like, they just build up, and then they just get worse and worse and worse, and either I can, like, lay in bed very, very still and, like, manage to fall asleep, and then the next day, hopefully, it's not still a headache. And if I can't do that, then it's just, like, painkillers. Because, like... Yeah, I get some, like, absolutely brutal headaches. And the worst part is, like, I'd regularly get them, like, in school, and they wouldn't, like, you know, and it would just, like, build up, and then I'd get home, and my parents would be like, oh, if we use painkillers on you too much, they're not going to be effective, which apparently isn't how painkillers work anyway, so, like... Ugh. Yeah, see, everybody says dehydration, but, like, drinking water never really seemed to have much correlation with how much of a headache I'd end up with. You didn't? No, I didn't change the proc ODT. Interesting that it seems to be continuously going up, though. Okay, how do you get bad posture while running? Oh, also trampolines would do it for me, sometimes. No, but I've had headaches since I was in freaking 3rd grade. Like, literally, I remember coming home from school in, like, 3rd grade with a massive headache and just, like, dying on the couch until I got painkillers. And the only thing that would help was, like, being very still. And then it would, like, fade, and then if I just moved my head ever so slightly, it would just come back full force. Massive freaking headache. Or if I, like, stood up and held my head facing towards the ceiling. Right, so, like, lean my head all the way back, that would help. That was, like either lie very, very still, or lean my head all the way back. Those were the only two things that would, like, mildly relieve it. And then painkillers. And, like, that's like the only kind of headache I've basically ever gotten. is just like absolutely killer. Like they have like a slow initial build up sometimes. So it like starts out mild, but it just keeps getting worse and worse, and at some point it's just like I'm leaning, you know, leaning my head back basically as far as it goes, basically trying to snap my neck backwards. Because like looking straight ahead is too painful. And looking down is also like not great, but like that kind of relieves it, but like mainly it was just look straight up at the ceiling. Does it vision? No, like it didn't affect anything. Well, I'd get really like if it went on long enough without me either falling asleep or getting painkillers, I'd get very annoyed at loud like noise. But not vision. Like vision didn't have problems with that. Actually, maybe I think that for a few hours I would like start like want to be in a dark room. But that might have just been to want to like to try fall asleep, because like it would go. Usually it would just go away if I just went to sleep. I'm kind of suspecting this is a TRCD problem, which was my initial reaction. I didn't really think voltage would fix it. I thought it was like initially I was like, yeah, this is probably TRCD. Cluster headache / migraine. Could be. I don't know. I never really had like looked into it. Yeah, no, it doesn't like pain in the eye. No, it like starts lower back ahead, and then it like spreads upwards for me. Like upper, like where the neck joins the, like where the neck like ends and your head begins, it would like dull pain there, and then it would just build upwards and in intensity. And it just ends with like my head feels like it's going to kill me. Anyway, now that I don't go to school, I get those a lot less. Actually, I don't know if it's a lot less, but it does seem to be, like... Because it used to be really consistent for me that if we had, like, an intense PE class, I'd get a headache after it. And, like, the class right after PE, it was, like, not that big a deal, but, like, a few hours later, and I was dying. And so it was, like, a once-a-month occurrence. That I just have a massive freaking headache. Actually, maybe not once a month. Might have been like once every 2 or something. See, I've only ever, I only ever associate those headaches with, like, physical exertion. Like, I don't think I ever got them from, like, mental stress. It was always connected to some kind of physical activity. Usually running or jumping. Oh, and then, like, waking up with my head at a weird angle, that would also trigger it. So, like, too many pillows, too big like, yeah, stacking too many pillows on top of each other, too tall pillows, sometimes just lying on the pillow at, like, a weird angle would do it. Yeah, except that I've been like that since literally 3rd grade. I mean, I think back in 3rd grade it was primarily a post-physical exertion problem. But yeah, like, I've had headaches like that for, like, forever. They're, like, less common these days, I think. I don't know, I don't really try to keep track of them. And at least these days, now that I'm an adult, I can just take the painkiller when I feel it coming on, before I feel like I'm gonna have my head explode. Right, so did I nail it? It's TRCD? Man, I love how there's, like, I'm so happy that there's, like, some timings where you can just assume if there is a stability problem, it is that timing. Talk to a medical professional about this? No. Yeah, like, if right now it usually happens because I, like, sleep at a messed up angle. Which usually is a side effect of, like, going to sleep really sleepy, right? Because if you're, like... Which I don't even know why I do that to myself. But, like, sometimes I will just decide to keep going until I can barely keep my head up. And then I go to bed. And when you're that freaking tired, you just, like, you know, you'll just kind of fall asleep in basically any physical position. And then I wake up the next day with my head, like, at some awkward angle, and it's like, oh, why do I feel a dull throbbing in the back of my skull? And then it starts getting worse. It's like, oh, great. Huh. It really does look like it was TRCD. Oh, come on! I was getting all excited about being correct about it. It's weird, though, how it, like... Nothing, and then it's like... And they just keep... Like, I guess it could be a thermal issue? I mean, I guess the easy way to eliminate, like, figure out, like... Because, like, all my other timings are pretty reasonable, right? Like, this is fine. This might be a little bit tight. These are fine. Like, we're at such a high voltage that these shouldn't be a problem. This could. This could be an issue. I'm more wondering about, like, TRP and TRAS. Because they tend to be a bit wacky. I don't think it's proc ODT doing it. It could also be rolled over at this point with that much memory voltage. I mean, I'm assuming there's some kind of training procedure that's leading to that termination adjustment. Like, if it, like, clears up now, then evidently the cast latency needs way more voltage than what I'm giving it. If it doesn't clear up, then there's some kind of other issue. Which could even be, like, too little SoC voltage, potentially. I'm really hoping that it errors out again, because then the CL26 wasn't a problem. And it would be kind of, like, I think it would be more interesting to have a CL26 video than a CL28 video. Kind of annoying how much the memory sticks cool down on a single reboot. They drop all the way from like 42 to 30. It takes forever to bring them back up to temperature. Wait, why do you need a bunch of pressure in a water cooling loop? Like, are you not getting the flow rate you need, or...? Or is this some kind of vertical setup where it needs to go up really high? Man, I really hope it errors out. If it doesn't error out, that'll be so sad, because that'll cancel my dreams of CL26. Because I don't, like, at 1.8 volts, I wouldn't run 1.8 volts. Like, I'm a bit, you know, like, 1.75 is definitely very high. But, like... I'm not, like, I've already run stress tests at 1.75 before, and I don't really see a problem with it. Whereas, going above 1.8 in the past, I've found that, like, it actually tends to make stability worse. So if it doesn't work with less than 1.8, it probably will never work. And unfortunately for me, right now, it looks like it might actually just be CL26 is too low. I mean, previously it errored out at 5 minutes, so maybe I'm jumping the gun a bit, but... New PCIe devices depend on the SoC. Kinda? Oh, look, it errored out again, and earlier this time. You know, I guess this is kind of an opportunity to test something I've been wondering about for a while. What happens if you set TRAS high and, like, just, like, and then leave low TRC anyway? Now, the issue is I'm, like, pushing the timings. Like, if I wanted to run looser timings, I think we'd already be done here. Where's the chip manufacturer? It's Hynix. It's ADI, 16 gigabit. And the memory training. Oh wait, no, we don't want hardware info. I wanted to check check 3D Mark 11. I'm kind of thinking it might not be sensitive enough to pick up whatever I just did. I have to run it multiple times though, but that was slower, like a lot slower. Okay, I think that was just run-to-run variance. Yeah, we're back up at 44K. So I'm not sure what's going on with TRC on that. This doesn't make sense. I mean, we don't know if this will be stable, so I guess let's just hit it with Karhu and see what happens. Oh, I mean, I guess, you know what, I'll test that some other day, I think. Like, intentionally setting TRC really loose, and then, like, trying a bunch of different combinations of TRC and TRP, TRAS, TRC. Actually, it won't be a bunch, it'll be like 2. It'll be very loose and very tight. And then, like, actually, no, there will be a couple, so it's, like, loose, like... Actually, I probably use the same TRP the entire time, but, like, loose TRAS, tight TRAS, and then with and without, like, loose and tight TRC. So something like 32, 30, 62 versus, like, 32, 30, 100, whatever. 120 or something. It should be slower. And then, I don't know, 32, 80, and then, like, 62. Because in theory, if TRAS and TRP are higher than TRC, they should just override the TRC value. Man, this is so boring to watch. If it's just TRAS, I'm gonna be so happy. Oh, come on! It's like 4 or 5 minutes to hit an error. Okay. Oh no, I didn't mash the delete key hard enough. Kind of feel like ending the stream here, because at this point, this is all I'm going to be doing, is just, like, slowly adjusting timings into, like, stability. Why didn't I just do a sensible, like, CL28 or something? Why is it always gotta be CL freaking 26? What MVDD are you at? 1.75. You know, I kind of wonder about the WTRL there. Yeah, I know about the batch file for the BIOS boot to BIOS thing. Like, the Proco DT setting is kind of sus. But, like, I think if it was really wrong, it just wouldn't post. At least that's what it should do. Unless the DFE is, like, getting out of control or something. And not, like... unless, like, the DFE is, like, correcting for how insanely incorrect that Proco DT is. I mean, I did have that one King Bank kit that just took me forever to tune because it, like, needed insane TRAS for some reason. Actually, it wasn't insane TRAS, it was just, like, more TRAS than I usually run. But I don't remember what it was, so... 2x32 DDR5 Ryzen. Damn it, YouTube. 6200 CL26. Yes, found it. And it was... Wait, what? Oh, that was TRP 39. Oh, yeah, that was why it was so weird. It was 2636 39. It needed, like, massive TRP for some reason. Any reason why VSOC and BIOS and Zen timings might be different for me? Yeah, voltage sensors aren't, like, super accurate. Depending on what, like, depending on what sensor you're looking at. Because there's, like, basically every board will have 2 SoC voltage sensors. One of them is absolutely useless and should not, like, I don't know why it exists. Or, well, no, I do know why it exists, but, like, it is not helpful to the average user for that sensor to be visible. And then the other sensor is actually correct. And that sensor is this sensor, which you'll notice also doesn't match Zen timings, because Zen timings, like, reads the, I think, the set voltage rather than the actual measured voltage, so... Yeah. But we also have an SoC sensor from the motherboard, and that one is wildly incorrect. That one reads way too high because it's somewhere on the power plane. Do you need... I think you mean, do you see any benefits coming from the Asus? Like, the new... memory... So the thing is, the new memory slot, like, they could help. I don't know, I haven't tested it. Like, the theory behind why they should help makes sense. How much they actually help in practice, I don't know. Even with minimal negative curve optimizer? Well, yeah, I guess? I don't know. Like, I just don't bother with PBO. Well, I especially don't bother with the curve optimizer. So, also not it apparently. So maybe that proc ODT really is out of whack. Actually, no, I wanna try this differently. Because, like, smashing the primaries is always just a matter of, like, really low VDD. I mean, really high VDD. But sometimes really high VDD causes weird things to happen, so... I'm gonna leave that at 3066. RTP is not that important to performance, so if that goes, that doesn't really matter to me. I mean, I guess there's also the option that my SoC voltage is a bit borderline. What? I probably need more than 1.2. Especially since 6600 at 1.3 is that unstable. Oh, well, I guess we'll find out. CL30 should not be a problem at 1.5 volts. What was the highest FCLK? 2200. 2233 is like complete, like it boots, but it's completely unstable. Maybe at some like very low SoC voltage it might work. But I haven't looked into that. Because I think like the chances that whatever like max FCLK configuration there is probably not actually useful in the real world. No, usually the TRDs being too low causes an outright crash, not mild errors. So this really feels like maybe just slightly not enough SoC voltage. Because I feel like if your CPU worked at like 1.18 or something, 6600 would probably work too, which it doesn't. I mean, if it was TRDs the entire time, that would be really convenient. How are you supposed to set VDDIO and VDDQ? Whatever your motherboard likes best. Also, it kind of depends on what BIOS version you're on. Like, sometimes, like, some BIOSes like low voltage, some like high voltage, same with the boards. But generally, like, if you're in 1-to-1 mode, something around like 1.3 to 1.4 is probably gonna work for both. Yeah, they don't have to be synced. If it errors out at 5 minutes again, I'm giving it more SoC voltage. Mine's set to 1.12. No, that's not bad. It's just kind of weird. What motherboard do you have? Also, what frequency are you at? Yeah, I tried that earlier. That didn't help. Like, it might be weak RDL. I mean RRDL. ASRock Lightning X670E DDR5 6000. That is really weirdly low for an ASRock board. In my experience, they usually liked higher voltages, but I don't know, maybe on the newer BIOSes something changed. Because yeah, 1.1 volts for both of those is extremely low. Like, if it works, then, like, fair enough, but, like, usually I expect them to be around 1.3 to 1.4. So maybe it really is RRDL that's the problem. They errored out in like 50 seconds when I first switched to these low voltage settings. I'm bored? Well, then why don't you leave? Man, one issue with pushing these, like, wildly new settings is, like, I really don't feel super confident. Just, like, even if it doesn't error out in, like, 10 minutes, I don't feel very confident about, like, going to bed and then waking up to, like, 50 errors. Actually, it probably wouldn't even be 50 errors. It would probably just cause the system to reset at some point while I'm asleep. My ingenious idea of starting this stream towards the end of my day was not that bright an idea. I should have, like, started doing this right after I woke up. Except I woke up at, like, 2 a.m., so it was like, man, I'd, like, streaming at 2 a.m. is, like, weird. Or is Carhu? Don't you dare error out to 5 minutes again. I'm going to be so upset. Man, it covers up the error readout. I think hardware info is slowing it down. Also, I have the Aorus skin on hardware info, even though we're on Pro Art board. Oh, also I have an Intel desktop background. Now that is not okay. We cannot have the Intel. Glorious AMD wallpaper. There we go. That'll improve the stability. Also, red makes it go faster. See? Now it's at 300 megabytes per second. Red makes it go faster. Got hardware info at 100? I don't think so. I think it's slower than that. Oh, god damn it. Why is Windows so stupid? 200. Yeah, not helping. Tried to increase the SoC voltage to 1.25. I would like to avoid doing that, but that is certainly an option I am considering. Actually, I'm not even considering 1.25, I'm considering like 1.22. Well, so it is a problem with, like, it definitely is a problem with the primaries. Because, like, all I've done is raise the voltage and lower the primaries. And we went from not erroring for 6 full minutes to this. I'll bump the SoC voltage a little bit. So, I was running like 30, 39, 36. So maybe like 26, 39, 33? Because, like, TRCD a lot of the time doesn't really scale with memory voltage. VDDP seems a bit low for 6400. Isn't it at 0.95? That should be fine. I mean, it might be a bit low, but it was fine at, like, with the looser timings, it wasn't this unstable. So I don't think that's the issue. I mean, I guess the more sensible approach, because this is, like, new CPU, like, very new, different BIOS from the last one I used, would be to, like, set up something at, like, reasonable voltages first, and then go on the full yeet path, but, like... Where's the fun in that? Also, like, from a content creation perspective, like, it's annoying if it's like, oh, look, here we have 6400 CL30, and now we have the same thing, but with more voltage, and now it's CL26. Alright, like, that's a bit lame, I think. Even though that's, like, the reality of memory overclocking, if you actually want to get anywhere in, like, without too much struggle. It's like, first you start with sensible settings, and then you get progressively less and less sensible with your settings. Instead of just, like, skipping straight to 1.75 volts. I don't need capture cards. If I need boards, CPUs, and arguably more space. Actually, not arguably. There a reason you're running RTP16? Yeah, RTP is not that important for performance, and 12... There's, like, the slimmest of chances that 12 isn't stable. And for the negligible performance loss, I don't really care about RTP. But I would probably, like, try to push it down to 12. Man, this track is too repetitive. Oh, and this one has like a... Oh, well, this one's fine-ish. Okay, actually, no, it's not. This whole album's kind of terrible. Bro, does it just need, like... .8 volts. I'm doing it. Because this is dumb, is what it is. Just do a... Yeah, but I don't... We can set it to 160. I really don't think that's going to help, though. Because on the lower voltage, 240 was fine. If it doesn't post, I should have left it on 240. No. It posted. Good. Yeah, I did set proc ODT to 160. The board evidently disagrees. I'm starting to think it's rolled over. Yeah, the stability is now way worse than it was before, so I guess CL28 is the limit. Oh, well. Yep, that is definitely 160. But yeah, this has been my experience in the past with like high voltage on DDR5 is like either it works before 1.8 or it just doesn't work at all for stability. If you're just benching, you can get away with some really dumb stuff, but otherwise, nah. Yeah, it has evidently decided that 240 is best. And Pro Art board have a different memory topology? I don't think the X670 boards, I think, are probably all the same. No, it would be kind of interesting to make a chart of, like, minimum voltage for CL26 across, like, a variety of frequencies. Very tedious, but interesting. I mean, I guess depends how you would test it. If you're not testing for full stability. The thing is, when you're not testing for, like, relatively rigorous stability, you end up with this awkward situation of, like, did I just get lucky with it passing, or... Oh wait, I already opened up timings. This gotta work. 1.65 is really a lot for CL28 at 6400. I think CL28 at 6400 is looser by a bit than 26 at 62. Yeah, it is. It's like a full tick looser. Right, like CL27 at 6400 is the same thing as CL26 at 62. Then again, these DIMMs might suck. Like, I didn't check if they do 6200 at CL26 and like 1.65. So they might like need a lot of voltage for CL26 at 6200. High VDD is borderline broken what? Like, it doesn't post on some boards or what? I mean, I'd still be happy with 6400 CL28. It's not like it's really any slower than CL26 is. It's just, I think it looks more impressive when you have like a thumbnail that's like 6400 CL26 instead of CL28, but whatever. And I really hope the Hero actually works at like 8000 or higher. Especially if it works above 8000, that would be sick. Like 8200 or something. It would be wild to have a 4-dimmer doing that. On a non-APU. Okay, I think if this makes it to 10 minutes, I'm gonna end the stream. Anything much above 1.45 VDD stable on 9000 series? Really? That doesn't really make a lot of sense. Man, I'm still not sure if buying the 9950X was the best idea. Like, of all the Ryzen 9000s, this is, other than the X3Ds, this is the only one that, like, has any... Like, you can run some 3D marks on it, and it's, like, good for the CPU test in them. I guess there's also some multi-core benchmarks that you can run on it. But, like, I was also toying with the idea of just getting a 9700X for memory testing. But the 9700X is like a dumb CPU. It's so expensive. And it's like not really much better than a 7800X3D or a 7700. Like, it's a worse gaming CPU than a 7800X3D. And it's not really much faster than a 7700. Unless you have some very niche use case. Which is just like... if I want to put a CPU on LN2, the last thing I want to do is delid it. Why not get an APU? Because those are even dumber. They're actually just bad. Like, I've mentioned this before, but I don't really enjoy memory overclocking. I do memory overclocking because the default memory settings are bad. Not because I like running memory tests. How much did it cost? £600. Keep resetting CSM to disable. What? That sounds like a motherboard issue. No, I'm assuming he has a GPU that needs CSM to work, and it keeps getting disabled so it doesn't work. Oh wait, you're... It keeps enabling CSM. You would have to update it to a UEFI compatible BIOS, which if it's not available, if there isn't a BIOS that's like UEFI compatible for that GPU, you're just kind of screwed. Like if you have an old GPU, it probably just doesn't support UEFI. And so it needs CSM to work. Is the BIOS modded, perhaps? Because a lot of modded BIOSes won't have UEFI support. Because, like, technically you can mod the BIOS and then patch the UEFI support, but if you don't patch the UEFI support and mod the BIOS, then you don't have UEFI support. So, and since it's a 5700 XT, you could just go to Tech Power Up and, like, find the correct BIOS for the card. Yeah, if you mod the BIOS, though, it'll break the UEFI support, I think. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is if it's, like, some questionable mining BIOS, then, like... Man, so I'm just not gonna get to have CL26. I guess with this kit, I'm not gonna get to have CL26. I could try the other kits. I am finally now in the position where I can say I have a lot of DDR5. Thank you, King Bank, for that. I have like 4 King Bank DDR5 kits. I have 1 G-Skill. 4 Corsair. Technically, the thing is, a bunch of them are Hynix 16 gigabit M-die, so they're not exactly useful. 1 Kingston. I think the G-Skill kit is probably the best one I have in terms of CL to voltage ratio. Yeah, like I think it's like 50 millivolts better than the Kingston kit. I haven't really man, the thing with like testing kit, well, I don't like testing RAM. That's the issue. Like, I don't get excited at the prospect of like I wish I knew which of the kits was like exactly how much better they were in terms of cast latency. But I don't want to sit there and like lower the with the memory kit on some like timings, and then lower the voltage by 10 millivolts and see if it runs, and then lower it by 10 millivolts and see if it runs, and lower it by 10 millivolts and see if it still runs, and like that just sounds like a massive pain. Resilient? Nah, I'd say more just patience. Like, yeah, like, I can sit there and wait for things very, very reliably. Like, this isn't even, like, I haven't spent much time on this, and I don't have to do anything. Right? Or, like, I don't have to do much. I just wish I could, like, do this kind of testing in, like, bulk. Because, like, theoretically, you could run, like, a whole bunch, like, there's a, Gamers Nexus did a tour of, like, the AMD campus, and, they showed off, like, a setup where it's, like, racks of systems just running memory stress tests, and it's like, yeah, I wish I could have that. Instead of the current situation where it's like, if I want to bench GPUs, I first need to, like, get stuff, like, if I want to switch what system I'm, like, messing with, like, I can have, like, 2 systems set up at the same time. But I'd like to have, like, I don't know, 10? Okay, 10 might be a bit much, but, like, it would be kind of nice to have at least, like, two that were, like, that weren't in the way. That's, like, the main issue, is, like, this is really, like, the way the setup is set up. It's not super convenient. As it is right now for, like, stress testing. Because, like, you could have, like, an Intel and an AMD at the same time. Actually, well, I don't get sent enough boards, but if I was getting sent more boards or more memory kits, and it's like, you know, being able to run, like, 2 AMD systems, 2 Intel systems at the same time on stress tests, and then have, like, another system that I could, like, actually, like, do fun things with, like bench old irrelevant GPUs. Oh boy, that would be so nice. It would also take up so much space. Because I'd want the memory stress test to have, like, each of them to have its own monitor. It doesn't need to be a big monitor, but, like, I don't want it to be in a situation where it's like, oh, it errors out and it's, like, headless, so you don't know until you, like, check it over the internet or something, and then it's like, oh, it errored out, like, 6 hours ago. It's like, I could have changed the setting. Like, adjusting the settings doesn't take that long. Alright, so just having it as, like a wall of stuff that's running in the background, and then just occasionally glancing at it to check that it is still running. I guess you could even, like, set it up to, like, well, actually, Cargo has a beep on error option. So you could just have it beep at you when it errors out. There to assistance? No, I don't want assistance. I don't need assistance. I don't like dealing with people. I could do this myself easily. I just need more space. No, but if it's one monitor, then, like, it needs to constantly switch which freaking system it's looking at. Right? Like, I want multiple monitors so that I can see all of the mem tests from 4 different systems at the same time. I mean, I guess you could just feed them all into, like, a capture card and then, like, combine the output of that. But then that's a 5th system. I mean, I guess that could be, like, a little ITX box, so that's, like, an 80... Actually, you could probably run, like, a 4750G or something. Yeah, because that is an 8-core CPU, isn't it? Yeah, you could have, like, a 5700G or a 5600G, a capture card, and that would just, like, monitor the test systems. The thing is, like, while, like, these fantasies of, like, oh, I could test so much stuff at the same time is, like, yeah, and, like, who does, like, the thing is, like, who does that even help? Like, most people don't know how to turn on their XMP profile, so, like, producing massively more memory overclocking content really doesn't serve much of a purpose. You could use a KVM switch. How would that solve the issue of I need to see all the different output display streams at the same time? Remote desktop. Isn't that... That's basically the capture card solution, except now we have networking involved instead of just HDMI cables. Yeah, more monitors. That would be my solution, is have 4, like, each system has its own monitor, and the keyboard can be KVM'd, but I want to have all of the stress tests visible at the same time, so if there's an error, it doesn't, like, take more extra time to find it. Or KVM switches that can auto cycle. Cool. I still think the capture card into a 5th system would actually be cheaper than the KVM setup, especially if you're me and you, like, have heaps of, like, I have motherboards. I have RAM for, like, days. I don't have infinite power supplies. But, like, so basically the only cost to, like, the capture card setup would be a capture card. And, like, a CPU, maybe. But you can get, like, a cheap CPU pretty... Yeah. Like, you could get, like, a second... Actually, it doesn't actually need to encode video. It just needs to display the output of the capture card. So, it doesn't even need to be a good CPU. I guess you could also, like, it could also be, like, an endless live stream of, like, look at these memory stress tests. I don't think that would actually be all that useful. Unless people were popping in on the stream to, like, copy the timings down on the systems that have been running for, like, 24 hours. It's like, oh, this one's stable, copy the settings before it gets replaced. Capture cards are nice until... Well, the keyboard could be on a KVM, right? Because, like, once I see the error on the capture card, I can just use the KVM to, like, connect to the correct system. And then go from there. Because the other thing is, like, that way I could have all of the systems onto, like, a big 4K monitor, which would just kind of look sick, right? It would look like some like, control center, where you just have all of these, like, memory stresses just stacked on top of each other on one giant screen. Would also make, like, also if I had, like, insanely high production values, it would be, like, a cool backdrop for, like, memory overclocking videos. You know, because that's realistic for me to do that. Why are you setting read to read same dim to 1? Program send an alert or error instead of trying to monitor everything directly. Well, yeah, if you were like really, really big scale, but I think with just 4 systems, just periodically checking in on them would be fine. Well, at least I think I'd be fine with that. If I didn't like it, I could obviously like look into making it more automated. Why are you shooting RDRDSD on single rank? Do you own a chiller phase? No, I don't, unfortunately. I wish I did, because there's like certain things that it would be super useful for, but I don't, because they're like bulky and kind of expensive, but mostly bulky. Actually, didn't LTT make a video about like a USB dongle that's like a remote keyboard thing? Could use one of those. So the water, like the thing is, like for experimenting with really tight temperature control, the water chiller is better. Right, because with a water chiller, if you want to keep the water like slightly below ambient, it'll do that really well. Whereas phase change, you the temperature's kind of all over the place. Depending on the heat load. Is the new version of Karhu up yet? I remember reading about that there's going to be a new version like ages ago, and I kind of like completely forgot about it. Trying to get it out in October. Oh, cool. So I'm not like I was worried that I'd have to like update it too. You drink alcohol? No. I'm guessing Karhu is more of a hobby project than an actual, like, I don't know, maybe you have some, like, industrial customers, but, like, to me it really seems like a hobby project rather than some, like, professional grade software. Which I appreciate. If Karhu had, like, a significantly more bloated UI, like a certain other stress testing utility, I would never use it. It's like one of my least, like Hardware Info has an excuse for having a UI that's as, like, complicated as it is. Like, Hardware Info does, like, everything. But then there's, like, other utilities which just, like, try to replicate Hardware Info functionality when it's like, I just want to damn stress test. With, like, a run test button and maybe some configuration options. And then, like, a performance readout is also nice to have. You know, I'm not really concerned about this erroring out at this point. Timings are sensible. Evidently, it just really didn't like the very high voltages, which is like, okay, that's not too surprising, seen that before. Oh, I remembered where I've seen that before. I tried to do 6200 CL24. Which needs absolutely ludicrous VDD. And so it doesn't work. You know, I should probably include a link to Ycruncher and Karhu in my memory overclocking video descriptions. Also a link to TestMem 5. I'd like to also include a link to HCI, but like buying the HCI software these days is like not easy. So like I don't really see much point in doing that. It's just not effective. I've had it catch things that like other... Well, the issue is like, I'm not sure if it caught something that a different stress test missed, or just the extra runtime meant that it caught something. But like on Intel, I've regularly had it like catch errors after running like a bunch of other things, and then I tried to run HCI and it errors out. It's like, oh, I passed TestMem 5, I passed Karhu, I passed Ycruncher, let's try run HCI overnight. Wakes up next day, oh, there's 3 errors. Where did those come from? By effective, I meant it takes too long to catch an error. So the thing is, like, some errors are just, like, inherently gonna take forever. Especially with like DDR5, it's been my experience that especially if you're in like 2-to-1 mode at high speeds. Sometimes it takes like 16 hours. Consistently, it takes 16 hours. It doesn't really matter what you run. It takes like 10 to 16 hours before you get an error. Which is why I gave up on doing DDR5 8000 with Intel CPUs. Because the errors didn't stop. They just kept getting later and later and later. So first, it would error out in like a few seconds. And then it would error out in a few minutes. And then it would error out in a few hours. And then it would error out in a few days. And then I decided no more. I did a lot of my Intel memory stress testing through the winter. So, you know. It kind of... it wasn't really replacing the heater, because the flat does get cold. Or, like, I get cold. Pretty easily. Which is kind of funny, because I actually, like, I prefer cold weather to warm weather. But, like, if it gets... But I do get, like, I get cold pretty quickly if I'm not doing anything. So, yeah, so it's like, so the Intel system would be providing some heat, and then I'd, like, also turn on the heater based on, like, if it's too cold or not. It didn't really offset the heating bills, it just, like, did something useful with the electricity that would otherwise have gone into the electric heaters. Well, I wish I could say it did something useful, but it didn't actually generate any good content, so... Though I have a suspicion that one of the reasons the flat feels so cold is that, like, winter, like, the UK is really damp, and so, like, in winter, it's not just cold, it's also, like, it's humid cold, which is so much worse than, like, dry cold. And now I have a dehumidifier, which both produces heat and makes the air drier. So that should help, I hope. I think I left it on default. Oh no, I have it enabled. Gear down mode on. I mean, I've left it turned on. I haven't tried turning it off. It would be a bit faster. Actually, no, so, gear down mode on is always slower, but more stable than gear down mode off. Dry heat is still better than wet heat. Like, I've been to some tropical islands in the past, and, like, nothing hits, like, a humid 28 degrees Celsius. Nothing, like, I guess, like, 30 plus at the same humidity would be worse. But, like, you get off the plane, or you get out of the airport, because the airport's still air-conditioned, right? You get outside, and it's like 28 degrees, and like some insane humidity, and it's just like it's like being a snowman in the summer, because you're just immediately drenched. Or at least I am. So I just looked up the like weather in Taiwan right now. On Google. Wait, it doesn't have the... Man, that... Alright, so like right now it's 25 degrees, 92% humidity. Yeah, so like they have humidity numbers that are like 70 to 80% at temperatures of like 31 to 27 degrees for the next several days. Like, that sounds like absolute death. Actually, I don't think it sounds like absolute death. I was there. It was hot and humid. It was death. That's like the main reason I wouldn't ever want to live there is just like you walk outside and it just feels like melting. How people, well, I mean, like, you know, before modernness, living in an environment where you couldn't freeze to death would actually be really convenient. Right? Like, imagine prehistoric humans before, like, before, like, good clothes and stuff were invented. Like, if you lived on an island that was basically 25 degrees, you're, like, all the, like, you know, like 25 degrees plus minus, I guess, 5 degrees or something, the whole way around the year, like, that would actually kind of rule. You don't really need clothes, because it's never going to be cold. So, like, I'm not surprised that there's, like, people living in places that have, in my opinion, absolutely horrendous weather. I don't think my sleeping really changes based on humidity. Or temperature, for that matter. No, actually, if it's really cold, I sleep more. Have you seen those 13950X HX VGA desktop chips on AliExpress? Yep, I've heard of those. Thinking of sticking one on the Z790 ITX board for a laugh and seeing what it can do. I'm pretty sure they run like hot garbage with DDR5, because the little interposer that they use is not ideal. High humidity plus temp. Yeah, well, high humidity plus high temperature just makes existing horrible. So that's yeah, being awake sucks, sleeping sucks, doing anything sucks. I think it depends on what you consider hot, but I do find that if the room is too cold, sleeping gets difficult. And by too cold, I mean probably 18 degrees or something. Yeah, below 18 degrees is really not great as far as I'm concerned. Because then it's oh, you accidentally stick a limb out from beneath the blanket, and it's oh, I'm awake now because my hand is freezing to death. Or my foot is cold, wake up because foot is cold, hand is cold. I guess it doesn't, from the inconvenient thing for me is that I'm really tall, so the blanket is a bit short, the bed is a bit short. So optimal sleeping is when it's just warm enough that you can stick out hands and foot or something out from under the blanket and it's fine, but not so warm that you're you know, you need to go and get a thinner blanket. Because I like my blankets with some weight to them, not super heavy ones. I remember there was some hotel I was at once where the blankets were just lead weights. Not a fan. There, as far as I'm concerned, the optimal temperature for absolutely everything is 22, 23 degrees Celsius. What? No, I'm Czech and I live in the UK. Just went to international schools my whole life, which is why my English sounds the way it does. I don't know that I would consider the Czech Republic Eastern Europe. More Central Europe. Nice thick dog. I don't think I've ever slept with either of those material. Yeah. $26? Nah, that's way too warm. Like, 26 is the territory of, like, I start taking my shirt off. "28 is like, I am no longer willing to wear a shirt." Unless it's outside. Do you weight train? No. Like, 26C is, like, nice when you get out of the shower and it's, like, not cold. But, like, honestly, 26 is, like, up there temperature-wise. CL26, yeah, it doesn't work, unfortunately. It needs, like, it needs too much voltage to be stable. The only thing we've seen trains is memory sticks. Pretty much. Yeah, like right now the room is like 20, 23, 24 degrees, and this is like optimal temperature as far as I'm concerned. It's a bit complicated because like the floor is always somewhat colder than the top of the room. Can you buy me... What? Why? No? Why do you need an arc for encoding? Just use your CPU. What's the temperature outside? I think it's like 14 degrees today. Oh, it's 9. Yeah. It's 9 degrees outside. And I've considered moving even further north. The highest temperature we had this year was like 27 degrees or something. Actually, I'm not sure we even got to 27. It was really, like, this year's summer was super cold. Yeah, I've considered the whole, like, move to Scotland. The thing is, like, I was thinking, like, it would be cool to move near mountains. Which I guess Scotland has mountains, doesn't it? But, like, I want, like, mountains that you can, like, snowboard on, not just, like, it's a big hill. We reached 46C in August. How are you alive? How are you not dead? AC all day at night. Man. Skiing in Scotland is a thing. Yeah, I looked into it in the past. I'm not moving to the US. way too far. And that's kind of most of it. It's just like, I think that's way too far. Like, I basically want to stay in Europe. So, I speak English better than I speak Czech, pretty much. And, like... I don't know, in terms of, like, countries, I don't really have, like, massive preferences or anything. But, like, I honestly, like, I appreciate the fact that, like, UK summers are so cold. Just, like, a weird thing, but it's, like, it's just nice. Like, it's, like, it, you know, like, in the Czech Republic during the summer, like, you'd actually get, like, 2 months of really high temperatures, like, over 30 degrees sometimes. Not a fan. Here, it's, like, you know, I mean... because the flat is, like, pretty insulated, it does get quite warm in the summer, but, like, nothing like the Czech Republic. Yeah, but I'm not in London, am I? Yeah, the humidity does suck. Have you considered getting a 420 AIO? I have. It would just, like, it would just take up a lot of space, and, like, I don't need one, so, like, why buy one? Yeah, I saw your comment about using the distilled water for coolant. What? I can get a 420 AIO? Yeah, but like, it's not gonna make much of a difference. I have a custom loop if I really wanted more cooling. I really doubt they're gonna do a dual Vcache 9950X3D. Because I don't think it would fundamentally solve the problem of having two CCDs. Tap water would be more cost. Well, the tap water isn't always as cold as a chiller. The game still... No, so the problem is if you have your game running across two different CCDs, it's gonna run like garbage. Because like CCD to CCD communication is really slow. So you'd probably end up in like the 7.9... Like at best, it would like behave like a 7950X where it like mostly runs on one CCD anyway. Are you doing FX 6300 comp? There's an FX 6300 comp? Wait, is that FX 6300 CPU or GPU? Is there such a thing as an FX 6300 GPU? CPU. Oh, I might look into it then. Is it like ambient or sub-zero? Anything goes, okay. Wait, it's Super Pi 1M? Oh, hell no. And Pi Fast. Dear God, why? Don't we have Geekbench? I would sooner want to run 3D Mark 11 physics on an FX 6300 than Pi Fast and Super Pi. Oh, it is 1M though, I guess. So that's not that bad. You new to my memory overclocking streams? A lot of them go for, like, forever. Though I really should end this one at this point. Because, yeah, this does look like it might actually be stable. I'm not really a big fan of running Karhu and then running Y-Cruncher. Like, that just doesn't seem like the correct order of operations to me. I usually go Y Cruncher first and then Karhu, but it doesn't matter. Like, I'll wake up tomorrow, it'll be at, like... Actually, I still have to wait for it to run for a bit tomorrow, probably. If it's like 12 hours, I'll call it acceptable. 6600 doesn't work. It's not stable. Like, it boots, but it's not stable. I would not recommend running 1.3 volts SoC, or like above 1.3 volts SoC, like ever. How do I stay sane buying and selling hardware in 2024? I don't know. I don't sell things generally. You know, it just occurred to me, instead of making a... Because, like, I've been thinking about what exactly I want to do about the, like, Asus Nitro Path thing on the X870 Hero, and it's like, well, if it works, right, I could just integrate the... Oh, that's gonna make the video so long. Because I could, like, if it works, I'll get, like, DDR5 8000 or higher working on the Hero. Like, if it, especially if it does, like, 8200, then it's like, yep, this Nitro Path thing definitely works. But let's say I just, like, but either way, it's like, oh, it does, like, 8000 or 8200 or whatever, which is more than what the ProArt does, and that doesn't have Nitro Path. And it's like, I could integrate the, like, whole, like, look, they're back drilling the traces, and they got these wacky new memory slots. Into the video of the, like, really high-frequency overclock. But that's gonna make that video longer. Potentially a lot longer. Like, do I go into the, like, oh yeah, the reason why they're back drilling the traces is because of reflections, which are... Oh, man. See, this is why videos on my channel are the way they are. I am not good at, like, planning things and making them short. I am good at putting more things together to make them longer. It's like, kind of like how the game that I'm working on, it's not really work, it's just like a fun little side project, keeps gaining levels, and yet is like the settings menu isn't finished. It also still doesn't have any sounds in the game. Mainly because, like, I don't really feel like digging through, like, free sound libraries to find good sounds to use. And I also don't feel like making sounds, because, like, the thing is, like, when I usually, like, play games, I usually play games while listening to music, so, like, if the game doesn't have audio, it's, like, actually not that big a deal, in my opinion. It might also be, like, a side effect of the fact that I did use, like, back when, you know, I was in, like, high school and middle school, like, I'd regularly play games in class with no audio. So, like, who needs sound anyway? How many hours do you run Karhu? Overnight. Like, my general rule of thought, like, I'll basically go to bed, wake up, and whatever it's at is probably where I'd stop it. Like, if it's my daily system, that's what I'd do. It kind of also depends on what kind of settings I'm trying to stabilize. Like, if I'm testing 2-to-1, I tend to run it longer, because, like, my experience with 2-to-1 mode at high frequencies is that it's kind of... like, it takes like, sometimes it just takes forever to error out. Whereas 1-to-1 mode, like, if it runs, like, 12 hours, I'll just trust it at that point. Like, I don't think it'll error out after 12 hours. Unless you did something really weird. You can't play racing games? Yeah, you can, as long as you don't need to do manual shifting. The thing about the gameplay is king thing is, like, I also, like, really, like, I don't know, kind of dumb gameplay, I think. Like, I'm not even sure if it's, like, maybe I'm overplaying the game. But, like... yeah, I'm not sure. The MCR dims? No. I mean, I've heard of them, but I haven't really looked into any, like, new news about them. What is the single core Cinebench R15? I don't know, I haven't run it. Yeah, I know it's server only. Because it's like they're using multiple memory chips at the same time and they're like interleaving the memory accesses. Isn't that the one? Yeah, they're interleaving the memory chips. RAM is involved in FPS generation process and storage is just to remove streaming stutter, but not FPS. What? I'm assuming by streaming stutter you mean asset, like, streaming from, like, for, like, open world games and stuff. Which, yeah, that would just mainly be about the SSD. Though, I guess if your RAM was really, 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 really slow, your RAM could affect that. It's not really rank interleaving, though, if, like... oh, I guess the command address bus would... wait, does it hit them at the same time? That's whack. Ramosi, yeah, you can get better FPS with memory overclocking. Though it depends on if the game is memory bottlenecked or not. I'm too tired to play my own game right now. It's like actually way too fast. Also, I completely broke the save file system because I tried to integrate a new game mode and like I botched the formatting and like didn't think it through too well. Oh well. And like saving things sucks. Like just saving data on disk from like a game is like it just sucks because you have your nice like variables, right, in your like data structures, and then you need to serialize everything, and that's fine, that's easy. You just but then deserializing it, like pulling it back into the data structure, is annoying. Because like technically I could probably use some kind of pre-made JSON thing, but like this just seems so unnecessary when I just have a bunch of numbers that I need to store, so it's like I'm just storing it as an array, and then it's like, oh, you just need to remember the offsets. But if the offsets get screwed up for any reason, it gets really screwed up. Because you can't search it. Because there's no labeling of anything. It's literally just like, if something isn't where it's supposed to be, then it doesn't, then it's just wrong. Well, so I don't have ASRock motherboards, so 0. Line TWRD at 4? I guess I could have put it to 2. It's not like it makes much of a difference. No, I think they know I exist. They just prefer that I didn't, so they ignore me. You know what? Let's do some shameless advertising of my extremely mediocre and free single-player arena shooter. If I can figure out how to get the capture for it to work. I was gonna skip that entire album. So I've done this on stream before, but like... Where'd the thing go? Does this work? Oh, that does work. Lovely. Yeah, also the name is like very work in progress, because I don't... Like, I don't make names, I don't make... And I don't make, Wait, I can actually fit this probably kind of reasonably, something like... And then we put this over here, so you still... Actually, wait, no, this would work better if I put this down here, because that way you can still see the, like, test progress. And I can put my this over here. There, and you can see Karhu in the background, and, like, also the game at the same time. I'm a genius. Make your own sounds? Yeah, I do want to. Like, I've already had, like, placeholder sounds in the game, but then, like, I threw all of them out because they were just, like... Like, the thing is, like, you eventually... Like, I find that it's really easy to get used to something, even if it's bad, at least for me, or, like, mediocre. If it's just mediocre and it's not super annoying, then it's like, I'll just get used to it. So I did add a new map. What mode do I want to play on? I mean, I guess we could play the new mode. The game mode list is going to end up absolutely ridiculous. The current idea is that there's going to be like 40 of them. Because there's just like a bunch of variations on like a bunch of stuff. Because it's like, it's a single player game. It doesn't suffer from the problems a multiplayer game runs into. Like, multiplayer game, if you have 40 game modes, there's just a bunch of game modes that nobody can play. Single player game with 40 game modes, and it's just like, play your favorite flavor of the game. Okay, well, now that I'm, like, super tired and have been just streaming for ages, I'm actually playing kind of terribly. Oh, come on. Okay, got that. Oh, yep, that was bad. Oh, come on. Oh, that was terrible. Oh. Oh. Oh, no, he jumped. Oh, what the hell did I get hit by that I took so much damage there? Well, that was stupid. Oh. How far did I... Oh, man, I wasn't even... Like, I was just barely halfway. What? Well, why do you think I bought a 9950X? So I could run it on one motherboard, one time. Like, the CPU is expensive as hell, and, like, my videos don't get anywhere near enough views to, like, I'm not recovering the cost of a 9950X in one video. Okay? Like, that's just not happening. So, like, if I make one video with the CPU, that probably wasn't the best idea I've ever come up with, is it? I mean, I come up with plenty of stupid ideas, but that would be, like, really up there. How are you still standing? There we go. Well, like, memory stress testing doesn't... Oh, come on, I can't believe I stood in that. It was right in front of me and I walked into it. But anyway, memory stress testing doesn't really require a lot of, like, effort on my part. As you can see, I am stress testing this RAM by playing... I mean, while playing a game. So, funnily enough, I tried this game on a GT 1030. It did not run well. And I'm not sure that there's anything I can do about it. Because it's not like I have animations or anything to turn off. Oh boy. I guess I could try culling the geometry that isn't, like, directly in front of the player. But I think I kind of... I'm not really sure what that would look like, because that would mainly be culling the, like, enemy models. And I'm not sure how to figure out if they're behind the player or not. Without, like, raycasting, which would get really... I mean, raycasting would take GPU load off, but, like, it might make the CPU bottleneck worse. Oh. Oh, come on! What's the goal? It's literally just various challenges in a bunch of arenas. Like, so there's, like, endless modes. Like, this one goes on forever. This one could go on forever if you were, like, so good at dodging that you never took any damage, because this mode, like, you get a bunch of health, but there's no healing. And then there's, like, modes which have just a hard time limit, where it's, like, just get as many kills as possible within, like, 60 seconds, 6 minutes. There's also going to be a 3-minute version. It might be like, why would you have a 60-second version and a 6-minute version? And it's like, because in 6 minutes, it's really about, like, maintaining a steady pace, whereas in 60 seconds, you can kind of be a bit, not that careful about your health bar. Oh, this mode is kind of fun. If you don't kill anything for too long, you just die instantly. So you have to just keep killing things like every 7 seconds. It's technically endless. And then it's like get 100 kills as quickly as possible, and then we have race mode, which is like... It's literally just checkpoints. Because I like movement. So I was like, well, I have this really fun movement system, so it wouldn't really take... And I have a bunch of levels, so it doesn't take that much effort to just throw a bunch of checkpoints on them. Oh, I botched that. Yeah, it's not a great time. You can technically do it under 29 on this level, but it's hard. It basically, like, you need to get, like, a perfect run down the middle after getting, well, basically perfect everything. I think I was slower than necessary on the, like, 180. Oh, I botched that. That's bad. Oh no, I'm failing at bunny hopping. Man, that was awful. 30 seconds is terrible. Anyway, I spent probably most of my time playing 6 minutes on level 4. Also, the stats aren't accurate because they got reset recently because of the, like, new modes getting added. But, like, I've at this point, I've racked up multiple, like over 30,000 seconds several times in this game. So that's like... So, like, I have a few tens of hours in this. And it's so bare bones. Like, this level doesn't even have the final spawn logic on it. Because I just keep, like, not putting it on there. Why? How did they... Oh, whoa. I can't believe I'm still alive. Like... I got 2 of those. Oh. And I still haven't fixed the bug that if you try to aim at something that's too close to the player, it shoots into the player instead of into the thing. Because the way the guns are set up is that they shoot always, like, there's a raycast from the center of the camera, and the gun shoots towards whatever it collided with. Which, you know, has some issues in certain scenarios. Like, if you're up against the wall, the ray, instead of colliding with the wall, it collides with the player. Or, like, it looks like I'm not even entirely sure why it bugs out the way it does. It just bugs out, and it doesn't hit the thing you think it should hit, and it's really annoying. And I've just kind of been living with that for, like, months. I will eventually patch it, but it's, like, not usually so much of a problem that I just kind of ignore it. Aw. Manage the nuke. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, that didn't work. Let's try that again. Oh, now it worked. Got a whole bunch of them. Still no errors in Karhu, but I keep dying in my game. Man, it is impossible to be sleepy while playing this. I'm literally, like, waking up. Yeah, get squashed. That's actually a really recent addition that the jellyfish, like, crash into the ground and kill everything under them. Oh. Okay. Oh, come on. I think I was actually doing... Oh, okay, I guess I wasn't doing okay-ish there. Oh, I can't believe I missed that. Dead again? Man, I'm actually just not, like, capable of keeping up right now. No. No! I almost feel like the spawns are bugged out for some reason. Like, there's too many enemies spawning. Or I'm actually just too tired. Actually, decent pace if I don't die. Oh, I missed the nuke. Oh, that's actually, yeah, that's actually a decent score for that level. And Karu's doing just fine. Nah, this is Godot. I have those bland-looking levels, but I actually like the really bland ones in terms of gameplay. Oh, also we have water. That's actually kind of annoying to implement. Like, I don't know how to do, like, I haven't come up with a way of dealing with water that isn't just, like, map-wide. Like, there's, like, a level-wide water level, and like, I guess I could have, like, a water area thing? Where it, like, dynamically sets the water level based on if the player is standing in it or not. Which is just, like, way more annoying to set up, but I guess they're not actually that difficult, relatively speaking. But yeah, this level's, like, too open, in my opinion, to play well. Also, in terms of mechanics, there's, like... Yeah, there's a crouch that you, like, never see me use. There's a double jump, but there's also this. Which... I do actually use that in gameplay, it just doesn't, like, really look obvious. That wasn't the best demonstration of that. Oh yeah, and then we have the... Totally a grappling hook. Some test dummies. And this is totally not overpowered as hell. The fact that, like, I have rockets that just go through absolutely everything. Oh yeah, there's, like, rocket jumps, of course. Also, the height of this is, like, set to basically match the power of each of those rocket jumps, more or less. I think the overloaded one is a little short, but... Yeah, oh yeah, we have the health pickups. There's two like, on some levels it teleports around, on some it doesn't. And then all the different enemies. Oh. Actually, oh no, that kind of missed. Yeah, the funny thing about aiming at things behind glass is that there's like a parallax effect that like throws the aim off. Like a lot. There we go. That was what? How is it still standing? Okay, there we go. Finally died. Yeah, that got like. Okay, got both. Yep, that's a knife in my book. So these guys basically just keep regenerating health anytime they're not... Actually, even as they're taking damage, they regenerate health. So if, like, you don't commit to killing them, you just end up wasting ammo. Not that that's really much of a concern, because you don't ever run out, but, like, you know, you do have to reload. Today, I hopes for 9950X 3D. No, because dual CCD CPUs are bad, just inherently. I don't have Twitch at the same time as YouTube streams. Latest AGSA makes 3950X come alive? What? Nah, I'm just bad at multitasking. I can play game where I can read chat. I can't do both. Oh, I spawned too many of them by accident. Oh, I killed him. It's not... It wasn't my plan. I wanted to push him off the edge. Regen. We'll have one X3D CCD instead of two then? Yeah, because so AMD said that the reason they're not doing dual, like not putting Vcache on both CCDs is because if you have to communicate across the two CCDs, you're completely screwed. Regardless of how much L3 cache there is on either of them. If anything, it might get worse because of like the caches being bigger. There's like a bigger chance of there being like cross CCD something. And I like believe them on that. So I think like dual 3D Vcache, like the reason they're not making it right now is because it just doesn't work. Like it wouldn't fix anything. You'd still need to run like one CCD for your game and then like park the other one anyway. Like unless the game was like actually aware of the core configuration, I don't think there's any way of avoiding that. What are you testing? Yeah, 6400 CL28. Actually, there's not really anywhere for me to put this that'll make it more visible. Anyway, I think I'll end the stream here, because yeah, it's just going to be Karhu from now on. And with any luck, I'll have a video about this memory overclock tomorrow. And then I can move on to testing the X870 boards that I have. So, yeah, thanks for watching, and goodbye.